For the first time, we are privileged to host in the beautiful, welcoming arms of Houston, Texas. So, as a reminder, the PNT Board reflects the large and diverse user groups that comprise the very diverse user community who rely upon GPS services for their day-to-day activities, including the many organizations who use these same services to extend their reach to serve others, to support millions more across our nation and around the world. Today is an especially proud day for our group as we are collectively able to recognize and contribute towards celebrating the 50 full years since the United States government, under the leadership of our Vice Chair, Dr. Brad Parkinson, securing approval for the program, which has come to touch all of our lives from the time we wake up until the moment we reach our final destination at the end of the day. Besides Dr. Parkinson's presence, we have as our other leader, our longtime chair, Admiral Thad Allen, the former Commandant of the United States Coast Guard, who deftly led our nation through the twin tragedies of Hurricane Katrina and Deepwater Horizon out of this very region. The collective goals of these leaders, along with our small expert group, is to ensure that critical GPS services remain accessible to all of our constituents as a tool to preserve, protect, and promote our livelihoods during both good days and bad. We all know that GPS has come to reflect a service that is now recognized as a national utility, whether we travel by foot, car, train, boat, plane, or even now, space. And so today, with expert input, we will further seek to find ways in which to strengthen the reach, capabilities, and benefits to all of our citizens who have come to rely upon these nearly invisible signals of strength and resilience. As we begin our presentations today, let us first recognize the United States Space Force for acquiring and operating such an amazing national asset for all of us. And as a reminder, board deliberations are governed by the Federal Advisory Committee Act, or FATCA, which means that all discussions are open to the public, and meeting minutes will be posted online at gps.gov within 90 days for the record. We also strive to post all of our briefings within 24 hours of their presentation, and several may be posted already, thanks to the good work of our colleague at the U.S. Department of Commerce, Mr. Jason Kim. Board recommendations are provided as independent advice and counsel, and the federal government reserves the right to accept or not the input provided by the committee. It is important to the overall process, however, for the board to continue to receive feedback on what can be supported and what may have to be set aside in times of fiscal constraint. That said, as members deliberate today, please remember to abide by established ethics laws that require us to not engage in any discussions that may create a potential conflict of interest. And so, simply put, if a member believes that the appearance of a conflict on a particular matter may emerge or is emerging, we simply request that you clearly recuse yourself from that subject matter. Finally, for your ease in following the proceedings as they progress through the day, besides the screens you see before you, for those that are in the room, we have also set up QR codes throughout the table, and you'll notice that once you scan those, you'll have access to the website that we maintain, which should in fact have the presentations, and it may even have the live stream within there. So we're giving you several options in which to follow. Please remember that as the meeting is open to the public, we are live streaming and recording for those who may not be able to access the materials in real time. These presentations and discussions will therefore become part of the public record as soon as we conclude today. And so with that, Mr. Chair, I certify that we have a quorum to begin, and the meeting is now in your capable hands. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, JJ, for keeping us in regulatory compliance. That may be the longest disclaimer in the history of bureaucracy. Thank you all for being here this morning. I'm going to make a couple of comments, and then I'm going to reserve the bulk of my comments for tomorrow when we close up. But before we did that, I wanted to stop for a minute and just think about the loss of Marty Fega this year and what he's not only meant to the country, both in public office and private sector, but what a joy it was to work with him as an individual and a person. How inspirational he was to me for the time that I knew him, and we mourn his loss. And I'd like this time, if they would, Brad, would you like to say a couple of words followed by John Betts?
I don't think many people recognize how much he contributed to what we are, and I personally appreciated him as a friend and colleague. I have a residual cold, and I'm personally going to miss him a great deal.
John?
Well, you can see the list of Marty's accomplishments up there, and certainly bringing the NRO out of the black world is something he'll always be remembered for. I knew him as the president and CEO of the MITRE Corporation, and what I remember about him most was very quiet but very effective leadership. He was just the ultimate gentleman. I remember one time I was going to a meeting in the DC area with him, and I asked him where I should meet him, and he said, "Oh, I'll pick you up." So I walked out of the door at Reagan National, and there he was sitting at the curb in his 8-year-old Ford Taurus, putt-putting along, no driver, no nothing else. "Come on, John, jump in." So that's what I remember as a man of very effective, quiet, gentlemanly leadership, and I think we'll all miss him for that.
Thank you, John. He was a very quiet, self-effacing man who was going to be remembered by us for a long, long time, and a remarkable public servant. So thank you all, and we remember Marty today. I would like to welcome 3 new members: General Willie Shelton, okay, and Logan Scott, Logan and Brian Jan. Thanks for joining us. We look forward to your contributions. You've got a diverse background between the 3 of you, extraordinary experience, and you've already demonstrated that in the conversations we've had in our preparatory meeting yesterday. And as we move forward, thank you all for being here. Just a couple of quick comments. The last 4 or 5 years, this board has undergone some governance and structural changes, but we also had to adapt to how do you manage an organization like this through COVID. How do we deal with our international community when there are restrictions on travel and everything that's going on? And basically, how do we, and we've done this several times now through changes of administrations, where there are different policy leaders and so forth, and the development of new presidential directives. What I have tried to do through the last 4 or 5 years, and delayed somewhat because of COVID, is try to move to a governance structure that's pretty self-sustaining, and it's not dependent on me as a chairman or Brad or JJ or anybody else. And that has a long-term continuity across not only changes in leadership, but in the PNT, but changes of leadership in the administration and folks that are changing in policy positions. We've taken some steps in that direction by creating functional subcommittees. We've talked long and hard, especially yesterday, about trying to focus these meetings in a longer strategic arc and focus them on areas of the most good we can do and providing advice as a FOC organization to the federal government. Today's the next step or iteration in that process, and we hope to keep refining this so the meetings are more structured, more focused, integrated regarding how we collectively see the world of PNT out there, not only the risks but the opportunities associated with that moving forward. And I guess finally, before we get into the content of the meeting, and this is a discussion that's been going on for some time, but emerged yesterday in our preparatory discussions, and probably fitting. on the 50th anniversary of the startup of the Joint Program Office, which Brad is the person most responsible for getting that off the ground, and we've recognized him for doing that. We have at times in this country started things through the federal government that have evolved actually into public utilities. And in other cases, we've decided to run those functions still inside the federal government. We may be at a flexion point regarding position navigation and timing, especially in regards to GPS and global navigation satellite systems. And this, everybody's been in history class knows this, but the rural electrification of the United States, the Tennessee Valley Authority, what we've done with power generation, all became institutionalized in a way where there was an identified owner of that sector, if you will, and how it was delivered. And GPS, like we were talking about yesterday, the work of the Corps engineers of the Coast Guard and aids to navigation, what you have is a government organization, this time the Department of Defense, is providing basically a ubiquitous service. It's now something that it's like oxygen, you don't know you have it until it's gone. And the issue is moving forward, how to best integrate and manage the civilian sector, which this board is responsible for, and basically trying to evolve a concept of operations, bureaucratic operations, on how we give our best advice to ensure that we're moving forward in the face of increasing capability competition from the other global navigation satellite systems. I'll talk a little bit about that at the closing, but again, I think we need to be mindful that everybody talks about a flexion point or things are changing now. Every generation can say that in the history of the world. But where we are going in the face of growing capability and capacity in other global navigation satellite systems, and the unique governance structure we have inside the government right now, both in how these programs are managed and appropriations and resources and so forth, are going to require some decisions if we are going to keep up with our ability to insert technology and make the service we provide to the world and the American public robust, higher levels of fidelity as we move forward. So with that in mind, I'll make some comments at the closing, but prepared to move forward. JJ? Oh, I'm sorry, Brad, do you have any comments? Okay. Thank you all. So right now we're going to have the subcommittee's highlights from they met yesterday, and then we'll be meeting today and tomorrow offline and talking about some specific ideas that they've been able to generate. So why don't we start with the Communications External Relations Subcommittee and Dana Goward.
Yes, sir. We have a couple of slides, so you don't have to depend upon my droning on. So thank you. And on this one, somehow the fact that Joe Burns and Eileen Riley serve as co-chairs fell off. We also had some visitors, hopefully new members, join us, as you can see there. We tried to approach our task in a relatively structured way, thinking about who is this group, this board communicating to, and of course we advise the two deputy secretaries, so they're our primary audience. There was a suggestion that also Director Durkovich at the National Security Council has a direct interest, and so perhaps she might be part of the primary or at least a collateral audience. And of course, Congress tends to be interested, at least various members of Congress do, along with the general public in terms of the things that we think and say. So we need to keep that in mind. Next slide. Our most recent product, certainly one of our most recent products of the advisory board and the most recent product of both the CER and the SPG committee was the 50th anniversary white paper, and you see the desired outcomes from that white paper there. Of course, we haven't had the White House Summit, as mentioned last night. Next slide. We have made some progress in terms of celebrating the 50th anniversary and raising awareness, both of the anniversary and hopefully of the value of GPS in the past and going forward. You can see GPS World, who Mr. Lucio was with us last night and who is with us in the back of the room today, has been a stalwart. And you will have seen articles already appearing on their site, and there are copies of the current print version that have a number of articles celebrating the 50th anniversary of GPS. And I understand that that will continue into next month's print edition and online as well. So this is a multi-phase effort on the part of GPS World Magazine, which is great. People often say, well, you know, you're preaching to the choir, so it's important to keep the choir showing up, so that's a good thing. Preaching to the choir is not necessarily a bad or a sterile kind of thing. And we've also, but there are other folks that periodically read, and of course this provides us all reference material that we can use and provide others who might not necessarily be part of the community and might not be singing with or even know there is a choir. So really great stuff, and a special degree of thanks to GPS World and Mr. Lucio for his ongoing support and help of the advisory board initiatives there. We also had Visibility in Aviation Week, a little bit getting outside of our normal circle of friends. Our colleague Diana Furch-Goth-Roth, formerly of the Department of Transportation, devoted one of her columns in Forbes to the 50th anniversary. We had press inside of C4ISRNet. The GPS Innovation Alliance had a very nice event at the Senate office building. Senator Duckworth and Senator Ernst showed up and for cameo appearances. And of course, there were celebrations or recognitions at the Most Ion GNSS and CGSIC meetings, and our event last night. We've had press releases and such to raise the awareness. As one sign of effectiveness at the Senate event, we were able to get a reporter from the Wall Street Journal who has previously reported on GPS issues. He did not report on the event, but I have a continuing relationship and discussion with him, and I think we can count on seeing things from him on GPS and PNT issues in the future. So that's good. Also, Selam, Greg, Gibrikidan from the New York Times. We have an ongoing relationship with and conversations going on with her. I didn't report on the 50th anniversary, but I think she was attracted to the issue by some of the visibility we helped provide. So we made a little bit of progress on that particular one of the three goals. This next slide, if you would. So yesterday in our working session, we discussed and we will continue to be focusing on messaging to our primary audience and various components of what we need to do. Apologies for all the words on here. It's not the model of communications style that we'd like to emulate, but I will recall President Lincoln's letter to Grant, which he concluded with, "I'm sorry to write you such a long letter. I didn't have time to write you a short one." Kind of cobbled this together after the event last night. Next slide, please. And we also talked about what kind of things, what kind of hooks would there be? Why would the two deputy secretaries and Ms. Durkovich be interested in discussing these issues with us? And we certainly, as we all know, there are a lot of overlaps, but hopefully we'll find something sufficiently compelling to be able to connect with all of our desired audience. And then finally, last slide. How would we make these communications? Well, so clearly the chair and other senior PNT board members are going to continue to be essential connecting with the folks we're giving advice to. The chairman's January report to the deputy secretaries was cited as I think we all agree, a great example of how to do it, and that can be refined, and that was a suggestion that perhaps there be an annual report that summarizes the kinds of things we've been doing and the kind of recommendations we've been made. So that's where we are, ongoing process, and I'm happy to take any questions or suggestions, and this is an all-come kind of thing. So if anybody ever has any suggestions or thoughts or wants to join one of our meetings and provide input, don't hesitate to let us know. I'm all done. Glad to take the air out of the room. No questions, I
Okay.
guess. So thank you.
AJ, are these, AJ? No, this is a point, we're getting organized here. Was I supposed to use my set of slides on our original remarks? Or are we saving those for tomorrow? Oh, okay, all right, thank you. Jade, Education and Science Innovation, please.
I just spotted the typo, sorry. All right, so for the ESI subcommittee, and we have the foreign people as our members, myself as the chair, and Terry Moore as the first chair, and Dorota Brezhnev-Brzezinska as the second vice chair. We have lost Penny Axelrod, who was a very important member of the committee, and she served on this board for many years, and now is taking break from here, but we've added 2 new members. That's Todd Walter and Tim Murphy. And over the last couple of years, we've refined our focus and priority to be on US PNT, workforce education and training. And the 2 important agenda items we've been discussing is how we're going to assess current state and future needs for US PNT workforce education and training, and also make actionable recommendations. Can we go next? So based on the prior meetings findings or evidence that we have gathered and gathered by other colleagues, and we believe that we have concerns that other countries are gaining on the US or are already ahead in PNT research, development, and education investment. And we're concerned that the current US PNT research, education training may not meet future industry needs. And so since the last PNT AB meeting, we've taken some actions as a subcommittee, and we've held a working group meeting with 21 participants from academia, industry, and government agencies, also nonprofit organizations and international attendees, right before ION-JNS Plus meeting this year in Denver. And we focused on the discussion of 2 questions. The first one is, how can we build a base of evidence on the state of and the perceived need for PNT research, education, and training in the USA? And how do we form comparisons with other leading countries and grow awareness of all these issues? And the second question we focused on was how to create the next generation workforce to meet the industry needs. And these are just the people who attended. You can focus on the right-hand side column. As you can see, we have a pretty nice break from participants from academia, industry, and the government, as well as international nonprofit. So a quick summary of our conclusions from the discussion is that we really need to voice the concern to multiple agencies and push for a commissioned study to gather quantitative evidence on the state of PNT research, education, and training, and of course, making sure that study is done in comparison with other leading countries. And the second conclusion that we have is we must form a PNT partnership that can leverage resources from multiple institutions and to offer a potential means to provide access to PNT education training to a broader student and learning community. And because it is very challenging for universities to try to create slots and to offer these kind of opportunities. But when we leverage resources from multiple institutions, that might be a more effective way of doing that. Next slide, please. So since that working group meeting, we have a few other updates. And we've learned that NASA and NGA are already working together to discuss collective efforts to address geodetic workforce needs, and they're involving National Academy of Science, Engineering, and Medicine on parallel study. And the second important development, my colleague Dorota is here, she can provide more elaboration on this, is that there is a partnership between Ohio State University, the Ohio State University, and the NGA. And this partnership is called GeoSCon. And what they are doing is develop a multi-institution academic consortium that addresses NGA's need to develop and enhance current geomatic workforce expertise and capabilities. They have a $28.5 million funding for a 3-year base period. There's additional optional funding as well. And this consortium allows NGA to bring together really all these resources to drive advancements in geomatics and other related disciplines. What we would like to propose here is we really need actions beyond just the geodesy and the geomatics engineering. We need to bring resources from NSF, DOT, DOD, industry, nonprofit, and the broader university bodies to address the need for PNT. So we have 2 recommendations for the XCON. The first one is we'd like to ask XCON to support NASA and NGA to work with NISEM on a study to gather evidence on the state of PNT research, education, and training, and in comparison with other related international activities, to develop a roadmap for future PNT skilled workforce. The second recommendation is we'd like to ask XCON to direct the establishment as well as operation of a PNT partnership among multiple universities to offer diverse PNT-related curricula to the broader education communities and to foster collaboration or collaborative efforts with industry and government agencies to amplify the impact and facilitate advancement from basic research to applications. Thank you.
Jade, quick question. I'm sorry. Is the NASM study already funded, and who's got the lead for that?
So the NASA just started the dialogue with NGA. In fact, 2 days ago, they were having meetings. And we don't know who's funding it, but NGA already put out money for this GeoSCon consortium of Ohio State University, but a dozen universities are involved in that GeoSCon effort. But we really think that other government agencies should come up with some kind of support. And but the NASA activity, that's a new activity. We do not believe funding has set aside yet.
Okay, thank you.
A question?
Jeff?
Jade, sorry, I have a question for you. Or you're sitting down, good.
But I can answer it, sure.
Yeah, no, it's great work. My question is, do you believe that having the advisory board conduct a meeting devoted to these educational shortfalls and the needs, the recommendations that you've made with appropriate speakers from the appropriate institutions, would that help in highlighting the needs and perhaps accelerating a response to your recommendations from the government, from XCOM?
I think so.
I would too. And so I just wanted to kind of drop that last point. Thank you.
Dana?
So we were really glad to be able to have 10 students from University of Texas with us last night from the radio navigation. Sorry?
The University of Texas.
Oh, sorry. Yes, the University of Texas. How could I forget? As the opportunity presents itself, perhaps we might consider involving students and educators in either our activities directly or ancillary activities that we might engage in. It was really good to see them. I think they were probably the most enthusiastic and engaged folks in the room. So just a thought for all of us as we go forward.
Thanks, Dana.
Which one? I just want to add one more comment. So I think this afternoon or this morning, we will have a presentation from Dr. Nikki Markale of NGA, and I believe she's going to give us more details of where they stand right now on the GeoESCON and their internal study about the shortage of PNT and geospatial technology stuff. So it would be a great opportunity for all of us to ask questions and maybe talk with her what would be the most desirable step forward and action items for us for this board.
Thank you. Next, emerging capabilities first of all, any other comments? Sorry. Emerging capabilities, applications, and sectors. Frank Van Diglen, Google, the Google.
Good morning. This is our subcommittee, Emerging Capabilities and Applications and Sectors. Next slide, please. The areas of interest and discussion this week have been GPS HARS, which High Accuracy and Robustness Service. I'm going to talk about each of these in turn. LEO for PNT, AI in PNT, and quantum technologies in PNT. Next slide, please. Before I get into those topics, I just also want to mention our gratitude to Penny Axelrad, who's been involved with this board since the very beginning. In fact, Brad was explaining to me over breakfast since before the beginning that she kind of helped this get started. And she has stepped down from the board. She was one of our vice chairs, and Brian Chan, who's over here, has bravely volunteered to step in as vice chair. Thank you, Brian. Next slide, please. So this is the first area that we've been working on. I've been working on for a while. Most of you would have heard of this already. We've proposed a high accuracy service similar to what Galileo has in operation already, but we've done one better. It's the proposal includes capability that would add robustness, so hence the acronym HARS, High Accuracy and Robustness Service. Earlier this year, we published the recommendation, so the link is there. That's important, as you'll see before I get to the end of the slide. That's a white paper that includes a one-page executive summary of what this is about. One of the things we've identified through the GD GPS study that John Betts led over the last few years is that JPL has the expertise and the system in place to be able to provide the data that could constitute a high accuracy and robustness service. And Attila Komjathi, who's here, and I will give a talk at, I think, 2 o'clock or this afternoon on that. And so the most important thing, this bottom line here, the main goal now is that for this to become a reality, it has to find an owner, an operator within the government. And so people have asked, oh, how can I help with this? And the way you can help the best is if you know of people who are in a position to recommend or even approve funding for this in one of the government organizations who might care, then please speak to them, invite them to this talk and share the paper with them. That's why I've got the link there. So for example, Karen Van Dyke, who's here, she brought Robert Hampshire, the Deputy Assistant Secretary for R&D at the DOT, to this meeting. He's expressed interest in this, and I always feel like if somebody's kind of interested in buying something and they know that somebody else might buy it, then they get a whole lot more interested. So if any of you have contacts in other branches of government who might be interested, or other organizations within the government, DOD or DOT, for example, that might be interested in running such a service as an enhancement to GPS, then please pass on the information to them, because this is the big step now. Doing the white paper and all that is relatively easy. Getting somebody to actually pay money for this and own it and operate it is the huge, difficult step of creation that we now have to surmount. Okay, next thing. So that's been our big effort to date, and then we are also looking into other issues that fall under the emerging categories, technologies area that we cover. So LEO for PNT has generated a lot of interest. We're lucky now to have on our subcommittee somebody who's actually put a LEO PNT satellite in orbit. And Brian who was one of the founders of Zona Space Systems. They've actually launched a PNT for LEO. So in the discussions, so Brian gave us a talk. This was yesterday. We talked about the session was called the findings. So I put findings in quote on account of a lot of you know this already. So it's not like we discovered anything, but this is the result of our discussions. A summary of our discussions is that we feel like it's very important to point out the significant difference between signals of opportunity, LEO PNT, meaning like you can measure signals from something like Starlink and generate a position, and that's interesting, but that system is not robust for PNT because, for example, specific example of that, its clocks will jump without notice. So there's a big difference between signals of opportunity and dedicated, designed LEO PNT systems, which are now coming online. So that's a thing we wanted to kind of point out. And also to note that in further development of this, of course, there's been 50 years of evolution in signal processing and computing and hardware since the beginning of GPS, so it's probably a good idea not necessarily to start at the same point that GPS started, but to start with the technologies of today. And hence, I mean, of course you all know this, so this is why findings is in quote. But that was the kind of summary conclusion of this discussion. Next slide, please. And then another area of great interest is AI in PNT. And so the result of the discussion here is that we're proposing a future talk and/or white paper on the state of the art in AI in PNT. So Renato Filia has volunteered to do this work and present this possibly as soon as spring meeting, the next meeting of this board. And the purpose, so why would we do this? Well, one of the things is just to kind of provide information to the board and to the ExCom to help get through the fog of the hype around AI. I think we are approaching peak AI hype, and I know that because I saw an ad the other day for an AI-enhanced golf club. And AI covers a lot of things. You know, saying you use AI is almost like saying you use math. You know, it doesn't tell you that much. And so, for example, there's machine learning, which is really just curve fitting and is very engineering-y in nature, and there's generative AI like ChatGPT and Bard, which can write poetry. And so these things are hugely different. And so in writing up about the state of the art, we hope to provide some material that addresses these things in the context of PNT, just to help provide advice as an advisory board, and then drawing out some things like the qualitative difference between these different algorithms, and also point out the susceptibility of biases in the training data. You've probably heard about this. Like a good, easy to understand example is you can ask, if you've got a fairly dumb AI, if you ask it about, explain to me about doctors. It might talk about, medical doctor. It might talk about them in the sense of a male medical doctor if its training data is old and out of date and full of examples of men being doctors. So that's an example of generative AI absorbing biases in its training data. Likewise with PNT, you can fairly quickly come up with examples where, if you're not careful, suppose you train some kind of algorithm on data that's collected in the mid-latitudes and you find at other latitudes it doesn't work properly. We were talking about jamming a lot. AI systems, machine learning systems could be very good at detecting conditions that indicate jamming, but you've got to be sure, you've got to test that your training data is rich enough that you didn't just learn to recognize one kind of jamming and another kind defeats you, that kind of thing. So that's what we would want to draw out. And then finally, to point out the potential benefits to PNT versus the vulnerabilities. So it's just generating awareness of how this exciting new area of computing applies to our area of PNT. Next slide, please. Then another area that's got a lot of interest, a lot of promise, also a lot of hype is quantum technologies in PNT. And so again, a similar role we see for the subcommittee and for the advisory board is to create a briefing on the reality and the state of art of quantum technologies. Again, similar to what I was saying with AI, there's different kinds of AI. there's different kind of quantum technology. There's quantum clocks. You hear the word quantum applied to things where quantum clock really means light, clocks based on light, quantum encryption, quantum-based accelerometers. So these things are all different in their nature, but they all get the word quantum in them. So to help separate this a little bit, and also, and again, to point out the difference between what's hype and what's a true potential technology for the future. So in this case, our next step is to invite a speaker to a future subcommittee hearing, a subcommittee meeting, to educate us a little bit on that, and then we'll take it from there. Maybe sometime in the future, like a year or so, this could rise to being one of the topics that we actually discuss at this level. But this is the first step. Okay, next slide, please. And that's it. So thanks very much, and I'll take any questions.
Any questions?
I have, sorry, the same question. The same question is, could you imagine devoting an entire meeting to emergent capabilities, doing a really deep dive into the things that you've been talking about? They're endlessly interesting, but the idea would be to really highlight the needs in terms of government policy, government attention. You're recommending having a speaker, and it seems to me that the subject matter is important enough to ask for more than a speaker. But
Yeah, absolutely. So first of all, let me just talk about these themes. So Jeff Shane came up with this idea of like having themes for the meeting, so we don't go off in so many different directions for this level meeting. And yeah, I think that's a great idea, is having a theme of a future meeting being emergent capabilities. The suggestion for the speaker is just for our subcommittee, because we feel like in that area, in the quantum area, we didn't have enough knowledge about, we don't know what we're talking about yet. So we're taking the first steps there. In AI, we've got people who have worked in that area, and so there we feel a little bit more comfortable. And we want to get ourselves up to a level where we feel like we've got something useful to say, and then propose it as one of the themes for this meeting, maybe a year or 18 months from now.
Hey, Frank, as you're developing the paper, why don't you take a crack at how we might want to structure a meeting to that extent and just put it into the paper so we have a starting point and something to discuss as we move into the spring meeting? Is that possible?
Yeah, definitely. And Renato's nodding, and he's going to be writing the paper. So
thanks. And my wife is in search of an AI-enhanced husband. International engagement. Our man from down under, Matt Higgins.
From the Australia. So next slide, please. So I have to apologise to the Honorary Jeff Shane. I keep forgetting to take his name off because he now chairs another subcommittee. But these are the members of the board. You'll recall at the last board, we agreed that Terry Moore would become a vice chair of this subcommittee from the UK. Jade, Russ and Todd Walter are also members. And I should mention, as I did in an email, but for the public record, I guess we have had people from the US government sitting in on our meetings. So Jeff Auerbach, all three of them are here. Jeff Auerbach from State, Chris Erickson from Space Force, and Rick Hamilton from Coast Guard / CTSIC. We felt that was especially valuable for the international members of this subcommittee, because we don't want to sort of propose things and then go, oh, the US government's already doing that and we just didn't know about it. And it's been very useful. And also, for example, State and CTSIC do a lot of work internationally. So it's good to understand what's going on there. The next slide, next click, please. So these were the study areas. Next. And next, sorry, that animated. So we're still basically in the subcommittee concentrating on this idea of the GNSS service and performance gaps. And we've been approaching that, as you may recall, by looking at some of the features of other GNSS, given that we're international subcommittee, and comparing that to GPS to try and better inform the old thorny question of, is GPS still the gold standard? So next, please. So as I say there, that's about an objective way to inform it. And I think there's been a lot of sort of hand-waving of, oh, woe is me type stuff. But I think what we're trying to do is say, well, what are the facts here about these different capabilities that other systems have? Does it even make sense for GPS to have it? Does it make sense to do it somewhere else? Do we even need it? A bit more of that sort of detail. And you will recall we've previously reported on a number of fact sheets that delve into each of those different capabilities, which I'll touch on briefly soon. And we've started to combine this into a white paper, and we've now started to draft the white paper. And so to balance the comparison with those other systems, the fact sheets we've presented to date, we're also adding in there some information about other US activities on space-based PNT. I've got a few slides on that. But I guess that's, I think Mike was saying yesterday that the whole of the US should be trying to solve this problem. It might not just be GPS that needs to solve it, and that sort of discussion. And our aim is we would have this white paper ready in coming months for the next meeting of the board. We did kind of stand down for a while, as you recall, while we were all reappointed. So that's why we haven't got there yet, but by the next meeting we should. Next, please. So just touching on that issue of it's not just the US is doing other things than just GPS in space-based PNT. We thought it would be worth mentioning the NTS-3. I understand the US members of the board have had a briefing on NTS-3, so I won't go into a lot of detail, but it's just worth noting in the context of our subcommittee that this exists with its three sort of mutually interdependent segments of a space-based experimental satellite, ground-based command and control system, and software-defined receivers. Next click, please. And if we just look into the space-based, the satellite aspect of it being developed by L3Harris, it's a near geo orbit. It has phased array antennas, which enables spot beams to enable increased power for anti-jam or more resilience to jamming and things like targeted authentication services. It has on-orbit reprogrammable signal generator. So that's the sorts of things we've been saying that other systems are starting to do. Why aren't we in GPS? It'll test the Chimera signal for authentication, and it has some work on improved clocks. So next click, please. Of course, the point, I guess, is that NTS-3 is only an experimental satellite at this stage, and I should say it launches middle of next year is the plan, I think. Joe Rowley from L3Harris is here if we need some more details. So, yeah, it'll prove the technical capability, but of course the question is then will that translate into a future GPS operational system? And of course, when might that happen? And how long will that take? Going to Brad's discussions of what will happen in his lifetime, for example, what we were discussing yesterday. The next slide, please. The second one to note is the SDA's development of the proliferated warfighter space architecture, which is a proliferated LEO system. And the idea, of course, with proliferated LEO is that you try and get a new business model that values speed and lowers costs. A bit more like a SpaceX model, if you like, in terms of thinking. The PWSA is planned to have several capability layers, one of which is navigation, you can see there. And this description, this is from the website, the navigation layer is about a GPS-independent navigation capability for the PWSA using optical communication terminals and optical space-to-ground links. So if you consider the last two slides, some of the things we identified in our fact sheets and other things was, well, what are we doing about optical links? What are we doing about reprogrammable systems? There is actually work going on in the US on that, and we shouldn't sort of just say, well, GPS isn't doing it, so nothing's happening. And that's sort of the point of raising these. Next click, please. But again, how that translates into things like future generations of GPS. Will it only remain in this military-only system? Those sorts of discussions become policy-type questions, I suppose. Next slide, please. And then we thought in the white paper, at least, we should mention LEO PNT as another, or other space-based PNT by the private sector and commercial players. Again, going back to that point of the whole US enterprise solving the problem. And I guess for Frank, we won't be looking into this in detail, but we'll just be mentioning that these things are happening as a part of this whole story of what's going on. And I guess we were talking in terms of LEO PNT, so companies like Zona and TrustPoint, PNT on existing communication satellites, e.g. Satellus on Iridium, and then the signals of opportunity discussion, which Frank mentioned before, and totally agree that we need to be very clear on which ones we're talking about between those different approaches. The next, please. So that's sort of the 3 slides that we'll write, that I've already started to draft for the white paper, that give that sort of opening bit. And if you think through that, as I said before, some of these issues we've previously said that are on other systems that aren't on GPS start to actually be addressed, at least start to be addressed. The difference, of course, is something like G2G, Galileo second generation, actually has committed to doing some of these things and is planning to actually do it, as opposed to testing or experimenting. So, but still, I think it's by talking about those other developers in the US, it gives a more balanced approach. So in terms of the white paper, these topics, some of which we've previously done fact sheets on, will become a series of tables, appendices in the white paper. I won't go through these because we've discussed them before, but generally speaking, there's system capabilities, and next slide, please, and service capabilities. So we'll be taking the existing fact sheets on those and merging them into the white paper as one document. Next, please. So the final slide, just to have additional discussions, and to preempt a question by the Honourable Jeff Shane. We agreed with the proposal to base future board meetings on defined themes, and we think, obviously, given the white paper and what we've been doing on this whole gold standard question, that would be the sort of theme that our subcommittee would suggest as a first cab off the rank for a possible theme for a session or 2 sessions or whatever we decide to do in the main meetings. We'll continue to monitor international developments, of course, especially from the 3 international members. And we discussed at our previous meeting, face-to-face meeting, and confirmed it again yesterday, that we should be doing more to monitor international standards. So that will probably be a bit of work we start to do once the current white paper is more under control. And we also agreed to aim for a meeting as an online meeting in late February, remembering that some members and I think all 3 of the US government members who've been attending will be attending IGNSS in Sydney in February. So last slide. Next, please. Sorry. Oh, I thought I had a last slide. No, that's for my Australian report. I was going to do an ad for IGNSS, but that's tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Matt, could we take the slide just before you summarize the main points in the white paper? And I wouldn't mind sitting that, you were there, the blue slide right there. I wouldn't mind sitting that forward with the report on this meeting as a presumptive outline, not to lock in, but previews of coming attractions that we were working on it, and actually lay that out and report it out. If that's okay with the committee, we'll go ahead and do that.
Yeah, I have.
JJ?
In my presentation to the previous meeting, there was more detail of those as well. Yep.
Just want to reinforce that it's coming and that we get that out there, and we're saying it repeatedly.
Yeah, thank you.
Anybody else? Thanks, Matt. Protect, toughen, and augment, our mantra. John Betts.
Good morning, everyone. This is a report on our work on Protect, Toughen, and Augment. Next slide, please. So this shows our membership. I'm happy to share the leadership with Tim Murphy and Tom Powell. And also we're happy to welcome General Shelton and Logan Scott as new members of our subcommittee. Next, please. So because of the broad scope of our subcommittee, we've decided to separate leadership of those 3 areas, although we work closely together, and you'll see evidence of that in the next few slides. Next, please. And overall, our look at this broad topic is outlined here. We recognize there are a number of challenges and threats to PNT, and that some combination of protect, toughen, and augment are ways to counter those threats and challenges. And the real issue is how to allocate PT&A in the most efficient way across those threats and challenges. And that's our continuing thought process behind our work. Next, please. The other thing that's become clear as the subcommittee has continued is that there are a number of obstacles that PTA faces, particularly as we look at the critical infrastructure applications. Protecting remains a challenge. There's still lurking in the background the possibility of strong adjacent band interference, and the nation's ability to detect, characterize, and remove interference sources to SatNav continues to be less than what we need and is not moving as fast as I think we all would like. We've talked in detail at the last meeting about how export control is limiting the ability of the most effective way of toughening SatNav receivers. Talk a little bit more about progress on that. And then finally, we recognize that timing to stationary receivers is a very important part of GPS's use in critical infrastructure today. It actually is the easiest problem to solve, and there are multiple technologies out there or coming. And one of the things we foresee is that owner-operators in critical infrastructure could help with some guidance in terms of what timing technology is most appropriate for their needs. Finally, we think there's a number of important areas where information is lacking on toughening and augmenting. In particular, if you put yourself in the place of a critical infrastructure owner-operator, you have the opportunity to spend your limited resources on toughening your SatNav equipment or augmenting it. How do you choose? Well, one thing that helps make that choice is the likelihood that GPS is going to be providing useful signals, or if the satellites have all gone silent for a day, a week, a month, or a year, in which case augmenting is the only option. And we've made a recommendation that the U.S. government could provide some very useful guidance on that, and we're waiting to hear back on that. We also think that there are a lot of augmentations out there, and it's important to understand how they match different critical infrastructure needs. And there will be a presentation this afternoon that proposes a framework for addressing that question. Finally, we see that critical infrastructure operators are faced with a number of products, and there's no independent evaluation to help them understand how well they do in toughening and augmenting. And lastly, we had a presentation at our last board meeting looking at metrics to help measure how well there's progress in critical infrastructure for toughening and augmenting. And we found out there really is very little or no effort going on in that area. And of course, there's the famous quote at the bottom, you can't improve what you don't measure. So we're looking at those observations, and as you'll see by the end of this presentation, we're not just admiring them, but we have a specific proposal how to address many of them. Next, please. So here's the next 3 slides summarize progress across PT&A. And Tom, maybe you say a few words about the slide on Protect.
So I constructed this way of thinking about the problem based on the term that people in the military are familiar with called the OODA loop, where you observe, orient, decide, and act. And for this particular application, I slightly adjusted the order to think about what problems we as a group the Protect subgroup should look at. And you see the sort of the topics for each variable there. What mitigation steps have been taken so far? When it comes to spectrum interference, what are the recent observations? And then are there trends in terms of orienting? Are there trends? Are these things becoming more prevalent, more frequent, more severe? And are any of the mitigations that are being fielded or proposed, are they working? And then based on that, what specific recommendations could this body make to the XCOM.
Thank you. Next, please. So a quick summary of Tuffin, as we've mentioned already, a significant effort over the past year has been to build a case for relaxing export controls on anti-jam antenna systems. And the white paper that Tim led and did a significant amount of work on himself, I thought was really fantastic. And probably the highlight of it was an extensive set of references demonstrating from the open literature the extent that this technology is already available around the world to adversaries as well as friends. So the fact that export control does not seem to be controlling anything useful while still tying our own hands. So we're hoping to hear more progress about the U.S. government responding to that recommendation and the evidence that we provided. Brad?
Yeah, it's my understanding from Ken Alexander that this was supposed to be on an agenda item within the State Department committee or whatever it is in December. And because of priorities, is how he described it, has been now kicked down into the indefinite future. And it's also my understanding that there was no opposition to the relax of those controls. I don't know the degree of relaxation, but I don't know. Karen, do you have anything from Ken or any, Stormy, someone that has talked to Ken about this?
I don't have any additional information on that. I don't know if Stormy or Jeff Auerbach from State Department's also in the audience.
Yeah, likewise. I don't have any information saying it's been, indefinitely kicked down the road or anything like that. I don't know if we've got, I think State Department's here and know they're working it, but I don't know, I don't have a timeline update.
Is there a way to get either an update or a confession of ignorance by tomorrow?
By tomorrow, I don't know. We do have an ESG coming up next week, and we are talking ITAR at the ESG.
Well, I was thinking just sampling Ken and finding out what he thinks the status is. And
Why don't we ask the question in advance
or
of the
there's Jeff.
ESG?
I didn't see you were hitting.
Jeff's got his hand up over there.
Yeah. Do you mind, John?
Yeah, thanks. And I was going to actually make a couple comments this afternoon when I'm speaking about this, but I'll do it now since I'm here. So the actual, I don't have in front of me the rule, but the actual rule is being revised under the review process. They were hoping to have the revision done, I think, by the end of the year, but it's probably going to be early next year before it's actually finished. I haven't seen the rule, and so I don't actually know exactly what it's going to say. I do have a sense, but I unfortunately can't share that right now until it's actually officially released. But I will say that since our last meeting, there have been some meetings with the whole interagency, all of those interested. They have taken that into account as they do the rule, and also the input that was received from the public, including members of the board here. All of that has been factored in. So I'm very hopeful that it will satisfy, hopefully the views of many of the people here. But I can't comment specifically on what it's going to say.
So you have seen the draft?
I have not seen the draft. So I don't actually know what it's going to say, but I have been in touch with the people who are writing it, and they've essentially sort of told me, a general sense of what it's going to be about.
What an interesting process.
Yeah. I don't have control over the process. It's not my office. It's a different department. But they have been sort of transparent in what they're planning to do to me internally and to a few other people in the interagency. So
I was going to ask you if we're going to be happy or not.
I can't say specifically. I'm hopeful that you will.
No.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jeff.
Brad, I don't think you're ever going to be happy, so my prediction.
If you have a rep going to the ESG on the 14th of December, recommend they prepare to give an update in greater detail.
Yeah, hopefully we will present what we can there.
Presumably, there'll be some kind of an open comment period once the rule is done, right? It'll be put out on the Federal Register and...
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I would assume there will be, yep.
Okay.
Please note that I completely have lost control of this presentation. I'd also point out that the devil is going to be in the details in this wording. I mean, what I think we'd really like is to say that GNSS antennas and receivers for them are not being considered at all, at least in the ITAR. We'll find out how close we come to that as a result. Next, please. So a quick look at the work we've been doing on Augment. We've been drafting a white paper on timing alternatives more as a tutorial, and we've had some discussion about a framework for evaluating the applicability of different technologies for Augment. So that leads me to a point where I want to go back to yesterday morning, where we discussed having future board meetings dedicated to a specific topic. And the first thing we did when our subcommittee met yesterday afternoon is said that we want to head off any questions from the Honorable Jeffrey Chain. And so we came up with the following. Next slide, please. The PTA subcommittee would like to propose that our spring meeting be dedicated to PTA. We would take responsibility for organizing the entire open day on Wednesday. We would have a mix of speakers from within the board, recognizing what Matt has aptly pointed out, that there's a lot of expertise in this room already, supplemented by external speakers as we need. We would focus on near-term pragmatic ways of raising the bar in critical infrastructure. And we've come up with some tentative outline thoughts that I won't go into detail here, but the idea is to span the space of PTA, come up with some very specific thoughts on how to proceed. And the idea being that after this board considered and discussed the results of Wednesday, that we would then go away and come up with a recommended roadmap for PTA in the near term for critical infrastructure, so that there's a very tangible, constructive, integrated product from this effort. So we offer that to the leadership of the board and to the overall board, with a contingency that we recognize this is going to be a significant effort on our part, and so we would appreciate getting an approval by the end of December if we're going to proceed, so that we have time to do a great job on this. So that's the end of my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Comments? Okay, I would just let me remind everybody, because we tend to pave new ground every time we're having one of these meetings. So we're really going to want to talk turkey tomorrow morning about what happened today and where we want to go. So take John's recommendations seriously, and we'll look forward to hearing what ideas everybody has tomorrow when we discuss it. Thanks, John. Strategy, policy, and governments. The Jeff Shane. The Honorable Jeff Shane.
Yes, John, you successfully headed off my question, so congratulations. I will apologize in advance because I don't have a lot of good-looking slides like my predecessors have done. Particularly, I don't have a list to show you on the screen of the members of our subcommittee, so I'm going to tell you who they are. My vice chair is Gary Thompson. Greg Winfrey, the Honorable Greg Winfrey is a member. Governor Jim Geringer is a member. Dana Goward, David Grossman, General Mike Hamill, General Larry James is there, and our new members are General Willie Shelton and Logan Scott. And I'm not sure, Brian, have you joined? Not yet. Well, you're welcome if you. And anyone else who choose. Oh, forgive me, Dana. Dana, of course, is a member. We are cross members, so we basically have kind of linked the two subcommittees in a way that works actually quite well. So the subcommittee has been, I would say, looking internally since our last meeting, and we've discussed a lot. You won't be surprised to hear what we've been discussing because we discussed it yesterday morning. How do we conduct meetings in the most effective way. The discussions we've heard this morning from my counterpart chairs have been really interesting and make very clear, I think, the richness of the material that we have before us and the depth of that material and the need for deep dives into various aspects, whether it's education or PNT or emerging capabilities, international. I think what we have are the prospects for putting together a kind of unified field theory of where space-based PNT in general, are going. The discussion we had yesterday was how to sort of pull these threads together, how to make a difference in terms of government policy, which is what an advisory board of any sort in the government should be thinking about doing. So we thought what we ultimately need is going to be a review of the nation's space-based PNT strategy and governance. Now, the subcommittee is called Strategy, Policy, and Governance, but in yesterday's discussion, and I thank Mike Hamill for this important thought, we don't think we don't think national policy is a problem. We have a pretty good national policy. It's kind of what you would do if you were constructing it from whole cloth. The problem is not the policy. The problem is implementation. The problem is taking it seriously, understanding what the challenges are. So the objective of a meeting in which we reviewed the nation's space-based PNT strategy and governance would be to determine what changes might help the United States address perceived challenges more effectively. Now, in order to do that sensibly, we would expect to take advantage of the quality of the discussions that we've heard today. Again, replicated in greater depth through meetings devoted to each of the topics that we've heard already this morning. In other words, we want to lay the groundwork for a presentation to the government that includes the government. In other words, when we have a meeting, if in fact we decide to go this way, this is a proposal, lest there be any doubt. If we decide to go this way, we really would want to have as speakers, as presenters, people pretty close to the principals level, if not the principals themselves. And it ought to be a dialogue with them about where we're going, based, again, on the material that we will have examined in previous meetings. It should be, I would think, supported by a pretty comprehensive white paper. Think about the white papers that have been discussed by each of the subcommittee chairs thus far this morning. Imagine pulling those together as chapters of a comprehensive advisory board white paper on the future of space-based PNT. That would get people's attention. Don't forget, we're looking upon an election at the end of 2024. We're going to have a new administration in 2025. There will be people in place sooner or later who probably will be different from the people that are there now. Even if the president is reelected, we can expect changes in personnel. That's what always happens every 4 years. And we'll have to keep an eye on that picture to see, who it is that we want to really address. But by the time we get to that point, we will have done a lot of good work, a lot of credible, detailed work in the areas that we've discussed so far. So the thought is that by that time, we're in a position to make a pretty powerful presentation to the principals who will be in charge, such that the prospects for improving the quality of governance, improving the strategy, if you will, making it more contemporary, making it more responsive to the challenges that we see are pretty dramatically improved. In the meantime, in addition to meetings, we thought it would make a lot of sense for us representatives of the board to pay calls on the principals. At the Department of Transportation, you would think that there isn't any need to underscore the importance of reliable PNT to a department that is all about autonomous transportation, autonomous vehicles, autonomous aerial vehicles. The future of transportation if it hasn't already demonstrated it, it will obviously be dependent upon reliable PNT. The Department of Defense, I don't have to talk about the Department of Defense. They own and operate the system. They are probably pretty well focused on their mission. I don't know that we have anything to teach DOD about the importance of the mission. The important conversation with DOD is how do we facilitate better crosstalk with the civilian custodians of the civilian user community at DOT. That's all part of the governance conversation. Those visits could very well prepare the way for the kind of meeting that I'm talking about. We're not talking about a meeting that would take place before 2025, I think, in order to get some of the groundwork laid that I've been talking about. So that's the idea in broad strokes. Obviously, we can all think about that. We don't have to make any decisions about it because we would want to see the results of the meetings that will happen first, the ones that are more specific to particular topics, the topics that we've heard this morning. So that's my presentation. I thank you very much for listening, and I'm happy to take questions, but I'll do those from the table if there are any. Thanks.
Any questions? Jeff, while you're walking back, more of a comment than a question. Based on the last presidential election and transition, and especially the interaction that I had personally and some of us had with the landing teams that are part of that process, including even if it's an election of the incumbent president, we know what the questions are going to be, and we know what the test is going to be, and we know it quite well in advance. What's compelling about Jeff's recommendation is that we look to put together a comprehensive collection of the things we've been talking about today, that we'll agree or not agree tomorrow where we're going to go, with the goal of having something that's pretty substantial, where we're not responding to query by a landing team in the change of administration. We have a proactive document that we put forward as our advice in the transition, whether it's a new or a current administration. If you're getting a theme here, I'm trying to figure out how we're going to put all this together, what we want to do, but there's a reason to do it now, in my view, because the last time we were able to get in pieces during the change of administration, and I personally was able to do that, but to have a compelling overarching view of where we stand, it makes it much better that whether it's organizational structure that JJ has to manage, the membership, makes it much more likely that it'll be resilient and make it through the transfer of administration without any traumatic changes or anything that may be a problem for us. And any thoughts on that, either now or tomorrow, would be appreciated. Okay, I have I'm going to give you the Extraordinary Service Medal to our presenters. We've actually ended this session 10 minutes earlier, which is a record in my entire attendance at these events. Please enjoy 10 minutes extra on your break. Thank you. Little sidebar just to tell you how I'm kind of churning on this stuff as we go through what we're doing. I like to think of where I want to be and work backwards and have a place to go to rather than wandering around. If you took what John did and what Jeff talked about, it would really be powerful in my mind that if what comes out of all of this a year from now at that meeting, we finalize the briefing book for the transition. And that will be a way to represent, without having being asked, where we're trying to go with the advisory board. Everything that was presented here today has value. The question is, how do we want to organize it, how we want to focus it, and how we want to move forward. There's a compelling argument that we need to start with PTA and work forward from that. So I'd like you to think about it. And we're going to close this out tomorrow morning at a discussion, but we have the opportunity to kind of lay out where it is we want to be a year from now, and then have that drive the spring and the fall meeting, and then gives feedback to the subcommittees on how they want to organize their work moving forward. So thank you all. And I like when we're 10 minutes early because you all were talking to each other. And sometimes the sidebars are the most valuable thing that happens at these meetings, so keep it up. So now, Stormy, it's time for your update, I believe. You can go up there?
All righty. Thank you again for letting me be a part of today's presentations. It's an honor to be here to speak to you today. Next slide, please. So I wanted to open with thank you. Thank you to the members of the PNT Advisory Board. You are the coalition of the willing for PNT. You could be doing other things, but you're here basically working for food because you believe in what we're doing. You're a huge non-government brain trust to support GPS and PNT for America. Thanks for your recommendations earlier this year, like the one that alerted the U.S. government to the fact that this year is the 50th anniversary of GPS. The XCOM took action on that recommendation, forming a GPS 50th working group that NCO led across the interagency and with industry to plan and coordinate events. Thanks to the support of Department of Defense, Space Force, Transportation, NASA, other departments, and industry, particularly the GPS Industry Alliance, and congressional members and their staffs of the GPS caucus for working together to hold several GPS 50 events, like the GPS 50 event that Karen worked at CGSIC in September, and especially the GPS 50 event on Capitol Hill on the 14th of November, to commemorate the achievements in the first 50 years of GPS and look to continued U.S. PNT leadership in the future. Next slide, please. So at the GPS 50 event on Capitol Hill, thanks to the great work by Lisa Dyer and the GPS 50 Working Group, we had several speakers, including Senator Tammy Duckworth and Senator Joni Ernst, who are two of the co-chairs of the bipartisan, bicameral GPS caucus in Congress. They and others spoke on the benefits of GPS and commitment to continued U.S. leadership in PNT. Next slide, please. And so did Dr. Robert Hampshire, the ESG co-chair from the Department of Transportation, as well as Brigadier General Robert Hutt, who's the Director of Plans and Programs for the U.S. Space Force. Thanks to all of them. Next slide, please. And of course, thanks to our own Dr. Brad Parkinson, who gave the origin story of GPS. And thanks to many others, including Scott Burgett, Scott Pace, and others who had key roles. Next slide, please. Thanks again to the PNT Advisory Board for the recommendation to modify the ITAR restrictions regarding GPS SERPA antennas for increased anti-jam capability. The XCOM took action on that, and the State Department, as you heard, has been leading an interagency effort with Defense, Federal Aviation Administration, and others to review the current ITAR restrictions and try to change them. It's important to note that those ITAR restrictions do not prohibit the civil federal agencies that have a mandate in policy to toughen their GPS receivers. They can use advanced SERPAs. They're not prohibited. Funding for these things is an issue. In the broader sense, this activity to change the ITAR restrictions benefits the U.S. economy because it's U.S. manufacturers that are prohibited from marketing these devices in other countries, prohibited from exporting them. So they can build them, they could even build them for a U.S. government department, but they cannot export them. So that's a level market playing field issue that's important to help conquer. And so we appreciate your recommendation on that. And again, we look forward to trying to get those ITAR restrictions changed, because the more affordable those kinds of capabilities are, the more likely it is they will be used across U.S. critical infrastructure. Next slide, please. So of course, this is the XCOM. You see the core departments and agencies on the left, the NCO, the main working groups, and the advisory board. And so thanks again to the advisory board for the other recommendations in Admiral Allen's January letter to the XCOM. The XCOM tasked the Executive Steering Group, or ESG, to develop formal responses and get them back to the advisory board. And we've been coordinating that effort across the 13 departments and agencies of the XCOM for some time. We're close to a final version for ESG co-chair approval, and then we'll be able to put it into the public release approval process to be able to send it to you and post it publicly on gps.gov. Next slide. So we have a national PNT policy ecosystem with a lot of parts, and here are just a few highlights. So Space Policy Directive 7, or SPD 7, the goal is to maintain U.S. leadership in the service provision and responsible use of GNSS, including GPS and foreign systems. We have the National Space Policy that allows for the continued use of allied and other trusted international PNT services in conjunction with GPS. And it calls us to identify and promote as appropriate multiple and diverse complementary PNT systems or approaches for critical infrastructure and mission essential functions. We have Executive Order 13905, strengthening national resilience through responsible use of PNT services. It advocates for complementary PNT systems in critical infrastructure, and it mandates that for federal departments and agencies. Space Policy Directive 5, establishing space cybersecurity policy, standards, and risk management practices. Now, that's not just for government systems like GPS, but it also advocates for cybersecurity in commercial space programs, too. And then we have the National Standards Strategy. This is a new edition that was released in May of this year. Next slide, please. So the U.S. Government National Standards Strategy for Critical and Emerging Technology, CET, was published because standards matter. As stated in the strategy, strength in standards development has been instrumental to the United States' global technological leadership. The United States will prioritize efforts for standards development for a subset of CET that are essential for U.S. competitiveness and national security, including the following areas. And then the strategy lists about 8 different areas. And we're happy that we were able to work with the White House and get included as one of those areas, PNT services, which, as it says, are a largely invisible utility for technology and infrastructure. Now, the strategy has 4 main objectives: investment, participation, workforce, and integrity and inclusivity. And there's a lot more information available online. The strategy is public and it's available online. Next slide, please. So you've heard me say this before. The spectrum is not safe. U.S. policy directs federal departments and agencies to improve the cybersecurity of GPS, its augmentations, and U.S. government-owned GPS-enabled devices, and calls on those federal agencies to foster private sector adoption of cyber-secure GPS-enabled systems. In short, we need to toughen our GPS-enabled systems against jamming and spoofing. Next slide, please. So what can you do? Well, be a demanding customer. As you begin development of a new PNT-enabled system or an upgrade to an existing one, ask your manufacturer for a GPS receiver that is compliant with the published standard on building GPS receivers. You know it as the ICD, the interface spec that's online and available on gps.gov, and it's been out there and it has built-in protections since 2017. And if you're a chief information officer or work for one, include GPS devices in your cybersecurity plans. Not doing so basically leaves an unprotected port for your network. Remember, PNT resilience is two parts: cyber-toughened GPS devices that protect against jamming and spoofing, and tested and trusted complementary PNT systems. Next slide, please. So God bless you, and thank you again for all that you do. You can find out more, of course, on gps.gov, and pending your questions, I look forward to learning a lot at this meeting of the PNT Advisory Board.
Thank you, Stormy. As always, very nicely delivered. You said something that I don't think manufacturers understand properly. And that is, my understanding was, yeah, maybe a manufacturer could build a multi-element antenna, but he can't install it in an airplane and let that airplane fly out of this country. So as a de facto constraint, if that is true, and that was my reading too, the manufacturers have absolutely no incentive to build something that the airlines cannot use. So I would appreciate your comments.
Sure, yeah, and I would agree with that interpretation, right? They can build them, and for federal agencies, right, that are mandated to toughen their federal systems, and most of them are not aircraft, not commercial aircraft that fly outside of the U.S. There are hundreds of U.S. systems used by federal government that are critical to what's called their mission essential functions, which are listed out there for each department and agency. They have systems that are PNT enabled that need this sort of toughening. In terms of just the anti-jam, they could choose to install the highly advanced SERPA antennas on those systems. They are not prohibited by ITAR from doing so. But manufacturers who build a product and then that product goes outside of the U.S., that's where the restrictions apply. And that does really handcuff U.S. industry in terms of competitiveness. As you've pointed out before, there are companies over in Europe that are selling pretty advanced SERPAs.
It goes further than that. I've been on the other side of this. It turned out Gravity Probe B, the test of Einstein that I ran, had some issues associated with ITAR. And if you dig into the ITAR, the penalties are really horrendous. And the consequence was it was radioactive to Stanford University. They convened a whole group, and for some reason I was suddenly in charge of it. I don't have any idea why, because I was a total ignoramus and I'm only slightly better now. But the point is, what you just said may be true, but a manufacturer would be wary that if he gave it or somehow it went into a government agency and ended up somehow overseas, that he would end up liable.
Right.
And the consequence is, as a deterrent, it's working extremely well. Unfortunately, it's a deterrent on our own industry, as you've pointed out.
Exactly.
So the statement that they are allowed to do it, I don't think has much traction with them. And I don't know, our Garmin guy isn't here, is he? But my guess is he would echo exactly what I'm saying. As soon as their legal people hear anything about this, they're going to keep it at arm's length. So again,
I would agree. I think they would be reticent to do that because it's really complicated. I've received a couple of briefings on it, and the process is just it's a challenging process.
Well, Byzantine is perhaps the right word, and Jeff Auerbach. Yeah, there he is. Maybe he understands how to unravel all this or modify it. Even that part is mysterious. And then Tim brought up the issue of once we have draft wordage, are the manufacturers, such as Boeing or the users, going to be able to actually review that and see if it is unfettering what is the capability that we should all have.
Yeah,
And so
right.
I would urge Jeff and whoever is that mysterious group of people who is making these decisions to, as quickly as possible, vet what they're thinking to do and make certain that it's actually allowing us to toughen the receivers the way they belong. So I just worry that this has been such a mystery process to me. Maybe it's just because I'm not driven by that kind of gene, that we're going to get to some point and all of a sudden here comes a brand new reg on ITAR, but it really doesn't accomplish what we're trying to accomplish. And I really worry that the lack of visibility is going to cause that to happen.
Jeff?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Stormy, I would echo Brad's compliments. Thanks, great briefing. One question. We've been talking about, we saw in John's briefing this morning from the PTA subcommittee reference to adjacent band interference. We saw in your briefing references to, toughening receivers, making sure that they are robust. But the other side of that equation, of course, is the way in which spectrum is allocated. I don't want to start a new conversation about something that we've rehearsed over and over again, but I'm just curious if you can answer this question, whether in the internal deliberations taking place in our government today, there is a discussion of whether or not a more balanced approach to spectrum allocation is needed, particularly where the equities of other parts of the U.S. government are at stake. Right now, our telecommunications laws vest exclusive authority in the Federal Communications Commission for making those decisions, and I don't think there's any prospect of changing those laws. I'm not even sure they should be changed. We have an NTIA that represents the executive branch, but at the end of the day, it's an interested party, more or less, before a decision-making body, and they have to be held at arm's length, and the decision is made sometimes with or without their agreement. So I'm just curious as to whether it's part of the conversation, if in fact you can answer that.
Well, I think all aspects of spectrum, how spectrum allocation works has been in discussion for, the past couple of years. You may have noticed a week or two back, right, the White House released the National Spectrum Strategy, right, and that took quite a while to develop. And so they lay out quite a few things in there that they're planning to do. I have to confess I'm not yet very well versed on the contents of that strategy, but certainly those discussions went on in the production of that strategy. Though it is, again, it's an executive branch produced document, and as you have pointed out, the way the laws are set up, the Federal Communications Commission is not, completely a part of the executive branch. So you do have some give and take between the two branches.
Quick follow-up, Mr. Chairman. I've read the National Spectrum Strategy, and I compliment the administration on producing it. It's obviously responsive to a lot of concerns, but I would merely note that the episodes that we have complained about, looked at for a long period of time here, that includes obviously the Legato decision that talks about the 5.9 gigahertz decision, the other decisions, the 5G decision that called into question the integrity of our aviation system. The national spectrum policy would have had no effect on any of those decisions. Any one of those decisions would have been made consistent with the national spectrum policy as it's written. So I do appreciate the emphasis and the intention behind the national spectrum policy, and it will undoubtedly produce better results overall, but it's just important to recognize that it didn't change the fundamental fact of the exclusive authority that rests in the FCC to make those decisions according to its own best lights. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Well said, Jeff. Dana?
Stormy, thanks again. You mentioned national infrastructure, and we all agree and have for a long time said that GPS and PNT is a critical part of national infrastructure, especially the PNT services. Yet there's no mention of that in any of the legislation, and little mention of that elsewhere as being outside of our little echo chamber here as far as it being part of infrastructure. Certainly no funding and directed towards that, or certainly not PNT resilience. Similarly, the National Cybersecurity Strategy and Cybersecurity Strategy Implementation Plan make no mention of PNT. And in fact, while the cybersecurity plans and strategies say that the federal government wants to take the burden off the user because the government and major providers are more capable of providing cybersecurity, essentially the opposite is true with the executive order on PNT that still stands. It says you are responsible user for protecting yourself in terms of PNT. That despite the fact that, of course, PNT is a critical cyber component, enabling operation of systems, providing data, enabling communication between systems, and so forth. So there's seems to be a real reversal and a neglect and a non-inclusion of PNT in these critical national considerations. So there is a question here at the end, believe it or not. So is it your sense that this lack of inclusion or consideration of PNT in these two very important areas, and perhaps others, is a matter of neglect and ignorance, or a matter of a deliberate decision on the part of some folks to say PNT is a whole different horse and we will deal with it or not separately from these other considerations?
Well, I think certainly, the policies that are out there, that there are separate policies, right? PNT is not looked at in the policy aspect of being, like Microsoft Windows 10, right? It's not viewed as being the same. And so there are cybersecurity focused policies, and there's a whole series of cybersecurity documents, and there are chief information officers and chief computer system security officers, and on all of this structure that has been put forward. And although the discussions of PNT cybersecurity aspects has been going on, there's still a separation of those policies. So maybe that's an area for work to be done in the future. On the good news front, I would say there is some money now coming out to look at PNT resilience, right? I think Karen, is going to talk about, some of the university transportation centers that have some money to do that sort of stuff, and other grant money that has come out for research into PNT resilience. So I do think we're starting to see some money come out to do that from the federal government side. But certainly a lot of work still to be done.
So officially, or at least de facto in the federal government, PNT is still not a cyber thing, and it's still not an infrastructure thing.
Right. I mean, it's noted and labeled as a cross-cutting capability across, many critical infrastructures that are listed in PPD 21. It has not been designated as its own critical infrastructure sector. Okay,
Thanks,
great.
Stormy, you just earned your letter in javelin catching.
All righty, thank you very much. Hey, and I would like to take this moment too to introduce our new Deputy Director at the NCO, Colonel John Dukes. JD, if you could stand up and say hi. Thank you much, and here in just a little bit, I have to depart for a while, and JD's going to cover for the NCO in my seat. Thank you again.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Karen Van Dyke, Director for PNT and Spectrum Management at Department of Transportation, and Dr. Robert Hampshire sends his greetings. He was delighted to be able to address the PNT Advisory Board at the May meeting. Next slide. So I thought I would just start with sort of giving some context. For DOT, we're the civil lead, but PNT is extremely important to all of our missions and to just the future direction of transportation. Safety is always our top priority, and while a number of our modes have really great safety records, in particular aviation, at the other end of the spectrum with vehicles and road fatalities, we're at essentially an all-time high with over 42,000 fatalities on U.S. roadways. And so part of our vision and strategy is to drive toward zero fatalities. Also very key is resilient supply chains, also equity and equity mobility as a key part of transportation. And then greenhouse gas emissions. Transportation contributes significantly to greenhouse gas emissions, and so driving toward net zero emissions. And I think with the bipartisan infrastructure law, this is a once-in-a-generation investment in transportation infrastructure and really looking at the transformation of transportation for the future. And certainly PNT as the heart of that and the connectivity that we're seeing as part of infrastructure. Next slide. So these goals are laid out in the U.S. Department of Transportation's strategic plan, and then we also have a research, development, and technology strategic plan that really goes into these grand challenges that the department has set out. Next slide. And I said, PNT is at the heart of transportation, and particularly for safety. And so for the department, following in the footsteps of the DOT strategic plan and the research, development, and technology strategic plan, we thought it was prudent to put together a DOT PNT strategic plan. So that is a work in progress. I know several of you participated in a listening session that we held back at the end of September, and the 5 goals that we've put forward are really framing what that strategy will entail. So advancing PNT services, so really looking to the future. What do we need for PNT? Again, not only for transportation, but in our broader civil leadership role. And the next is PNT resiliency. So a lot of discussion that the advisory board has brought forward. And again, we're very much embracing the protect, toughen, and augment aspects of your principles that you set forward and incorporating that into our strategy. Also, cybersecurity. So you heard Stormy talk about the need for PNT cybersecurity, and so that is also a key strategic goal that we want to incorporate. Also, spectrum. So ensuring that we have spectrum availability for future PNT services. So it's a really exciting time, particularly with LEO PNT and advances in terrestrial systems, and so. As part of the national, spectrum strategy from our standpoint is ensuring that we do have a spectrum that can be dedicated to those services, and then of course protection of spectrum from harmful interference. And then finally, our civil PNT coordination role, coordination across all the departments and agencies, and certainly our partnership with Department of Defense. So more to come on that. We're pushing hard to finalize this PNT strategic plan and get it published. I can't give you a date, but it's certainly a high priority to get signed out. Next slide. So for Space Policy Directive 7, Department of Transportation has a number of responsibilities. I think we've briefed on a number of these In the past, the update for this group is we did, in the end of August, sign a new memorandum of agreement with the Department of Defense on civil use of GPS, so that really embraces the joint partnership with DoD, our liaisons. So for Department of Transportation, we have a civil liaison to Space Systems Command and Space Operations Command. In this memorandum of agreement, it also talks about a new PNT liaison to the Pentagon. Next slide. And so our research priorities really dovetail from these SPD7 responsibilities. So a lot of work on GNSS signal performance monitoring. I know a lot of the discussion in the prep day about getting the new GPS civil signals operational. That's certainly something that we very much would like to have happen as soon as possible. And of course, monitoring those signals is key to allowing that capability to move forward. And of course, the partnership with Space Force and OCX. I'll talk a little bit more about interference detection and mitigation. Certainly a top priority that we've been investing a lot of resources in, and James Aviles gave a briefing at the May Advisory Board meeting on our IDM efforts. Also, SPD7 tasks Department of Transportation with signal authentication. So working on both out-of-band authentication, where we can authenticate the GPS signals over the internet, and then a longer-term partnership with Space Force and looking at in-band authentication from the GPS signals in space. Complementary PNT, I'll talk more about this in our complementary PNT action plan that we released in September, and then a little bit about the executive order implementation, which really dovetails to the discussion here about user equipment and the need to have resilient PNT user equipment. Next slide. So I know I'm preaching to the choir. These are all aspects of PNT resiliency that the advisory board has advocated for. And again, we really take to heart. They resonate with us at DOT in terms of protecting the spectrum, toughening receivers, both from a cyber hardening standpoint, as well as embracing the use of SERPA antennas. And we very much would like to see the ITAR restrictions are removed, and we are investigating use of SERPA antennas just to have that near-term resiliency with the use of GPS. And then, of course, augmenting and adopting in our strategy to really embrace complementary PNT, to evaluate technologies, and most importantly, so we've added an additional A to your PTA, get those technologies adopted. So it doesn't do us any good just to have additional signals in space, additional technologies, if those technologies are not integrated into end user applications. Next slide. So Stormy mentioned, as part of the bipartisan infrastructure law, we did establish two university transportation centers. So the first one, known as Carmen, we actually did put in place in October of 2020. So now we call it Carmen Plus, led by the Ohio State University. And Dr. Zach Cassis is the UTC director, and Dorota is a very key part of that university transportation consortium. And you see the other consortium members. And then we also have a new one. It's a long title. They go by Carnations, led by the Illinois Institute of Technology, and Dr. Boris Pervan is the UTC director, and again, the consortium members, and Todd Walter. Todd is a key part of that university consortium. And so this is a 5-year program, $2 million a year over 5 years, and the key theme is really focused on assured PNT. The University Transportation Center program is part of the OSTR portfolio under Dr. Hampshire. And so we have, I don't know the exact number, it's well over 30 university transportation centers. And a key part of all of those university transportation centers is workforce development. So in addition to the technical work, it really is focused on bringing the next generation. And so we're really excited to now have 2 university transportation centers focused on resilient PNT. Next slide. So Executive Order 13905, I could talk a lot about this, but I think it's, it's really key to look at responsible use of PNT. And what the Executive Order Strengthening National Resilience Through Responsible Use of PNT says is that we, as executive branch departments and agencies and the sector risk management agencies, need to be able to withstand denial, disruption, or manipulation of PNT services. So that's a tall order, and that really goes to user equipment and ensuring that we have resilient user equipment deployed, certainly for our government applications, and with the sector risk management agencies, extending that to critical infrastructure. So we have a number of programs across DOT that we're working with our operating administrations to really embrace what the executive order says. It starts with, determining what your dependencies are on PNT, what your vulnerabilities are, determining the level of risk based on the vulnerabilities, and then asking the question, can you tolerate that level of risk or not? And if the answer is no, what are you going to do to mitigate it? So this really needs to be embedded into our processes going forward and creating that evolutionary path for PNT resiliency. Next slide. So I'm not going to, just in the interest of time, because I think we're starting to run behind schedule, and I don't want to be accused of keeping the following presentations and making them run behind. But our IDM strategy, so I think everyone here is well aware of some of the high-profile GPS interference incidents that we've experienced, particularly affecting aviation. Space Policy Directive 7 does task Department of Transportation to lead efforts in conjunction with Department of Defense and Homeland Security on capability to detect, monitor, and ultimately mitigate the sources of interference. James Zavelis, who briefed you in May, he is a national expert. He's been working GPS interference detection for over 20 years and really embracing that multi-layer approach of detecting interference, putting that concept of operations together, and of course, working with partners not only across the federal government, but at the state and local level, and then with the FCC and law enforcement to be able to mitigate and remove sources of interference. Next slide. So in terms of the concept of operations, so what is exciting given the high-profile incidents that we've had is that there is a lot of interest in being able to tackle GPS interference. So a number of efforts now being stood up across the federal government, as well as a lot of interest in the commercial sector. And so really embracing that and pulling all of those efforts together into a concept of operations for us. And this really is a concept that Logan Scott has touted, is crowdsourcing, really turning GPS receivers into interference detection capabilities. And so for all modes of transportation, ADS-B, AIS information, information from vehicle navigation, cell phones, every source that we can incorporate. And the key is to really have those validated sources of information so that we can then quickly determine where the interference is coming from. So I've been frustrated for a number of years that we have relied on users to report interference. And from my perspective, we don't want to ever discourage users from reporting, but from a government standpoint, when those reports come in, we should know that something is going on, and we should have a good sense of what geographic area is being impacted. And if a user report comes in and there's no corroborating information, then maybe it just is a user equipment that is faulty. and being able to provide that information back to the person who's reporting that. Next slide. And so, the theme is turning the vulnerability into the solution, really harnessing all of the information that's out there. We have partnered with Defense Innovation Unit. They have a program called Harmonious Rook. So this was something that the Department of Defense started, and it made a lot of sense to us in being able to pull all of these sources together. And so we've just entered into the second phase of a contract with them that's really going to now push us into an initial operating capability. This is another topic that will be discussed at the Executive Steering Group meeting next week. And I think one of the challenges going forward is how do we make sure that we have a sustainable capability, and as we get better at detecting interference, how do we have the analysts looking at that information and then working with the spectrum regulators on the mitigation of that interference. So in my view, this needs to be a 24/7 capability. Those who know James Aviles will swear that he does work 24 hours a day. So really harnessing his knowledge, but getting into operations centers where that is their dedicated responsibility, I think is ultimately where we need to head. Next slide. Okay, so now switching over to complementary PNT, and again, I think you're familiar with the background. We conducted a demonstration through our Volpe Center in March of 2020, which led to a report to Congress in 21. Then we held an industry roundtable in the summer of 2022, really to bring not only PNT technology vendors, but critical infrastructure owners and operators together to talk about, what are the barriers to adoption of complementary PNT. Of course, we wanted to hear about the successes as well, but to focus on, what can we as the U.S. government do to facilitate adoption of complementary PNT. The results from that industry roundtable were briefed to the Space-Based PNT Executive Committee, which then asked us to put together an action plan. And in parallel with that, we were fortunate that in both FY22 and FY23, Congress appropriated $15 million above and beyond what the department was asking. So in both the House and Senate marks for FY24 also have an additional $15 million. Next slide. So as I mentioned up front, we published this complementary PNT action plan in September, so you can go and read it if you haven't already. And then the same day, we issued a request for information or sources sought from our Volpe Center, so really taking the first steps to implement that complementary PNT action plan by requesting interest from industry of high technology readiness level. So we're really looking to now to start to outfit field test ranges. So TRL of 8 and above is what we're looking for. And we're also seeking interest in partners for these complementary PNT field test ranges. Next slide. So just an overview of the complementary PNT action plan. I think the ongoing stakeholder engagement is really key. The industry roundtable, and it was great that Secretary Buttigieg came in and spoke briefly to that industry roundtable, and it was I think really impressed upon him the level of interest across industry in complementary PNT, and I think hearing the feedback, and particularly, what barriers, what challenges industry is facing, as well as challenges from critical infrastructure owners and operators. And if you're not familiar with that industry roundtable, the number one item, and it's really a compliment to DoD and the Space Force, is that GPS is so reliable that most users have never experienced a disruption to GPS, and of course GPS being provided free of direct service charges makes it quite attractive as well. Other parts of the complementary PNT action plan, specifications and standards, and I'm glad Stormy touched on this with the national standard strategy. This is really critical to the success of complementary PNT, getting those standards developed and challenging PNT technology providers of what they need to meet, particularly for us in transportation with our safety critical mission. I mentioned the field test ranges, so there's really 3 flavors of these field test ranges. We're looking at test ranges provided by the government, those that critical infrastructure sectors, owners and operators can provide, and also for PNT technology vendors. And one of the challenges that the critical infrastructure sectors have highlighted is again the fact that they're used to GPS. GPS is reliable, and so other technologies that they're less familiar with are a risk from their perspective. And so really encouraging the U.S. government to demystify some of these technologies, show how they work, conduct vulnerability assessments on these technologies, and have field test ranges where they can come and see how these technologies work, see how they apply to their applications, what their requirements are, what their geographic operating environments are. And so they don't want to have to do all of this upfront work. And then that really leads to what we're calling a federal PNT clearinghouse. And so putting all of this information together as we're conducting evaluation and testing and providing information to critical infrastructure sectors where they can evaluate what makes sense for their applications. And then finally, for OSTR, again, we're on the research side of DOT, so working closely with our operating administrations, and they're the ones who actually have the purchasing power, the acquisition authority, in informing them, what are the best solutions for them to adopt and implement. Next slide. So the final item I wanted to mention also is an additional request for information that DOT issued on October 3rd on enhanced LORAN. And so this was separate from the RFI asking about information technologies, TRL 8 and above, to participate in field test ranges. This RFI was really seeking interest in providing a commercial e-LORAN capability, and importantly, what impediments to providing a commercial e-LORAN service may exist. And I think there was some confusion given the 2 RFIs were issued within a couple of weeks of each other, and perhaps a perception by PNT industry that we were favoring e-LORAN over other PNT technologies. And so we did publish a clarifying letter in response to a letter we received from a number of PNT industry members, and so you can read that on our website. But the upshot is that per the FY23 National Defense Authorization Act, the Coast Guard can now dismantle and dispose and divest of the remaining Coast Guard LORAN infrastructure, and they're certainly wanting to be informed of what that approach might be. And per the NDAA, it says that the Coast Guard needed to inform both Department of Transportation and Department of Defense, and if either DOD or DOT wanted any of the infrastructure, it would come to Department of Transportation. So we're, the focal point for Coast Guard and what the future of that LORAN infrastructure may entail. So we provided that clarification in the response letter, and we're still evaluating the responses we received to the RFI and what the next steps will be there. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
John?
Karen, thanks for a very comprehensive update. I wanted to pursue one topic. You had mentioned that the Harmonious Rook has a planned initial operational capability. Can you tell us a little bit more about what that capability will be in terms of geography and function, and what the date for that planned IOC is?
Yeah, thanks, John. In terms of the geography, for us in transportation, we are focused on the U.S. and I think for the initial operating capability, there will be gaps in capability that will inform future efforts and where we need to fill in those gaps. The date, I think that the validation of the information is really key. So we don't want to have false alarms and sending folks out to try to detect interference that we're not confident that is really sources of interference to GPS. So I think taking the time as part of our phase 2 effort in evaluating additional sources of information and corroboration of that information is key. And so my goal is to have it in place by the end of the fiscal year for FY 24.
Jeff?
Thank you. Karen, a great briefing. We probably should have given you more time than the half hour on the schedule for so much information. I have to say, as somebody who's been watching DOT for a long time, that more is going on in the Department of Transportation right now in this space than I have ever seen. It's incredibly good work. I'm sorry to hear that Congress actually gives you more money than the administration asks for. It should be the other way around. And I would hope that in the future that your budget office asks for the right amount of money in keeping with what you recommend, instead of having to rely on Congress to fill in the gaps. One question, one quick reminder on E-Loran. I would just remind everyone that in 2008, a blue ribbon panel led by a fellow named Brad Parkinson recommended that the best source of complementary PNT would be E-Loran. Unfortunately, the OMB didn't listen, and the Coast Guard was ordered to decommission the system. I'm glad that the stations are still there and that there is the potential for another life. But the question I have for you is looking at anomalies, GNSS anomalies that are being monitored. You mentioned ADS-B on a couple of slides. I know that the aviation industry relies heavily on ADS-B globally to maintain a global map of GNSS outages, not just GPS, but all of the systems. The FAA has invested enormous amounts of money in a terrestrial-based ADS-B system, but to my knowledge, and correct me if I'm wrong, they are not subscribing to the global space-based ADS-B system. Is that correct? If you know?
I do not know the answer to that. I know that from our interference detection capability, we're not taking in any information on space-based ADS-B, but I don't know if any of the other folks here on the advisory board are aware, but I'm happy to take that back.
So the global ADS-B information is not part of what DOT is relying on in the suite of sources of anomaly?
Not at the moment.
Okay, thanks.
Thad, quickly, you talked a lot about the DOT PNT strategy as well as the DOT PNT strategy. Is there an integration of those two strategies? I mean, do DOT and DOD work together from a PNT strategy perspective? And if so, how does that happen?
Yeah, no, thanks for that question. Yeah, I think, our interaction is multi-fold, and it really is, as we look at our strategy going forward, we certainly see with Space Force and their Futures program, embracing complementary PNT and a lot of synergy, the strategic direction, and then, of course, with Space Policy Directive 7 and the future of GPS. And I think just, making sure that we do have good alignment in terms of our future objectives.
Dana?
Just one comment, and thanks, Karen. As far as the industry roundtable, I thought another one of the prominent and significant comments and outcomes was the industry's input that the federal government talks about the need for complementary PNT and that sort of thing and resilience, but has done little to make its own systems and services resilient, and that if and when the federal government does that, it will help convince the commercial and private sector that this is an issue that needs to be addressed. And it will also signal whatever systems the government decides to adopt. It will also signal which systems the government thinks are sufficiently resilient and worthwhile, and also that those systems, because they're being incorporated into the federal enterprise, will be around for a while, and they're worthwhile to be incorporated into other enterprises as well. So just a general comment that the federal leadership role on this has lots of implications, and setting the example is more than just talking the talk. Not a criticism of you, but just for everyone's consideration.
Yeah, no, thank you, Dana. That was a very key point that came out of the industry roundtable, both from the industry side as well as for critical infrastructure owners and operators, and that they, are looking to what solutions the U.S. government is going to incorporate for its own applications. That will build confidence in what solutions they should be focusing on. So thank you.
Hi, Karen. Hey, a few slides back, you had a bullet that talked about instrumenting a range and doing some testing. Is that live sky stuff like we do every year with NavFest, or is it a commercial version of NavFest? Or
I think right now that's TBD. Our first test range is going to be at Joint Base Cape Cod. That's where we conducted a complementary PNT demonstration, one of the locations in 2020, and our DOT Volpe Center has a longstanding partnership with Joint Base Cape Cod. So in terms of how we execute those vulnerability tests, that's probably going to be a challenging location to do a lot of live sky events. And so I think as we start to build out other field test ranges, and if not having a dedicated field test range, at least participating in those live sky events when they do occur, and being able to evaluate complementary PNT technologies. That's
yeah, so those complementary PNT tests didn't involve any live sky jamming, right? Yeah.
No, it was that 2020 demonstration is what we refer to. It is showcasing in the best light possible. We really wanted technology vendors to show what they could provide, so there was no stress testing of the technologies at all. And so we do want to now move beyond that, and part of the test plan will be how to execute those stress tests, and recognizing that largely these will be commercial PNT technologies, which adds an additional dimension to what types of tests need to be conducted.
Yeah, I'd like to suggest that some civil testing like that might be a really good idea, something to consider, because having participated in NavFest for several years, the jamming and spoofing scenarios there are pretty much aimed at the military, survive an incredible barrage of high-power jammers type things, and not necessarily the best testing you'd want to do for civil
Yeah,
litigation.
no, I think that's an excellent point, Tim, and certainly DHS does have a test, the GPS equipment test for critical infrastructure gets the I believe planned for the fall of 24, which we'll definitely participate in. But yeah, I think the vulnerability and assessment and testing is key, because without that. The concern we heard from critical infrastructure is we don't want to, jump out of the frying pan into the fire.
Thanks, Karen. Next is our Space Force update.
Yeah, as a reminder, that'll be virtual. Thank you.
Good morning. This is Colonel Andy Menschner. Can someone let me know if you can hear me?
We can. Please proceed.
Great. Thank you. It's always an honor to speak to the PNT Advisory Board. My apologies for not being able to be there with you in person. I'm briefing this morning from the GPS Master Control Station at Schriever Space Force Base. Look forward to joining you in person next time. So if you could go to the next slide, please. This morning, I'll be talking through a major reorganization that the Space Force is undergoing in the PNT area. I'll talk a little bit about the enterprise status, upcoming capabilities, and then our major goals for the next year. Next slide, please. So in October of this year, the Secretary of the Air Force and the Chief of Space Operations began an effort to organize the Space Force for peer competition. And the concept involves what is being referred to as integrated mission deltas. The Chief of Space Operations is fond of using an analogy of his time in charge of the service as shifting from the Merchant Marine to the U.S. Navy. So his idea there is we have to shift the Space Force from a era where we could consistently deliver services in a non-competitive environment to a service capable of delivering services in a competitive environment and be able to protect and defend ourselves. So the integrated mission delta is the first step towards getting after that problem. Next slide, please. The concept behind the integrated mission delta is to organize the people, training, sustainment, and equipment for a mission area all under one commander. The idea is that we'll be able to strengthen unity of command for readiness and energize the unity of effort for capability development by making this organizational change. So there's two terms that you'll hear, the integrated mission delta and the systems delta for capability development, that we'll talk through throughout this brief. If we could go to the next slide, please. So if you're familiar with Space Force deltas, each of the operational units is responsible for a mission area. The PNT Integrated Mission Delta is the newest one of that kind. The goal, as I said, is to combine all aspects of operations, sustainment, and near-term acquisitions under one commander. So fortunately, that's me. Fortunately for me, that's me, I guess. The biggest shift that we've made in terms of organization is that we combined the 2nd Space Operations Squadron with the previous SSC, Space Systems Command organization responsible for sustainment of GPS, as well as the OCX program office into new units, all under Space Operations Command. That's a big shift, moving the near-term acquisition under Space Operations Command. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, the partner to the Integrated Mission Delta is the Systems Delta. The Integrated Mission Delta is designed for operations and sustainment. The systems delta is designed for long-term capability development and any future capability area improvements. The goal here is that these two entities and the two commanders of these deltas essentially own a mission area for the Space Force. And so my counterpart on the systems delta side, which is still being stood up, will have all of the long-term development. And at some point in the developmental phase, the program would shift to the integrated mission delta for the completion of development, testing, and delivery to operations. The idea here is by better integrating the operations and acquisition side of the house, we speed delivery of capability and optimize it for operations. Next chart, please. The idea here is to shift the distribution of workload. As I mentioned in the previous model, we had a split between who was responsible for people and training and who was responsible for sustainment and equipment. Essentially, that split occurred between Space Operations Command and Space Systems Command. And when we laid out the distribution of workload, it came to a interesting seam where readiness ended up in a fragmented state. Go to the next slide, please. The current distribution of workload that we're working towards is to shift that. So we shift everything from ops enhancement through operations and mission generation into the integrated mission delta. So what that means is you'll see a lot more operator focus, TUSOPS operator focus into the near-term acquisition and pushing those operators into the long-term capability development. So the goal here is, as I mentioned, to speed that capability delivery and deliver it more optimized for operations. Next chart, please. For those of you who have been around for some time, you may recognize these names. I just wanted to be very clear about what would fall from the PNT area of Space Force equities into each section of these new units. So in the integrated mission delta, as I mentioned, two SOPs, where I'm speaking to you from today, as well as the OCX program office, the GPS sustainment organization, and what we're calling Detachment 1, responsible for GPS 3 launch and early orbit, is in the integrated mission delta. The longer term items that would never be delivered to a Space Force operations floor, like military GPS user equipment, and those other items that are further down the road in development, meaning longer towards delivery, like GPS 3F, would stay in the systems delta. Systems delta is also going to be responsible for any future development and working out any future requirements for PNT. Next, please. We've had some challenges standing up as an organization. We're going through, frankly, a rebalancing of the roles and responsibilities across the Space Force acquisition enterprise. Shifting responsibility for a development program like OCX under the Space Operations Command, while still coordinating through the program executive officer, is a new model. And we're working through the process now. When this Chief of Space Operations stood up our integrated mission delta, he referred to it as a beta test. And so the idea is that we are the first of many integrated mission deltas, and part of our job is to prove out the concepts and relationships for all other mission areas. PNT and electronic warfare from space were the two that were selected as beta tests. So we get to pave the way and figure it out. There's a lot of opportunity there, but it does lead to some uncertainty as we work forward. We've had some very early successes. Some of the things I like to champion is that, as I mentioned, it gives a direct voice from the operator community into the acquisition process. And that's already proving its worth when it comes to the OCX program. It's improved the Space Operations Command commander voice into the acquisition process, specifically the OCX program. And then it's also done very common sense things. Like, for example, I had 2 organizations previously that were writing technical orders for the operation of capability. One wrote them for development systems, those that had not yet been fielded, and one wrote them for those that had already been fielded. Not surprisingly, 2 organizations used slightly different language, slightly different format, and it was a challenge going back and forth between the 2. Now we have that centralized under one organization in a way that just wasn't possible before, when the workload was balanced differently. So you will continue to hear more about the PNT Integrated Mission Delta and the PNT Systems Delta as we move through the next year. I suspect that other mission areas will be shortly behind us, as I mentioned, but we will pave the way for them. If you could go to the next slide, please. Obviously, this audience is well familiar with the benefits of GPS. I'd just say on this chart that we continue to meet all technical performance commitments to accuracy, integrity, availability, and continuity. We understand as the Space Force the importance of our civil partners, and we are certainly committed to providing services as such. Next chart, please. The GPS enterprise architecture. We currently have 31 vehicles broadcasting plus 6 residual vehicles. That's a unique state for the constellation and certainly lends itself to the idea that GPS is a robust and secure constellation. The master control station where I'm speaking to you from today is also, we've taken steps to bolster its resiliency and strengthen it against any sort of potential challenges that may come in a peer competition. You could go to the next chart, please. The constellation is healthy and strong. It's an interesting dynamic to see that many of the vehicles being controlled are older than many of the people controlling them from the operations floor. But despite that, we remain well within our performance requirements and well below the minimum acceptable product. Next, please. GPS 3 is put us in a little bit of a unique scenario as well. It's not often that we end up with 4 completed vehicles ready for launch. The 4 vehicles are with us today, complete and in storage in Waterton, Colorado. We are ready for them to launch. We're excited to have them on orbit. We just need a ride. And so as soon as the launch calls come available, we'll be ready to launch those. We're looking forward to having the 4 GPS 3s on orbit and the capabilities that they provide. Next chart, please. Speaking about improved civil signals that come with the advanced improvements in GPS, one of the things I wanted to speak specifically about is the L5 safety of life signal. That's one we've received several questions on recently. Just wanted to walk through it. So L5 has been transmitting since 2014 as a pre-operational signal for testing purposes, and it will be set healthy with the OCX operational acceptance in 2025. The OCX program brings the civil monitoring capability along with its delivery, and that's what's required for the healthy designation. In addition, we're looking forward to a full operating capability of 18 space vehicles required for L5 broadcast. Right now, we have 17 vehicles, 11 in the 2F family and 6 in the GPS-3 category that are L5 capable. So I know that's always a topic of interest, and we are very excited to get that capability out to the world. Next chart, please. The GPS-3 follow-on program, this is our next family of satellite vehicles. We're specifically looking for regional military protection and a redesigned nuclear detonation detection system out of those vehicles. In addition, we'll be hosting a search and rescue payload that allows for quicker detection and location of distress. Further, we're partnering with the Air Force Research Lab for future technology opportunities. The way this development is being structured is to allow for technology insertions at key points along the production timeline. And the total program quantity is up to 22 vehicles. We're still forecasting SV-11's launch in 2027, and we're looking forward to helping ensure the gold standard through the GPS-3F program. Next chart, please. I wanted to spend a few minutes talking about the OCX program. Anyone who's been around the GPS or PNT world has heard OCX, and I wanted to provide the latest update on its development and deployment. Essentially, we are done with development testing. Monday of this week, we finished what we called the formal qualification test run for record, which is the last gating event for the factory testing. So essentially the development test is complete. Our focus now will shift towards site activation, operator training, and operational test activities. Those will help ensure that we can bring on the enhanced C2, the modernized architecture, and the additional cybersecurity that come with the OCX program. We are tracking towards a delivery in June of 2024 and a ready to transition to operations in February of 2025. Right now, we're projecting that a constellation transfer from AEP to OCX would occur in 2025 as well. So we are in the end stages of the OCX program, certainly have cleared a large hurdle, but have much more work to go to get us to the point where we can successfully transfer the constellation from the current system to OCX. Next chart, please. User equipment, the MGUE Increment 1 is on track to deliver combat-ready platforms in calendar year 25. So again, right around the corner here. MGUE Increment 2, shrinking that electronics package and expanding the capability, that acquisition is proceeding on schedule. So we will see that capability in the near term as well. Next chart, please. So for the next year, as I mentioned, you will continue to see the Space Force reorganize into integrated mission deltas and systems deltas. We were able to achieve the integrated mission delta initial operating capability on the 9th of November of this year. That's led to, that's allowed us to continue a focus on the completion of GPS-3, ramping up GPS-3F, and progressing towards OCX operational acceptance and MGUE delivery, all of which I mentioned happen in the next few years. We're going to continue to build and shape the PNT integrated mission delta and systems delta constructs, and that'll continue to provide benefits for delivering capabilities faster. Next chart, please. As I mentioned, if you've spent any time around GPS and any time around PNT, you've likely had a chance to meet our team, the operators of two SOPs, the hardworking developers, and the folks responsible for launch of our vehicles. It's an amazing team, and we work very hard every day to provide service to the Space Force, to the broader DoD community, and to the civil partners. So with that, I'll be happy to take any questions that you might have on our update. Next chart, please.
Colonel, this is Brad Parkinson. Appreciate your rundown. I do have one question. I've noted that at the Los Angeles operation that nav and comm are actually combined. In the old days, one could identify the belly button of the head of GPS exclusively with a focus on nav. And is this new PNT system Delta going to recreate such a position, or is it going to continue to be a nav-com operation? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Great question. It is for acquisition decisions, we still will funnel decisions through Mr. Della Pina, who as the program executive officer is responsible for PNT and COM. However, I would point out that as an integrated mission Delta commander, I believe I have 2 more decisions that I need from Mr. Della Pina. So the concept is to push towards a single integrated mission Delta and single systems Delta that are responsible for the PNT capability. Did that answer your question?
No, not really. The problem I have is the advocacy and energy associated with advocating some of the improvements. Candidly, between you and I, whatever the gold standard once met, I am unconvinced that you're on a path that's going to continue to make you the first among peers. In particular, many of the capabilities we are jawboning about in this group haven't even reached the budget level, and yet they're already incorporated into our somewhat competitive GNSSs. I'm thinking of, for example, the validation of signals. I'm thinking of the full activation of L5. It obviously has been budgeted, but the budget to launch the last vehicle, which I guess you need 18 to have full capability, looks like it's not there. And in the past, there was one Air Force colonel in the past who had his sole responsibility pushing for not only the execution of GPS, but also pushing for the advocacy of the things necessary to maintain PNT, at least equality among that and our partners. And I don't see from your charts or from what you have said that any such individual is apt to emerge from the current reorganization. Do I have that wrong?
Let me try answering the question a different way. What I should have mentioned was that the Space Force headquarters staff within the Chief Operating Officer is very interested in being the advocate for the PNT mission area. The concept of the integrated mission Delta is to allow myself as a commander to advocate for the things that are necessary to keep the PNT mission area operating and to continue to push capabilities which must be developed in the future. So I would argue that while it looks slightly different, the integrated mission Delta commander is intended to be the PNT mission area advocate along the lines of what you're used to from the GPS program director days. So it is a concept under development. We are still working through the requirements and still through the processes, but your point is well taken that that's one we need to not lose in the reorganization process.
Yeah, I don't Yeah, I've spoken to Mr. De La Pena about this. I candidly, respectfully disagree with the fact that you don't have anyone that, in my opinion, should be advocating the changes necessary within GPS to maintain at least equality with the other GNSSs. And I can recite about 5 or 6 different technical aspects in which we are lagging behind. So you can file that away for what it's worth. Obviously, I'm not in charge.
Yes, sir. I appreciate the point. I certainly we have work to do to flesh out the concept. So I appreciate the feedback.
Yeah, Colonel, this is Mike Hamill. If I might just kind of offer a view here. I believe the intent is the systems delta, and that terminology is something that's being now applied such that both the operations and the development side of the Space Force have similar and, if you will, more aligned roles and responsibilities. So in the parlance, and please respond here, Colonel, but what I'm going to assert is what we used to know in the good old days as either a SPO or a JPO now will be termed a systems delta. So there is a colonel that is the commander of that systems delta that is responsible for all the execution, but he then reports to the program executive officer, which by law has to then be responsive to the service acquisition executive. So some of this stuff dates back 20, 30 years. I think all of us have had some frustrations about the alignments here, but nonetheless, Brad, I really believe that the intent is to try to maintain sort of the focus and the expertise in what heretofore have been referred to as SPOs, but now in the terminology of the Space Force would become a system delta. Now, please react to what I've said here.
Let me just add my question. I don't right now see any such individual colonel who is both responsible for the execution of the program of record, but also for the advocacy of those shortfalls, which this board is well aware of, in terms of where we're heading with GPS. And so if there is a colonel, please give me his name, and I'd love to hear from him. But I don't see anyone standing up talking, for example, about the horrible delays in L5, the problems in terms of getting the retroreflectors on, whether we're going to actually have some reasonable high-speed comm and ranging capability the way the Chinese do. I don't see anyone with that advocacy right now, Mike. And so this is grieving the heck out of me. These are good people, but to me they're too diluted. I'm sorry, over.
No, I don't, well, if you had, you want.
I tell you, this is Willie Shelton. Andrew, I was trying to figure out your acquisition authority. Do you have acquisition authority, because OCX is still it's not in sustainment by any stretch yet, as you noted, but I also don't see your path to an acquisition authority.
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question. So I am the senior material leader responsible for OCX. So before this reorganization, and again, I should point out, we stood up as a integrated mission delta on the 13th of October, and again, as a beta test. So specifically designed to try and flesh out some of these relationships. But I am still the senior material leader responsible for the OCX program. In my role as the Integrated Mission Delta Commander, I work on a day-to-day basis for General Whiting as Space Operations Command. I also am responsible to Mr. De La Pena, to the Service Acquisition Executive, for all acquisition decisions. So it's that dotted line relationship that I have. Although he's not my day-to-day supervisor, Mr. De La Pena is my decision authority for all acquisition program decisions on the OCX program.
I think that's the answer to your question, Brad. I mean, he's got an operational commander that he works for, but he's also got a dotted line acquisition authority to Space Systems Command. So it's different, but there is a single colonel that's advocating.
Walks like a duck, quacks like a duck. What I'm saying is, my guess is, I commend Colonel Menschner for jumping in here with the OCX quagmire. It's been 17 years, if you recall, looking ahead, 17 years to do this. My guess is that that set of alligators is probably pretty time-consuming. And if you have someone who is also charged with looking ahead and advocacy for the things that this board knows really should be done, until you show me a colonel who is so advocating, I say, no, I don't think you've solved the problem yet. And so I understand the relationship. I don't like these dotted lines. I like clean lines of command myself. But nonetheless, anything will work provided someone could show me somebody who really is pushing to make sure we are always at least number one or tied for number one. So peace. Go ahead, Mike.
I think the only thing I'd say for the purpose of the board here, it may be worthwhile to at some point ask for an update from the Space Force with respect to how are they organized and what are the roles and responsibilities, because as the importance of this elevates, and with the creation now of the Space Force, trying to figure out who's doing what, if you will. I, for one, believe that there are some really important positive steps that are coming with this. But by the same token, if you don't understand the organism and how they're intending to do it, and frankly, I suspect it's perfectly fine for this board to opine about, you think it's adequate to the needs because there's so much dependence on the continued delivery of the service and its modernization. And right now, it's sort of, if you will, an unknown entity that's going through a lot of changes.
Well, I gave you my acid test, and that is show me the colonel who is advocating the real future, who is standing up and trying to get counted regarding the things that we think should be done to at least stay equal with Beidou and Galileo, because right now we're slipping behind. Peace. And incidentally, Colonel, this is no reflection on you. I think this is way above your pay grade, and I really appreciate your coming in here and telling us about it.
Of course, sir. Appreciate the time.
As a representative of the unwashed civilian community, by the way, we have a lot more users than the military does.
Let him know you are, Jeff.
I wanted to just see if there was some way to reference the executive committee that we like to think is in charge of PNT policy in the United States. It's co-chaired by the Department of Transportation and the Department of Defense. And it's supposed to be making strategic decisions in the long term and the near term. I'm not sure it does. I guess my question, and I if you can't answer, Colonel, that's perfectly okay, but is there any crosstalk between the process that you go through for acquisition and the direction that comes from the XCOM, or that should come from the XCOM? Or do you ever see any direction coming from the XCOM?
Certainly, and it's one of the things that I so enjoy about these type of forums is I often follow Ms. Van Dyke on the agenda, and you know that would just be an example of the XCOM direction is one that keeps us tied together. So we are certainly very well aware of XCOM direction and marching forward towards that. So that wasn't a great answer to your question, but it definitely works through the interagency process through PNT, and we're certainly aware and marching towards the goals of the XCOM.
Thank you.
Colonel JJ here. I know we know each other. I'm just going to be really quick. Thank you very much for the presentation. I just want to note one thing I did not notice besides the laser retroreflectors and the search and rescue was any reference to space service volume. And you're very familiar with the interest that we have and other organizations within the government have in terms of that capability. Been working with General Hyten and General Thompson and Dell for quite some time. They've all been supporters. And the National Space Council Users Advisory Group, which is comprised of all the major space companies, are looking to GPS to provide a service way beyond GEO. I know you're aware of that, so I would just appreciate if we could actually identify that as a capability. When you go into the ICG, the International Committee on GNSS, every single PNT service provider out there now has some form of space service volume because of what we've been able to do in the United States. So just a reminder, let's please highlight that capability as well, because we will continue to expand that, and that is in the national policy. Thank you, sir.
Certainly, I appreciate the feedback. I should have called that more clearly out in the charts. Thank you.
Anyone else? Colonel Admiral Allen here. Thank you for your patience and endurance.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you again, as always, for the opportunity to address the board. Appreciate it.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak at this meeting. So I will be talking about International Committee on GNSS, or just ICG, and our latest developments. Next slide, please. So to begin with, let me say a few words about our office and why we're involved in GNSS. So our Office for Outer Space Affairs, is the secretariat of the Committee on on Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. And this is the table which shows the main agenda items at this, which committee considers. As you see, I highlight them in blue, it's GNSS, and I highlighted also space weather because I'm responsible for that. And it's somehow linked throughout our activities. So the committee meets once per year in Vienna, and it has two subcommittees, Scientific and Technical Subcommittee and Legal Subcommittee. And normally ICG also meets in conjunction with these meetings in February and in June. We are not involved in Legal Subcommittee. So next slide, please. So this is in general what the ICG is about for those of you who are not really familiar what we are doing. So our office, again, is the executive secretariat of ICG, which was established in 2005, and the following year it was recognized by the United Nations General Assembly resolution. So it is a voluntary cooperation, coordination, promoting utilization of multiple GNSS signals. It's work carried out by 4 working groups, and I'll talk about them just in a moment. And within the ICG in 2007, the Providers Forum was established, which consists of only the GNSS providers. As of today, it's 6 countries. I include European Commission as well. And they are dealing with all matters related to compatibility, interoperability, transparency, and so on. Our office, in our capacity as Executive Secretariat, involved very much in the work of ICG, and we carry out capacity building activities on GNSS and on space weather, organizing regional workshops. Next slide, please. So this is what kind of the definition of ICG. I will not go through. I just would like to highlight 2 lines here, is that ICG promotes the introduction and utilization of GNSS services in developing countries as well. And that's where we support ICG and assist GNSS users with their development plans and applications. It's open to all countries which are and entities which are either GNSS providers or users of GNSS services and willing to be engaged in our activities. So next slide, please. So this is the membership of ICG. Sorry for that picture because it was transferred from PDF to PPT. So this is the membership. As you see there, we have system providers as well as the United Nations member states, which are either as services of GNSS or applications. And this year, 2 more countries joined ICD. It's Algeria and Turkey. And we have a number of intergovernmental, non-governmental organizations, as well as some United Nations entities, which are part of ICD as associate members and observers. Our office, including, we are associate members of ICD. Next slide, please. So our 17th meeting of ICD happened just months ago. It was in October in Madrid. It was hosted by European Union in collaboration with Spanish presidency of European Union. Next slide, please. So this is the 4 working groups with their titles. They were established in 2005 to implement the work plan of ICD. There is no much changes since they were established, but a lot of subgroups or task force were added to these working groups, which implement the additional tasks which the working groups are getting. So next slide, please. So I'll go through a few recommendations which have been made in our last meeting, and that's the kind of the work which will be accomplished by these working groups throughout the year until our next meeting of ICD. The first one, it comes from the working group S, a survey into GNSS time offset for receiver manufacturers. The background of that there was there were the workshop where there were the dialogue with multi-GNSS receiver manufacturers, and it was understood that in order to conduct a survey on time offset accuracy requirements for multi-GNSS receivers, there were the difficulties to be engaged with manufacturers globally for all of them to attend this kind of the workshop on timing interoperability because of some complicated logistics and schedule and so on, as well as cost. So that's why it's suggested that GNSS providers carry out a survey domestically in a larger scale and then submit this report to ICD for further consideration. And so in order to push forward the improvement of GNSS time interoperability. And below is the recommendation itself. Next slide, please. Can we move to? Yeah. This is the second recommendation of the working group S about approval of the International GNSS Monitoring and Assessment Joint Trial Project terms of reference. They just updated their terms of reference to reflect some methodologies calculation regarding 4 system-level parameters, which are orbit and clock error, signal and space ranging error, position dilution of precision, and UTC offset error. So this is now submitted to IGS, and if there are no any comments, then that would be considered as adopted and would be effective. Next slide, please. This is also the third recommendation of Working Group S on incorporation of emerging low Earth orbit PNT providers into ICD. Again, there was a workshop at which the providers or members of Working Group S agreed that in order to gather information about the systems, it would be and then further engagement with and coordination needed between the providers and LEO PNT to ensure that compatibility and interoperability with existing GNSS providers. So, and this is the recommendation itself. Next slide, please. This is coming from the Working Group B on joint ICD and Interagency Operations Advisory Group organizations on multilateral workshop on cislunar PNT. So that's in order to maximize this interoperability, compatibility, and again, availability of lunar PNT signals and multilunar communication of circular PNT plans and development. This is not that new because this is kind of follow-up to previous recommendation of the ICD-16, which happened in 2022, entitled Coordination of GNSS and Lunar PNT Systems for Lunar Operations. Next slide, please. This is just for reference. This is the recommendation of ICG 16 related to this topic. Next slide, please. And it again for reference, JJ referred to that earlier. This is the latest publication of the Working Group B on Interoperable Global Navigation Satellite System Space Service Volume. It's available on our website and below the link for this electronic version of this publication. Next slide, please. This is the recommendation of the Working Group D, which is dealing normally with reference frames and timing and also applications. This is related to the use of broadcast prediction of UTC to determine the offset between GNSS times for non-space-based users. And it was presented by Working Group D, but in fact, it's the collaboration with all three working groups. So it's mainly related to continued effort in monitoring and validating all GNSS to GNSS time offset in order to pursue promoting the collaboration among the different involved groups. Next slide, please. This is the second recommendation of this Working Group D on development of GNSS-based techniques for applications related to disaster, risk reduction, and natural hazards monitoring. Again, this recommendation is also follow-up to the task force established on this topic. And this task force has explored the GNSS-based techniques and their potential and current applications to disaster risk reduction. So that is after the collection, there's some information in cooperation with experts from these countries, this recommendation came forward. Next slide, please. This is again background of this recommendation and the overview of the task force, what they are going to do. It's the main objective of this task force is use GNSS to augment monitoring capabilities and early warning systems for natural hazards. This slide was provided to me by experts from JPL. Next slide, please. And then a few words about the work what we are doing as a lead of one of the working groups is mainly, as I said, organizing some events, mostly in developing countries. This is the regional workshops which we organize between the United Nations and the host country to provide updated knowledge on how GNSS operate and what their applications. So we had a workshop on GNSS this year in Finland, and we have a now expression of interest from the government of Philippines and also government of Spain to have the similar workshops next year in Manila and Malaga. Also, as a part of these workshops, in cooperation with the Working Group S, we organize seminars on GNSS spectrum protection and interference detection and mitigation in order to highlight the importance of GNSS spectrum protection at the national level and to explain how to reap the benefits of GNSS. And as well, as I said, we're dealing also with space weather, and this series of the workshop is on international space weather initiatives. And our next meeting will be in Germany, hosted by the DLR on Neusterlitz. Next slide, please. And this is the activities which we support, and they are in cooperation with the associate members or members of ICG. The one it's in cooperation with the University of Tokyo. It is on GNSS data types, GNSS errors, coordinate systems and applications, and low-cost receiver system data. Another set of the events is in cooperation with International Center for Theoretical Physics, which is also a UN entity based in Trieste in Italy, and Boston College. They are related, these activities, to enhance capacity building on GNSS for space weather monitoring. Another activity, it's the two-day seminar, which we normally organize in cooperation with FIG, IAG, and IGS, which happened in conjunction with FIG Working Week. And next year, it will be in Ghana in May. Next slide, please. So this is a few words about, again, a Working Group C, which is led by our office. And this is the project which was established a few years ago. We're working on the space weather monitoring using low-cost GNSS receivers, receiver system. And in order to explore whether it's possible to satisfy also space weather needs in terms of scintillation and total electron content. The cost we are looking at of the receiver should be less than $1,000. Next slide, please. So this is the institutions we're working together. Again, it's ICTP, the University of Tokyo, and Boston College. And they provided their preliminary results on our last meeting. And the comparison shows that between high-end and low-cost GNSS receivers, that there is a good correlation with regard to vertical total electron content and the rate of change of tech index, as well as a phase scintillation. Next slide, please. This is just graphs for your information. And can we move to the next slide, please? This is how prototype system will look like if we will accomplish everything what we are planning to do. And throughout this year, we're planning to have more test receiver and antenna types, and as well as to compute using try to use the different softwares. Next slide, please. So again, this is the information at the regional centers, which are located on different regions corresponding to the United Nations Economic Commissions. And this is the courses which they carry out on different topics. And ICG basically using these regional centers as centers for information dissemination about GNSS. Next slide, please. This is my, I think, last slide. So this is the information portal for ICG, which is based on our website, easy to remember, unusa.org. This is the cover page of the publication, which we carry out together with European Space Agency to show how space can help humanity, because in 2022, as you know, United Nations Secretary General announced that the world has reached 8 billion. I think that's it. Thank you very much. One more thing, and our next meeting, yes, will happen in New Zealand. It will be hosted by Australian government, and it will take place in October in Wellington. Now, thank you very much.
Thank you. Very informative and well presented. Any questions? Good job. Thank you. Break for lunch. Thank you. John Betts is going to brief us on critical infrastructure and augmentation framework. Please go ahead, John.
Thank you. And thank you to JJ for the esteemed after lunch speaking spot. More or less. So this is work that we perform for the FFRDC that MITRE operates for Department of Homeland Security. Next, please. And of course, that means you get to read all of this boilerplate, but I'm not going to read it to you. Next, please. So why are we here? We know that SatNav is used extensively throughout critical infrastructure. And here we're defining critical infrastructure using CISA's definition that sometimes goes beyond the 16 sectors. It's the asset systems and networks that are necessary for our ways of life. And so we know there's lots going on to develop, pick your favorite word, complement, augment, backup, replace, something to do to make SatNav so it's not the single point of failure anymore. And so these slides are an attempt to describe a set of use cases whose characteristics kind of span the space of what you need to complement, augment, back up, or replace SatNav. And we're not including certified aviation because they're doing things on their own. Next, please. So we know there's a ton of applications in critical infrastructure where we need different levels of position, velocity, time, or PNT. Next, please. And there's a whole bunch of technologies out there that are vying to fill parts of that role or all of that role, and not all of them are listed here. This is just an example. Next, please. So what we did is we took the two standard evaluation criteria that you'll find in the radio navigation plan or anything else, which is what function do you need and what measurement accuracy do we need, and we added three others. One is, what's the service region? Another is, what are the operating conditions? And the third is, give an idea about the acceptable user device cost, size, weight, and power, or CSWAP. And for the CSWAP, we're not getting into numbers, but we're just kind of dividing things into 3 qualitative bins. So the idea is to think about things like the service region. When we say it serves the U.S., do we really mean the entire U.S., or are we leaving out Puerto Rico and Hawaii, the Virgin Islands? Or do we need to get into blue water, or do we actually need to get into space? So as you'll see, the use cases try to cover different situations that address all of these combinations. Next, please. So there are 17 use cases, and I'm not going to brief them all, but I will give you a few highlights. First of all, you'll see that the first 4 are timing use cases. One of them, you'll see the 0.13 microseconds goes beyond the typical 1 microsecond that we hear about, and that's reflective of what we tried to do here. That actually has to do with 5G base stations that need to be synchronized more closely to each other. So what we tried to do is make sure that we emphasized emerging and future applications as well as the traditional ones. When we get into the positioning, you'll see that some only require positioning, some require navigation, which is some kind of route finding or turn-by-turn instructions. And you'll also see that when we look at the measurement accuracy, there are going to be cases that only require 2 dimensions and those that require 3 dimensions. And then the right-hand column provides references, which are on the last slide of the page, the last page of the presentation. And in some cases, we were able to find specific references. In other cases, we used engineering judgment. Next, please. So again, you'll see like 3 different driving applications representing kind of traditional route navigation all the way up to what autonomous vehicles might want to have if they're relying on PNT. You see a couple space applications, which rarely is discussed in our context. Next, please. And then several different maritime applications, as well as a couple UASs. And again, things like UAS sensing, when they're inspecting a structure, how accurately they need to be located so that you can stitch together the pictures and understand the characteristics of the structure. And this is the most recent emergency 911 location requirements. Next, please. So a few things to think about. Besides those 5 criteria, there are lots of other ones you could bring up. So you could also talk about continuity and integrity, for example. Those are hard to quantify for a lot of these use cases. You also need to think about robustness, which is also difficult to quantify, but definitely needs to be included for those characteristics that have made it through this initial set of criteria. And here we think that red teaming is really important because you can't only look at how threats to GPS might affect other technologies. You have to look at how clever hackers or smart adversaries might attack a different technology and make sure that you're accounting for that as well. And you're not only concerned about the robustness of the user device, you're also concerned about the robustness of the infrastructure that's providing information to the user device, the PNT infrastructure that's providing information to the user device. Also, you may want to think about time frame. If it's going to take a decade to roll out a new national infrastructure, that's something to keep in mind. And then finally, you need to look at that infrastructure, if there's an infrastructure required, and understand the costs involved in that and how it's going to be paid for. Next, please. So a few observations. If you look across those 17 use cases, you'll see there's a lot of different combinations of characteristics. We have not included use cases that address the known deficiencies of sat-nav, fundamental deficiencies of underground, underwater, or deep indoors. Those seem like such small cases that we wouldn't let that confuse or complicate initial thinking. Now, after we presented this work initially at the Joint Navigation Conference early last summer, in the middle of last summer, the Joint Research Center of the European Commission came out with an initial look at a set of backup technologies. And what really surprised us was the criteria they used for acceptability. anything that provided positioning error under 100 meters was considered acceptable for consideration. But if you look at our 17 use cases, of the 13 that involved positioning, only one of them allowed 100 meters of positioning error. So it seems as if they had a much looser set of criteria that would not meet the needs of most of the use cases that we've identified. They also were only focused on a service region that corresponded to the EU European territory. So they weren't concerned about deep water maritime, they weren't concerned about space operations, they weren't concerned about worldwide operations. And they didn't think about user equipment C-swap. So it's possible you could end up with a technology whose user device is bigger than your mobile phone and clearly would not be useful for consumer applications. Now, as we'll see, you probably are going to need to consider combinations of technologies. And of course, that diversity can be a good thing, but it adds to the C-swap of the user device and of what you're paying for in the infrastructure. And you're going to need some kind of good robustness between the two. And then finally, we always recognize that additional PNT infrastructure is useless if the user devices are not widely employed. And so it's a question of, do you bet on, if you build it, they will come, or do we want to have some kind of assurance that owner-operators would actually incorporate these technologies? Next, please. So here's the kind of way we envision these use cases being employed. You take your favorite backup complementary technology and you run down each use case, look at those 5 criteria, and put them into one of these 2 columns. Those where your favorite technology satisfies the criteria, those where it doesn't satisfy the criteria. And so when you're finished, you will probably end up with some items in the right-hand column, in which case you can go back and try to find a different complementary technology that's now doubly complementary. It's complementing GPS and is complementing the first technology that you tried, and put that in there and see if you can move things from the right-hand column to the criteria satisfied column until you've built a complementary or backup or alternative technology that satisfies the needs of these critical infrastructure use cases. So it seems like a fairly easy thing to do on paper in order to get a sense of which technologies are going to meet the needs that we've laid out here. Next, please. So this is my last slide. Hope I kept you awake after lunch. And really, the purpose for presenting this here was our same purpose as presenting it at the JNC, to see whether we can get any feedback from you all, either in real time or after you look at these slides by email. Do you think we missed something in the use cases? Is there another use case that would illuminate a characteristic that we've missed? Or are there some that you see as redundant and we can go from 17 down to fewer than that? Are there criteria that you think ought to be added or modified, in particular for a first level screening or for a second level screening after you've been through it? And then what we think would be really, really useful is if a framework like this starts being employed as we look at proposed PNT technologies, even for the work that Karen and her team are doing. I mean, this doesn't require renting test ranges or building test equipment or anything else to get a first level sense of how well is this technology or this group of technologies going to do to meet the needs of critical infrastructure. And if we find that we're in great shape, then let's invest a lot of money pursuing them deeper in the areas we've identified here and with testing. And if we find there are massive gaps, maybe we ought to think about how much we're investing in pursuing things that seem to have a massive gap, or maybe there's a way of adjusting them so that they don't have those massive gaps and can better meet the needs of use cases. So I offer this to you for your consideration, and I'd be happy to take any questions. Frank.
Hey, John, first, can you tell the matrix back up with the columns? Thank you.
Yeah, so I guess I have a comment which I can disguise as a question by saying, I notice you didn't mention Wi-Fi there at all. Is there a reason for that? And can
Well, So Wi-Fi would be one of the alternative or backup or complementary technologies that could fill in some of the gaps.
Yeah, because the comment part of this pretend question is that the 802.11 MC and AZ standards have now been published and are being built to by Wi-Fi access point manufacturers, and they include systems where the access point has a GPS receiver built into it, and the idea is if a facility like this replenishes their Wi-Fi, they just put these things wherever they like. The ones that are close enough to Windows or actually outside self-survey themselves from the GPS, and then through round-trip timing, according to the standards, everybody else surveys themselves in. And these standards include a location message, like what we would call an ephemeris, that broadcasts the lat long of that access point. And so the whole thing is entirely privacy protecting because it's just the access point tells you where it is, and it supports any number of users in a way I won't explain now, and so on. So there's a complete PNT system that's been designed by the IEEE 802.11 group that really should be part of this.
That's a great example of an alternative technology that could fill in some gaps. But if you look at coverage, you realize that that's not going to cover the entire United States and certainly not going to cover space operations. So it's a piece of a solution.
Right.
And that's what we're talking about, is looking at more than one technology and figuring out how to put multiple technologies together to meet the full set of needs.
Or were you saying it's a use case for an alternative, Frank?
No, I was really saying it's a technology. I guess the use case is what it,
Well, we have a use case for personal location. It happens to be driven by E911, but yeah, so that's a consumer device that needs to know where it is.
Yeah, but this just gives you like a whole they get meter level accuracy with this indoors, so it's a whole different level. It's a 100x better than 911 requirement.
Absolutely. Yep.
John, this is really excellent. Where do you stand on fleshing this out, either as a draft or, starting to, I can visualize the use cases and then 20 different alternatives, all with color codes or something. Are you doing that?
Have not done anything more with that. This work is finished for DHS. I would like to see it taken over by the PTA subcommittee as part of what we're doing, so that it becomes an advisory board product. The idea here was to kickstart that thinking if people think it's a good idea.
I think it's a great idea. It's terrific, and I'm anxious to see how it comes out.
Well, maybe you'll help.
Sure.
Okay.
John, on the maritime side, sorry, I can talk to you about this offline. You need to talk about the function and the precision required for the function. And it needs to be more descriptive than what you've got up there, because if you're a mobile drilling unit over a drilling hole and it's 5,000 feet and you're in the open ocean, it would be much different for the level of precision you need, but I can talk if you like.
That might be an additional use case we want to add, so thanks for that.
It really has to do with, there are also some regulatory bans and everything you need to think about, but I can talk to you about it offline.
I'll ping you on that.
Matt?
Yeah, I really like this, John. As we were talking last night, the Australian Department of Home Affairs is going through an assessment of reliance on PNT by critical infrastructure. But the next step would be, so what? What do we do about it? And I think this framework would be really useful. And I think an interesting thing is the equipage type problem means the more critical infrastructures around the world even that are using it, the more likely you are to get viable technologies to be built by manufacturers, etc. So,
absolutely.
I'd be happy to go back to our Department of Home Affairs and discuss whether we should also trial your framework. Might be a useful thing to do.
Cool. Would love to see that happen.
Yeah, cool. So this is basically, the framework's been done by Homeland Security and is now available for
It was done by MITRE on behalf of DHS.
Yep.
They approved it for public release. We're finished.
So it's now up to
finished with that
operators.
work, so now the advisory board can pick it up and run with it if we wish. Yeah.
But it's also there for operators to now use if they want to, as a framework,
Yeah.
to do with their own assessments.
Public information.
Yeah. That's good. Thank you.
Wahid.
Yeah, the first question, this is not necessarily in an order of priority, is it?
No. It was
because
Pretty arbitrary.
I'm not quite sure what the first two topics are, but phaser measurement has a lot of very strict requirements. Now, also, as you probably mentioned it, some of these applications or use cases really have varying degrees. If you want, for example, I'll stay with the phaser measurement units. If it's being used for situational awareness, it has a different timing requirements than if it's being used for, let's say, reliability. So and I know you mentioned the PTA, and I guess I'm part of that, but my question was, there's, at least in some of these that you have on the list, there's significant efforts also in IEEE. So maybe we can leverage that. At one point, we were going to invite at least one or two members of IEEE. I think it's 1952.
P1952, yeah.
Yeah, Pat, you're there too. So, but yeah, that's the only thing. I just wanted to make a comment.
Yeah, I know. This could get very, very complicated very, very fast. And what we were trying to do is put enough detail in here so that it was helpful without making it so complicated that it was overwhelming. And so there was a note on the slide that I didn't say verbally, but when we looked at an application and there were varying degrees of needs depending upon the sub-application, if you will, we took the most stringent of them. And so that just, because it was going to be needed sometime like that. So we tried to keep things as simple as we could while still making it rich enough to be useful. Okay. Oh, Terry.
Yeah, I was basically going to echo what Matt said. I will take this back to the UK government and see how it assists their work as well.
Okay, the only thing I would want, certainly you can do that now. I'm hoping that PTA subcommittee actually takes this and enhances it. There's probably things that could be added. So take this back because it would be great to get your feedback as well, but don't take it as final at this point. And let me know what feedback you get because we'd be happy to incorporate it. Well, that's a pretty low bar. We passed that. Okay, thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry.
Because I'm on PTA, as you well know, are you looking to begin integrating this into what we're proposing as our day? Okay.
Thanks, John.
Admiral, you mentioned mobile drilling rigs trying to stay overhauled. Do you have any experience with?
That's the reason I was late coming back. Sea stories. But I would just say this: you want a nautical metaphor? Celestial navigation starts with an assumed position, and you correct it. I think we have an assumed position. We can't get enough of you, Frank.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Attila Komiati from JPL. So this will be a two-part presentation. First one will be given by me, and the second by Frank. So I will make sure that we got through all our slides. So I'd like to give you an update on our GDGPS activities. And specifically, we'll be comparing the GDGPS-based high-accuracy system with the Galileo HAAS high-accuracy system. Next slide, please. So objective is to highlight JPL's advanced technical contributions to improve GPS performance by the high-accuracy corrections and associated applications using the GDGPS system. Next slide, please. So first, I'd like to compare the two systems, the GDGPS-based HAAS and the Galileo-based HAAS. We have certain advantages that I would like to highlight. We are fully capable of providing the correction services as is. We are using a global network of GNSS receivers, about 100 sites, and actually more than 100. We have 2 geographically separated operation centers that provides us with independent processing capabilities, redundancy, and a robust architecture. The requirements, we already meeting the Galileo has requirements, horizontal requirements about 20 centimeter, vertical requirements about 40 centimeter. Yeah, and the latencies, if you go back one, latency is about 6 seconds, and we are providing 1 second data to the community. So, but there are differences. GGPS corrections can only be disseminated via the internet. We don't have a signal in space component such as the Galileo HAS system. Next slide, please. So this is what the system looks like currently. So on the left, from the dash line, we see the global network of GNSS receivers that we are receiving and processing, and we have the processing capabilities with the redundancies and robustness. To the right, we are looking for the government partner, and we have been talking to the government partners to disseminate the correction streams for us, and that would be sent via the internet, and the users would be applying the GPS and Galileo corrections to a personal geolocation, like a phone location Frank will be discussing, and the precision industrial positioning purposes. Next slide, please. So now onto the comparison. So this is a very recent data set. We grabbed 7 days worth of GDGPS HAS corrections and 7 days worth of Galileo HAS corrections, all via the internet. So one-to-one comparison. There is no other way of doing this. So about 27 independent overlapping 3-hour Galileo HAS and GGPS HAS data sets were processed and compared using a completely independent software. And this is the York University precise point positioning package that was used to process and evaluate the data. 3 set of stations you see, the GGPS HAS stations, the Galileo HAS stations, and the PPP, the precise point positioning. These are IGS stations, a very high precision, geodetic type, dual frequency GPS receivers, and we are evaluating the 2 systems at those locations. Next slide, please. Here is an underlying statistic. What you see, the blue represents the Galileo HAS, the red represents the GGPS HAS. If you take a cursory look at all across, GGPS HAS outperforms Galileo HAS by about 30%. The upper panels represent the horizontal dimension, the lower panels the vertical dimension. 2 things stand out with the dash circle lines. In the vertical component, when you use GPS and Galileo data combined, then the GDGPS HAS system outperforms the Galileo HAS system by about 28%. In terms of convergence time, which is another important measure for these real-time point positioning purposes, then the GGPS system outperforms Galileo HAS by about 20%. Next slide, please. Here are the entire data set, 50 stations across the globe. Blue represents Galileo HAS, orange or bluish represent the GDGPS HAS. So this is where you see the upper panel is the horizontal component, lower panel the vertical component. Horizontal sense, you see about a 30% improvement over the Galileo HAS. In the vertical components, about 20%. So the average errors, average RMS error with 1 sigma error bar is plotted. Next slide, please. Another way of looking at is the geographic distribution of the errors. The upper panel is the Galileo GDGPS HAS. The lower panel, the Galileo HAS. What you see here in the case of the Galileo, then the Pacific region and generally the Southern Hemisphere has larger RMS errors. This is because they only have about 14 different tracking stations. And truth to be told, they are going to be adding additional tracking stations in the Southern Hemisphere, so the accuracy is expected to improve in the lower hemisphere as well. Next slide, please. A couple of interesting science applications. This is from the last weekend event. You may have heard there was a devastating earthquake in the Philippines, and the GTGPS system was actually detecting the earthquake. In the upper panel, the black line corresponds to the rupture time, and about a couple of minutes or 1 or 2 minutes later, you actually see the seismic wave arriving at the nearby GTGPS station. And this is what you see, the centimeter level real-time displacements captured by the GTGPS processing engine. On the right, we plotted the ionospheric detection of the seismic waves. As you know, the seismic wave couples into the lower part of the atmosphere and also in the ionosphere, and eventually the ionosphere will show the signature, and this 0.1, 0.2 TAC level, total electron content level perturbations are clearly detected in the ionosphere. So this technology is so accurate that not just the surface displacement show a 7.6 earthquake, but also the ionospheric detection is also possible. Next slide, please. Another interesting application that the GTGPS system could bring in is detecting the geomagnetic and solar disturbances. That particular plot showed a major geomagnetic storm that happened about months ago or so. The upper panel showed, if I remember correctly,
could we go back and see the chart, please?
I think we lost it. You guys reboot.
The upper panel showed the day when the quiet ionospheric conditions were displayed, and the lower panel when the geomagnetic field was disturbed. So this technology was actually see the geomagnetic impact in the global ionosphere in real time. Why is it important? Because systems like VAS, they don't see the one slide back, please. This is So the lower panel is the geomagnetically active, and the quiet conditions on the top. So this technology actually sees the increased ionization before regional systems such as VAS would detect it. So this technology could already see that before the others are impacted. Next slide, please. Here is when combining the near real-time data with the GTGPS TAC data, low solar activity left and the high solar activity on the right. So this is a great space weather monitoring facility as well. Next slide, please. This brings us to my closing points that there are other high accuracy systems such as the Galileo system out there. Galileo has been in operation since January this year. The Baidu, the B2B, also provides high accuracy correction services regionally. And also the Germans are planning on adding this service to Germany this year, and also they have plans to do global actually next year or the year after, and a number of great applications and they are after. So this is just want to bring you to the attention that there is fierce competition out there. Next slide, please. Asia, specifically, very adamant about the high accuracy services. There are 6 regional HAAS systems already, either in operation or in planning stages, and the Galileo system is the global. So if GTGPS could help, that would bring the global service, one additional global service to this chart. Next slide, please. So this brings me to the final conclusions. So GPS has been a preeminent sat-nav system to date, and all consumer GNSS chips depend primarily on GPS, but the competition is fierce. Galileo has, and Baidu B2B system is operational. Germany is planning another system. So just would like to make another plug for this, that GTGPS brings multiple advantages to us to consider. It uses a global network of GNSS receivers, a great advantage. Network is designed for resiliency, robustness, and multiple redundancies bring robustness. GTGPS also provides real-time monitoring capabilities for space weather and science application. With that, I would say that GTGPS is fully capable of providing the GPS high accuracy service. Thank you, and on to Frank for the second part of the presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Attila. So this is a 2-part, so if you don't mind, we'll go straight into the second part, and then we'll have questions afterwards, because maybe I'll answer some of the questions that you have in my part. So what I'm going to do is talk about the application of Galileo has, the testing of Galileo has, and the GPS has with cell phones. The next slide, please. So this is a significant context shift. You've seen a lot of like scientific work by Attila, and now we're saying, well, how does that very same system benefit consumers using cell phones, watches, or driving in their cars? And we're going to look at tests with cell phones. I'm going to just help you with some of the context shift, point out the difference between PPP results, which you've just seen, and the kind of stuff that you're going to get in phones. A little bit of a DGNSS review to show how the kind of differential GNSS that can be used and what we look at and why, and then how we do the testing and what results we get. Next slide, please. So this is really important to get the context shift. What Attila's been showing you is precise point positioning, which is usually static, and in the case of the results you just saw, it was all static antennas. There's survey-grade antennas. There's an example there. That antenna costs more than 10 times as much as any of those phones. Just the antenna costs more than 10x the whole entire phone. You're talking about minutes of convergence before you get a number that you care about, and then you get decimeter accuracy. That is the benchmark used by Galileo. They publish results with PPP, so it's entirely appropriate to compare PPP results from GPS to Galileo, such as Attila just did. But now if you go to look at what's it going to be like for a consumer, well, it's very different. You're not going to do PPP because you're mostly kinematic. We're thinking in the primary use case for navigation with phones, probably for all of you, is driving in your cars. And so the benefit of this will be to give better navigation features, such as lane level features in your car. So it's going to be kinematic. The antennas are the embedded antennas on the phone, which I cannot express how terrible those antennas are. However bad they are, however bad you think they are, they're worse than that. And if you make an adjustment for that, it stays true. We're talking about 1 Hertz update, so it's real time, 1 Hertz update. And so you get meter level accuracy. Exactly how many meters, I'll show you. So that's the difference in the two things. Next slide, please. So brief review of differential GNSS. What we're talking about is the errors that are common to different users in the same area. So those are orbit errors from where you thought the satellite was, where the ephemeris told you the satellite was, and where it really is. Clock errors from the satellite, and then the delays through the ionosphere and the troposphere. And those obviously are very similar for two users who are near each other. So classic differential GNSS is you'd have a reference station that can observe the errors and give you corrections. Now there's two ways to do this. So click, please. This is animated. So there's so-called SSR, state-space representation, where you represent each of these states and you provide a correction for each of these 4 things. And an OSR, or observation space representation, is where you have a station nearby that actually just measures the entire delay. It doesn't really care what the components of the delay are, and it measures this. Next click, please. Yeah, so the OSR gives you the best possible accuracy, because you have a survey-grade station usually directly measuring what these errors are, but it doesn't scale because you'd need tens of thousands of stations to really cover the whole globe. And another click, please. The SSR gives you the best scale. It gives you global scale, as you've just seen, and GPS, which is proposed for GPS has, and Galileo has, which is operational, are all SSR. They're state-space representations. So why do I even mention OSR? Well, OSR is a really good way to give you a lower bound on the achievable accuracy. So, like, how do you know when you're winning? Well, if you're getting close to OSR, that's as good as you could possibly do using the SSR. So we use OSR as a benchmark for how well can you do, because a large limit in the performance is how good is the phone in the first place? How good is the GPS in the phone? It's going to make errors in the phone by virtue of a low-cost chip, terrible antenna, interference from things around it, and so on. So the OSR applied to the phone gives us a benchmark of the unachievable lower bound of what the SSR could do. So that's its use. Okay, next slide, please. This is how we do the testing. We have several custom adapted vehicles where some of the key features are there's a stable mount for a reference receiver, which is a survey-grade dual-frequency receiver, coupled with a tactical-grade IMU. So that gives us a truth reference for the antenna of that reference receiver. And then you have to adjust for the lever arm for where the phones are, because that's somewhere else. The phone's got its own antenna. We have 3D printed mounts for the phones, which are permanently secured in the car. And then if you look very carefully, you can kind of see the Street View icon there. This is you're probably familiar with Google Street View. Google Street View Lab, very well equipped. They have robot arms like this that can measure to millimeters the lever arm difference between 2 points. So we precisely calibrate the location of each phone to the reference receiver. So we can get ground truth of the phones to millimeters. So we're fairly confident that the results that we show you are the real accuracy of the phone, of each of the particular phones. Okay, next slide, please. So we've done a few tests so far with GD-GPS, because we're just starting the work with JPL. We have 25 drive traces in the San Francisco Bay Area. You can just see the bottom of the bay there in the picture. Using 7 different phone models, and as you can see from the table, those have GNSS chips from 3 different vendors. So we try to get a broad look at how the system performs with chips from Broadcom, Qualcomm, and Samsung LSI, who together represent about 90% of the chips in all cell phones. Okay, next slide, please. And so this is to show you the coverage that we experience. So on the left, you'll recognize that. Attila just showed you that. That's the slide that shows you with the orange diamonds. That's the GPS has ground stations, and they cover the whole world very nicely. Galileo has is just the red squares, and so they don't have such good coverage. And then on the right, the shaded areas is what Galileo has publishes, and where you've got a shaded area, that's indicating how many of the ground stations can see a satellite that's above that point. So the darker the shading, the fewer the ground stations, gets down to 1. And then the lines, the traces, those are satellites that we were observing in our drive tests, but where we were not getting corrections from Galileo has at that time. So you can see how those traces, those are the unobservable traces where we're not getting corrections. They coincide with where there's few ground stations. And so what's going on there is the way the SSR system works is it's doing GNSS in reverse. Instead of observing measurements from the satellite and working out its locations, those ground stations know where they are. So several ground stations will observe the code and the carrier phase from the satellite and work out what the errors are in the satellite positions and clocks. And there's a filter running, and at some stage it'll diverge, and they'll stop giving you the correction. And you can kind of see that. You see those lines sort of disappearing as the orbits go into the area of sparse coverage. So that's a problem with Galileo that has already been surmounted by using the GD-GPS system of JPL. Okay, next slide, please. This is an interesting slide, I think, because it shows you the components of the corrections. So this is the corrections we're getting, or we're using. I call this the layer cake plot, and if you just think of that cake you just had at lunch, it'll remind you of that, and everybody like cake. And so what's interesting is you see that the orbit and clock correction is that kind of brown part on the top, so it's like the frosting on your lunch cake at the very top. You see that it's much smaller than the Iono and Tropo errors. And so this is something that you've often seen in the talks that we've just seen on the status of GPS, and every ION conference we have that panel session that John Betts started where the different system operators tell you how accurate their systems are. And you often see numbers like GPS is within 0.5 meter SI system in space error. And you're seeing this here, that the orbit and clock errors of the satellites are a relatively small part of the total error. However, not negligible. And also what's interesting is that for GPS, the left one is a representative Galileo satellite. The right one is a GPS satellite. And consistently we see that the GPS clock errors are larger than the Galileo clock errors. And so GPS needs this kind of a system more than Galileo does.
But your scales are different. You should point that out.
Yes, they are. The scale's 14 on the left, 20 on the right, but that makes things even worse for what we're showing, right? That that orbit and clock error is of the orders of a meter, and if we're trying to get down to sub-meter, it's significant. You need to take care of it. But an important point of these slides is that the IONO and tropo components are a very large part of the corrections. Okay, next slide, please. And so here's some drive test results to kind of show you how things work out. And so let me kind of explain what you're looking at, and then I can take you to that oval, which sort of summarizes it. So we're looking at, for the 7 different phones that we tested across these 25 different traces, we look at the results that we got from the chipset. So if you just got the position from the GPS chip, then, and that's what you get without anything like Galileo has or GPS has, you get, so we've got 2 columns giving the 2D error in meters, and then 2 columns giving the 1D error as a cross-track. And why do we care about cross-track? Because we think my subcommittee and a lot of people in this area, colleagues I work with and other companies, the general consensus is that one of the main use cases is to tell you which lane you're in. So you care about the cross-track accuracy more than the along-track accuracy. And then what you see there is that the chipset, you'll have about 2.5 meters cross-track error at the 95 percentile. And this is plus or minus 2.5 meters. So if you think about it, a phone in a car, that means that the position it's giving you at any moment could be the lane you're in, could be the lane to the left, it could be the lane to the right. And you've probably experienced that when you use Google Maps or Apple Maps in your phone, it generally is not showing you your location accurate to a lane. It's telling you just what street you're on. That's why. Now, if we use Galileo has state space representation, I won't take you through all the numbers, but let me jump to the bottom first, this OSR, because I explained how that was the unachievable lower bound of accuracy that you could get from a phone for a real-time system such as this. And you get to 1.3 meters at the 95 percentile. So most of the time, the vast majority of the time, they will put you in the right lane. And then what we see from the SSRs, both Galileo has and GDGPS has, is that we get most of the way there. So that's very encouraging, especially at an early stage of development. I mean, you might think, well, what's there to do? You just provide the correction and apply it. Turns out we've been working with, we at Google have been working with Galileo for quite a long time to make sure that what the corrections they provide map into the position engine appropriately, because there's all kind of little details that you might not think of until you do it. You go, well, there's the perturbation to the relativistic correction as the satellite goes through its orbit and gets closer or further from the Earth. Now, so that's described in the ICD. Are you supposed to still apply that or not apply it? You know, you've got to make sure that these kind of little details are taken care of between the provider of the corrections and the person applying the corrections. And there's many more. There's inner channel biases, inner system biases, and so on that might be, if you double count them, then you increase your errors. And so there's a lot of like little details that take a long time to flesh out. So I'm kind of confident that those numbers, the 1.57, 1.46, will continue to go down as we learn all these little gotchas. But what we're seeing is that with this kind of system that provides global coverage through GDGPS, you get to a stage where most of the time it could tell any user which lane they're in compared to not knowing that without this system for that particular use case. And then, of course, there's other use cases which just depend on the creativity of people doing the apps. Okay, next slide, please. In terms of standards, how do you deliver this data? Well, there's a reference to use. What Galileo has done is they make use of existing standards, the RTCM standards for differential GNSS, and there's a thing called NTRIP, the network transport of RTCM via internet. It's how do you put RTCM on the internet? That's a standard called NTRIP. Galileo has used those standards, and our subcommittee proposal is that we would do something that gives maximum compatibility with existing standards. So maybe use the very same standards. Because why? Because you want to make it as easy as possible for whoever makes the phones to adopt this. So we want this to be something that's universal, that's standardized. I work for Google, but this is not a Google proposal. This is a PNT Advisory Board proposal, and this has been shared with Apple. We want to make this compliant to industry standards to make it as widely adopted as possible for the best possible use, best possible benefit to all of the GPS users. Next slide, please. And so that's my final slide. So what we've seen is that both Galileo has and GDGPS provide similar accuracy. You'll see on that table, GDGPS actually did it slightly better than Galileo, but it's a small number of data sets. So I don't want to like overplay that. The way I interpret it is they essentially did the same in terms of accuracy. And in terms of a practical use, what does the accuracy mean? It could take you from a multi-lane solution from a phone, if you use the native solution from the GNSS chip, down to single lane if you had something like GPS has. And a most important point, and hence left it for last, is that if we do this with the GDGPS that Attila described, it instantly have worldwide coverage because of the number of stations they've got. So that's a huge deal and a very big difference between what Galileo has and provides and what we're proposing. And so that's the end of my talk. So maybe Attila come up, we can do questions. Thanks.
Questions?
Frank, do you worry about having 4 sets of antennas close to one another? In the past, we've looked at interaction between adjacent antennas and discovered sometimes there's distortions that occur.
Yeah, you mean when we do the tests?
Yes.
Yes, we do worry about that, and then sometimes we'll just rearrange the phones, and we don't notice it. We don't see it consistently that one of those locations does better than the others. The other thing we worry about is that the phone that tends to be furthest to the right is closest to the structure, the A-beam, I think, if you're a car guy, of the car. So it's got some metal closer to it. So there definitely is. Yeah, it's not an ideal test of the experience. And on the other hand, because we've mounted them up on the dashboard, we might be getting a slightly better result than somebody who puts in the cup holder, which a lot of us do. So yes, you're right. It is a measurement artifact that we just live with, and at least for relative testing, we find that to within the kind of accuracy we're talking about, we do see some differences, but not a great deal. Like I said, the phone that's surrounded by 2 other phones will suffer a little bit from those, but then the phone that's furthest to the right has its own problems because of the car structure. Yeah.
So Attila, where do we stand in terms of getting this GDGPS fully funded by another government organization and operated in that way versus the way we're currently doing it?
Yeah.
We have been we started talking to the other government organization, and I would love to leave it as it is. I'm optimistic, and I would continue like to work with them, but at this point I wouldn't comment on it yet.
JJ, any comment on additional funding to have the other government agencies take over the funding?
Well, I don't want to say take over, but I would like to say cost share, right?
Cost
It's a little
sharing,
bit-
yeah.
A little bit more positive, but we have been in discussions with Karen at DOT. We have been in contact with the Coast Guard, some discussions with the Space Force. So I think the more we look at this and the capabilities, and especially not wanting to fall behind what the Europeans are doing with their own system, I think it shows a lot of promise. And, we have some new leadership coming into headquarters, and obviously this will be one of the projects that we'll propose to them in order for us to support at the policy level. So we'll keep pushing, sir, and thank you for your support.
Thank you very much.
Allow us to get this far.
Is there some reason why, because I know Amazon would be all over this, because this is the kind of thing they like to do, and they do it probably for nothing because of all the revenue they generate by being a good guy. Is there something that would prevent a private, huge company like an Amazon or Google, Frank, or Microsoft or somebody else that has data centers all over the world that's more than capable of providing the path for the signals from the internet to the instrument? I mean, is there some reason why we wouldn't look at that?
One of the things is someone's got to pay the the staff that's going to run the software of GPS 24/7 and so on. So,
So we certainly would love to be working with Amazon Cloud and others. So, but some government entity needs to come in to distribute the data. Would Amazon or Google or others would, JPL, we would like to work with the government before we cannot directly engage the private corporations.
So what you'd have is what we use the term here, program office, frequently. This sounds like a program office kind of a thing where you'd have a government entity that would be an interface between the collection of the information and whatever you're doing to the information to sanitize it, because I'm sure you're doing something, and then it gets distributed to the distributor that actually is hosting it. Now, is that something that you could do architecturally?
well, yeah, so an important thing to point out, though, there's a very significant part of this, which is this GPS algorithm that's making the measurement and computing the errors in the first place. So that's what JPL does. And so that has to be done at you need an operations center where you've got people making sure that that software is running all the time. That's the algorithmic software. And then there's the distribution. So that's where a cloud service would come in after that.
So now I understand a little better. Thank you for that, Frank. So what we're looking for is a way to replace the JPL computational component, moving it to another government entity, and then have a distribution entity that hangs off the back of that. Is that what we're looking at?
No, we would like to maintain the operational capabilities. We'd like to continue providing running the software, collecting the data, running the software, processing it, and passing the corrections onto a government partner for further distribution.
I like that idea better.
Yeah.
I'd be afraid to give this to somebody else to do. But you got to ask the question, right?
Let me start with Tom and work our way back here. Tom?
So if you got the funding you seek, how long would it take to roll this out to where consumers could start using it?
Within months. Within months. All we need right now is an N-trip cluster run by a government entity, and we have tested streams already at NASA's through NASA's CDDIS cluster, Goddard Space Flight Center. So the data is available. We could make the data available to the users as soon as possible. And again, another government entity would come in. We would set up a cluster within weeks, and within months we would be able to start providing the services, the correction streams to the public, including Google, Apple, or any other user, and including scientific users.
And then you have to coordinate with the wireless carriers, right, for this?
Actually, no. So let me explain how sister GPS is working in phones. So that's just ephemeris data, and it's actually coming through the CDDIS system. So this pipeline is already in place just for distributing the broadcast ephemeris. And so that's provided to companies like Google and Apple, and then they just distribute it over the top, over the wireless internet. And so the network providers are not really in the loop. It's just you're getting it the way you get any kind of internet data.
I would even add that the comparison that I presented, that's all through N-trip cluster. So Goddard and Goddard Space Flight Center's CDIS cluster and the N-trip clusters from the European Space Agency. So this is a one-to-one comparison. Corrections distributed via the internet. So we could be ready within months if called upon.
Hey, Frank, I noticed you didn't have any Apple phones on there for a lot of obvious reasons, probably, but we use them extensively in our operations. Any major chipset differentials there that you see?
Yeah, good question. And the reason I didn't show any Apple phones is just that they don't make the raw measurements available. So it's not any kind of competitive thing. If there was an Apple phone with the raw measurements available that we could process, then we would do that. But the raw measurements are not available. So that's thing one, why they weren't there. And then thing two is that the chips inside are the same chips. I mentioned that those companies that provide the chips, those are other companies, right? So Apple doesn't make the chip that's in the phone. It's Qualcomm or Broadcom or Samsung, and the same for Android phones. It's those companies. So in terms of how this would work, so Apple certainly capable, and I'm sure would do it, take these corrections and they'd apply it in their system themselves, and they would apply it to their chips in an identical way. It would be because there's an overlap in the chips that they're using and the chips that Android phones are using.
Hey, these numbers, these accuracy numbers look great. Has there been any additional thinking on the resiliency side?
Right. Well, so this is
beyond that.
Tim is we've got a father over there. We call you the uncle of resiliency, I guess. Is the whole robustness part of HARS came from Tim's suggestion in the first place. So yeah, so for the robustness would come from providing the broadcast data bits, right? And so that would help with you'd know if you're spoofed, and you can do longer coherent integration by wiping off the data bits. And then the answer to your question, has there been extra ways? We've been focusing on the accuracy right now with GDGPS, and so we haven't really done anything in the last 6 months. Nothing's really changed. It's still part of the plan. The plan is just to distribute data that's available, but there's details, like how do you get that data from the Air Force in time to distribute it? Yeah. It's something that somebody have to take care of.
And the other thing I'd like to bring up now is integrity. This is another area where we could compete if we actually had a high accuracy, resilient service that had quantifiable integrity, so you could really use it in a safety related and quantify the probability of having an error bigger than such and such. Has any thought been put on that? Or?
So as we are making the transition right now from commercial sponsorship to government sponsorship, we are to start providing real-time integrity information to the public via CDDIS, NASA caster, or any other caster. This is something on our plate. Next year or so, we will start rolling out real-time integrity information for multiple constellations, all 6 constellations. Going forward.
I think that's great. I would just caution you to spend some time thinking about the architecture, because the user equipment piece of that is a piece of that, in the sense that you need to have well-defined protocols for the application of data, because you can only guarantee integrity if you know how the user is going to use it in a legal fashion to have integrity at the output of that system. So.
I'd like to reinforce what Tim just said. There's a lot of scar tissue around on people trying to do integrity, and it turns out it is a non-trivial and it's almost a non-intuitive problem for engineers. I had one technical question, though. I assume all that is, in essence, positioning at a given point in time. It does not involve wrapping that into a Kalman filter that assumes the dynamics of, quote, the plant, i.e. a car. Rather, it is simply...
well, no, actually, all those results that I showed in that table, those are the output of a Kalman filter in each case.
But is it a Kalman filter wrapped around the actual platform, or is it wrapped around simply the signal?
When you do the process noise, it's got some nominal values that are tuned to a car. So, for example, plus or minus 3 meters per second squared nominal acceleration that you.
And is it spatially oriented? Because that acceleration cannot occur
yes,
in all
so
directions.
that it is spatially oriented, but it's not at the moment. These results are it's a nominal plant, not tightly coupled to the IMU yet. This is just the results from the GNSS.
Got you.
So there is headroom to improve things with an INS.
That's really what I was asking. Thanks, Frank.
Renato's question.
Renato.
Thank you, sir. A fine presentation, and it opens quite a questions. Assuming that the service is, as you proposed, suggested, and also verified, successful, the comparison with AGNSS brought me to the question, do you plan to provide the service as an option, as an added value, or as a standard? Because if you use the entry, if you use a mobile communication network by any chance, there is a quest of standardization within the mobile communication networks. And am I supposed to use the service with my Android phone, or there will be some addition that I would personally require to
Right. Well, I think the question you're asking there's two parts, right? What we're proposing from the PNT Advisory Board is an enhancement to the GPS system that's available to everybody free, just like GPS, right? And then what does any particular equipment manufacturer do, whether it's phone or a watch or a car or anything? That's up to that manufacturer. I would imagine this would be the way these things are usually done is something's provided, it just automatically. So, for example, assisted GPS. You're all the beneficiaries of assisted GPS, and you don't pay anything for it except whatever data plan you've got. It's adding a fraction to your data plan that's sort of invisible to you.
Yes, but the quest is of the infrastructure. There was a huge work behind development of the mobile communication network to allow for the assisted GNSS to be implemented as a service.
Right, but that's only because for the assisted GPS, the infrastructure had to give you a hint of where you were in the first place. So that was part of it. Whereas this, with the state-space representation, the infrastructure is all taken care of by the GDGPS system. It doesn't need to know where you are. It's giving you the SSR component.
No signaling, it is just a sort of,
it's just
the usual content as you would get as perhaps surfing
It's just internet data. It's just,
yeah. So it's simpler than AGPS in that sense, for sure.
So all survey receivers now that use N-Trip,
yes,
for
but
example,
it opens
just
the
connect to
quest of
mobile network.
accessibility in certain countries of this service. Someone may prevent access to the
If you have mobile internet, you can access it. If you can access a web page, you can access an N-Trip server.
Yeah, if the internet is controlled in a country, well, that's kind of out of our our scope of imagination.
In that sense, it won't be the infrastructure, but the service.
Yeah.
Rather, I mean, infrastructure would mean that the signaling, perhaps from the mobile communication network, will automatically.
The terminology, Frank, is it's in the user plane. It's not in the control plane.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
I had a technical, Frank. So all of those receivers you used were dual frequency, and so therefore you were dealing with ionosphere.
So yeah, good question. So those phones were all L1, L5 phones, but first of all, as you know, L5 is not on all the GNSS satellites, on all the GPS satellites. And in the phones, even so in Galileo, you do have L5 on all the satellites, but you don't necessarily, in the environment, in the user environment, you often see you'll be tracking E1, for example, but not E5 at the same time because there's just no room for the antennas in the phone, and the L5 antenna is the last. It's the last one in, or it's the most recent. So it's got the worst spot in the phone. So however bad the L1 antenna is, which is very bad, the L5 antenna is worse. And so quite often,
despite the signal being better,
the signal's better, but the SNR at the output of the antenna is worse, unfortunately, at the moment. And people are working on this. Those phones are L1, L5, but we're not depending on the L1, L5 to eliminate ionosphere because half the signals you don't have the L5. So we're just treating it as an extra signal when we've got it, which is about half the time.
So that was it's dominated by the receiver and the clock and orbits.
And the ionospheric correction that we're getting from the system. That's a very important part of the correction.
The other quick point I had was the testing you did was in an area where the DGPS network is very dense compared to the Galileo network. Is that
No, the network, maybe we can go back in slides. It's a really good question. If we skip back a couple of slides.
You need to be clear on how representative it is.
Yeah, that's a good point. But keep going back there. So if you look at these diamonds, they're fairly uniform. So we happen to be near a couple in California.
Yeah, no, sorry, I thought you might have been using the geodynamics network in California or something.
Basically 2G GPS stations on the west coast of the United States.
So
those
it's
are
not the 40 or 50.
Yeah, so not really any different from a lot of places in the US, Australia, Europe. You're within a few hundred miles of one of these stations. You're getting the state-space representation. The OSR station we were using was the one that I showed you. It's the one at Stanford. But that was the benchmark station. So we deliberately chose one close by. Yeah.
Dana?
So this question is from the Communications External Relations Committee and the Strategy and Policy Committee. What is the bureaucratic ask? You're wanting JPL to be reimbursed for a program it's doing out of Hyde now. and you're looking for another government agency to accept the data and push it out. Is that what you're asking for?
Yeah, I think so. Yep.
So the GGPS is being funded by several government agencies already. So a government, so our cost of this, the cost of this service would be some processing costs at JPL, and some cost for the government entity to run the NTRIP cluster. So the point is to share the cost sharing among government entities. And we are not talking about a big cost.
So marginal funding for JPL, marginal funding for somebody else.
Yes, for the government entity who does the distribution.
Or marginal, take it out of Hyde.
A few hundred K, I would say, yeah.
Oh, so, okay, good.
So that's a few hundred K per year? Is that what you're asking? Is it a few $100,000 per year?
For sure, there's got to be some people involved. There's got to be like someone on call for when the thing goes down.
Yeah, good. So
No, I'm not asking to justify what the costs are.
Yeah.
I'm trying to just get a handle around how big this nut is.
Order of magnitude. So for a couple $100,000 for a year for JPL, a couple $100,000 per year, you think maybe for another government agency?
Yes.
Less than $500,000 a year.
I would say
total.
I would say around $500,000 a year.
$500,000 a year total.
Dana?
Yes.
Okay.
It's my understanding, somebody can correct me because I was all over this about a year ago. They now have a program line of record in NASA's budget that subsidizes some of this cost as part of it. JPL was running this, and then it was almost a commercial enterprise, so they had to rationalize it with the appropriation system and whether or not they were, doing things according to business. So I think what we're talking about is the marginal cost over which the current program level is. Do I got that right?
Yes. There are many other users. NASA benefits from GGPS technology. We are running a large number of network, providing correction services to various NASA spacecraft. So NASA is providing the bulk of the funding already. They have other government agencies, Air Force, others we are working with. Definitely not, yeah. Yes, definitely, yes. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Dana, let me throw a quick example out there. NASA went out of their way to take the policy lead to put the retroreflectors on GPS, and then we teamed with NGA. They ended up paying for the reflectors themselves, right? So we're looking at cost-sharing opportunities because we've got this infrastructure in place that we know is of great benefit. We're looking at what other nations are doing, but it needs to be the GPS community writ large to make it successful. JPL can't be on the hook. We just don't have the funding to continue it out of this, small office, right? So
I get it. I'm completely. This is a tremendous instantiation, a tremendous case for the nobody's in charge. We've got the coalition of the willing across the government at a reasonably junior level, and we'd have nobody's driving the train saying, this is what's needed in the best interest of the nation. And it's only $500,000 a year. And it's going to put us back in first place, or close to.
There's an authorizing issue too here, Dana, if I remember right. What do you call them, space agreements? They're in place. They have the authority to enter into the agreements already in place by authorization language.
As I've been listening to this, one of the things that strikes me is that there's been an incredibly successful set of demonstrations, and it's actually got to the threshold where it's being used routinely. But I'm also hearing for those applications for which this actually could be a critical enabler, like transportation, aviation, and the rest of that, there is yet another layer of considerations that are profound. And it has to do with integrity and accuracy. There's just a whole bunch of things. And so it's one thing to say you've sort of demonstrated and regularized the technical feasibility, but if this is to be something that is going to be a government-sponsored and stand behind, like is done for WAS or for the basic GPS services, I don't understand how this could possibly be something where we're talking about, well, 100K here or there. This has to be treated like a no-kidding serious operational capability that is an enabler of other critical needs as a government service and utility.
Yeah, but Mike, here's the problem. I was with a group who worked on this for over a year. This basically was something that was bootstrapped out of an FFRDC.
Yeah.
And the business model is not sustainable, so you got to figure out how are we going to deal with it.
But in my mind, though, the question is, what is the government entity that should be accountable for operational PNT services serving the needs of both the U.S. government as well as citizenry, right? I can't fathom.
Echo the question.
But my point is, we haven't even gotten to the point. We had a little bit of discussion in the SPG yesterday, and that is, at least by policy and structure today, it says, okay, DOD, you're responsible for defense and national security aspects of this. Oh, by the way, DOT, you're now responsible for representing all civil uses and your own mission areas to include aviation, ground transport. And the question is, you already have the WAS capabilities and the rest that are a civil provided service. Why would it not be something that the responsible agency for these operational services would be asked to go look at? How would you implement this operationally using all this wonderful algorithms and expertise and the rest of that, but it's actually an operational service?
Who does the OT&E?
Well, I mean, who stands behind this? When something goes wrong, you say, oop, as opposed to, well, we just didn't have enough shift coverage last night.
No, they're all legitimate questions. They started something and it's working. They're trying to figure out where to go next. You know, your questions are all right on.
So, but what I'm wondering is, would it be offensive for the board to say, we think this is just such an incredibly valuable way to sort of restore some leadership and support critical needs out there within the U.S., but we need to find the civil entity and approach, whether it be a fee for business or what?
I think first of all, we've already endorsed this the last meeting.
Yeah. But I think Mike's question is, would it be appropriate for us to say, you know, DOT is doing a lot more in civil PNT these days and trying to be a leader for a couple $100,000 a year, they could really show their leadership and make this a budget item and that sort of thing. I don't know whether that's appropriate.
I don't want to get too much in. JJ, wasn't there an initiative to actually write out a performance spec for this whole thing? A description of everything?
Yeah, I believe, you know, that the requirements were being drafted by our team lead up there at the podium. But, you know, General Hamill, you bring up a very good point on the liability issue, right? Who's the belly button for operation? And so all we're saying is that we have a capability that we don't want to just pull the plug on. We really want to canvass the interagency and even the private sector to see, you know, who is interested to continue and build on this. Because if we just pull away, it's going to be like Iran, right? As an example of something that could have served all of us and then went away because we just didn't build the support when we had the opportunity to.
I guess what I'm suggesting, and maybe it's a topic for tomorrow, is we're trying to coalesce all these things together. But it does seem that, one, that DOT will have a domestic responsibility and what other intergovernmental aspects of this. But there's going to be whole expanses around the globe for which this is really important, critical stuff. So where is the agency and the responsibility for that? So it does seem like, going back to how this has been described in policy within the government, there should be something that says, look, you really do need to strap this on as a specific question. What would it take to operationalize this and to make clear who is the government agency that runs it?
Agree.
Yeah, the general said much of what I wanted to say much more eloquently. But I'd say beyond who is going to own this, I think there's a significant amount of systems engineering left to do on this. We shouldn't get overly excited at this point about how easy this is to do. There are lots of things that need to get written down and understood that are on the margins of this, like how does it get maintained? We need to write specs that are crisp and something that the government will stand behind and really document what these services are, all that stuff. If we're going to do something that is really an extension of GPS and not just another quasi commercial service.
A use case that I would think could be used as a sample for where we are is positive train control. Positive train control probably needs these accuracies, but if you want to do positive train control, you're right back into the integrity bucket. And you've got to, if you can solve this for positive train control, you've probably solved it. And who's responsible for that? Well, DOT, if they're interested in taking this on. I have no idea.
But isn't it possible to think of this in two phases, where the first phase is only for consumer use and not for high-integrity applications? And then once it's rolled out and working, then we can think about how to make it that next level of bulletproof?
I was just trying to think of someone that would want to fund it.
It's already being used for Geodesy, isn't it? If I remember my briefing right.
My counter argument to what John just said would be it's hard to put integrity in after the fact in an architecture. It should really be thought of. If that's the goal, maybe it is something that we build up to in stages, but if we just rush something out there, we're likely to find out we've painted ourselves in a corner.
Karen, you were.
I think a lot of excellent points have been made. I would just add, one additional consideration. Certainly, the Europeans are broadcasting EGNOS corrections over the internet, and along with my FAA colleagues, that's something that we're exploring to just put the WAS corrections out over the internet, not at the exclusion of what JPL is proposing. But to build on what we know is already a service that has an integrity built in, and so I think but I certainly underscore all the comments that were made about thinking this through before we just start to put something out there and make sure that we understand the implications and what we ultimately want to offer in terms of a service and all of the liability considerations. Thanks.
Okay, we recorded all this for the record. So this is a FACA advisory board. They're not going to be able to delve into some of these answers here at the podium today, so we've got it. What we might want to do is go offline and we can do a follow-up, more in-depth explanation, some of the cues associated with this, and distribute it to everybody, if that's all right.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, real quickly, you're also talking about putting out the broadcast ephemeris, right? Okay, so there's a factor of 4 AJ protection right there. Okay, yeah, it seems pretty cheap. Every factor of 4 helps when it comes to jamming. Okay, just a comment.
We have Jeff Auerbach, if he's willing to go to the podium. Thanks, Jeff, for your patience.
Okay. Well, good afternoon. So switching gears here, I'm going to talk a little bit about LEO PNT constellations, and I'm going to give kind of an overview of what we're doing from an international perspective, specifically through the International Committee on GNSS, or ICG, which you heard about earlier today. And then, so I'll kind of give the more general picture, and then I'll turn it over to Brian, who's going to talk a little bit more about, from a specific provider's perspective. So if we go to the next slide. So this presentation is really put together from the perspective of a GNSS provider. So if you just kind of put your provider hat on here for this, and the question is, why do we care? And the we being, of course, as providers of GPS in this particular case. And I think the first thing is that things are changing fast. There's a rapid evolution, with these systems coming online very quickly and just recently, over the last few years. And so in the ICG, we have a term, transparency, which I think is a very important term here. And that is really understanding what's going on, what's out there, what these systems are doing. That's one of the core principles of the ICG is transparency. And so I think that leads to, some fundamental questions that we are looking for answers to. And the first is basically under system use. So, for instance, understanding what types of services will be provided by these systems. Who are the users of these systems? And will these systems be competing with or complementing traditional GNSS? And so I think as you'll see in just a minute, I think the answer to some of these questions is it depends on the system. There's also a number of technical issues I think that are important to understand. And I think the first point is probably the most important one, and that's spectrum use and compatibility interference. Do these systems cause interference to GNSS services? Then, of course, you also have a number of things related to interoperability, for instance, performance standards. That's actually what started all of this within the ICG, which I'll talk about in just a second. Standardization of the performance standards, system time offsets, time coordinate reference conventions, system monitoring, orbits, determination, dissemination, et cetera. So there's a number of things to think about. Again, that might go back to whether these systems are competing with or complementing GNSS. The interoperability piece may or may not be as important, but they are things to think about. So if we go to the next slide. So in terms of the International Committee on GNSS, this first came up last year, a little over a year ago, at our annual meeting in 2022. As I said, it came up in some discussions about performance standards, and it was raised by somebody actually from the US who co-chairs a subgroup under the working group that we co-chair. So the US co-chairs the working group on systems, signals, and services that Shafa mentioned earlier. We have a subgroup that's been focused on performance standards specifically and trying to standardize, harmonize what goes into the performance standards. That's something that the US has been pushing for almost since the ICG started, and we've made a lot of progress just in recent years, publishing a document defining some specific standards that should go into the performance standards. And so the question was, well, what about all of these other systems? Should they be contributing to, this input? Should they, do we want them to try to conform to what we've got, or at least encourage that? And so that led to some discussions and, some discussions about how the ICG should interact with these commercial systems. And so that led to a workshop that we held earlier this year in June. And we invited a number of different providers to come, LEO providers, to come to this workshop and basically tell us what they're doing. So the objectives of the workshop were to understand the current status or the intent of these systems, to establish two-way information exchange, and determine interest from the commercial providers about future ICG engagement. So we had 5 providers participate, 1 from China, 1 from the EU, and 3 from the US. We did reach out to others, but this is what we were able to line up. And our outreach and engagement does continue with all of these providers as well as others to try to encourage their participation. I will make just one note about, before I go into sort of what was presented at the workshop, we invited the 3 US companies. There were some concerns initially when we reached out to some of the companies about proprietary issues, coming out and talking about this. And this is something that we don't necessarily have in the ICG because these are mostly government, they're all government systems. And so you don't have necessarily proprietary information, concerns about that. So we, in the US, before we had the workshop, we invited each of the providers to come to do a virtual presentation to the US government people only, to talk about what they're doing and offer that, and really sort of answer any questions that they had and encourage them to participate in the ICG. So that was something that we did. I just wanted to make that clear. So if we go to the next slide, I'll just briefly talk about what was presented there. This is just really an overview. I can't really take any questions on these because I'm definitely not an expert on these, but the actual presentations are available on the ICG portal that Shafa mentioned earlier, so you can actually view the actual presentation that was presented. But I just want to give you a flavor of what we heard. So first we heard from a Chinese company called Centaspace. They call it a commercial LEO service. I guess I would put commercial in quotes here. This is what was actually presented, so that's why it says that. But of course, we all know what does commercial really mean in China. I think they have a little bit of a different definition than we have. But at any rate, they're claiming high accuracy service, integrity with monitoring using crosslinks. This is some information about their constellation. I think most important here would be just the frequencies. They're looking at L1 and L5. They do have 5, last June, as of June, they had 5 vehicles on orbit, and they're planning on 190. So we go to the next chart. We also had a presentation from ESA. The ESA presentation was not tied to what the Europeans are planning to do necessarily. This was more talking in more general terms about the evolution and the fact that, this is part of a broader, looking at PNT in general beyond just GNSS. And so they were talked a lot about the vision, getting better accuracy, integrity, resilience, and using multiple systems perhaps together to provide better service. So I think that was kind of the emphasis of their presentation. Next slide. We heard from TrustPoint, which is a U.S. commercial provider. I think the big thing here is that they're planning their service on C-band, not L-band. They do have a high accuracy service, and they have 1 satellite on orbit with a plan for 288. Next slide. We heard from Zona, which I don't think I need to go into too much detail because we have Brian here, but another commercial system and high accuracy service. They have 1 satellite on orbit and planning for 258. So the next slide. The last one was Satellus, another commercial service provider from the U.S. And they are planning to do, they do have using L-band. They use crosslinks, and you can see a little bit about their performance. They have 66 vehicles on orbit currently, or at least they did in June. So this system is actually up and running now. So next slide. So this is my last slide, talking about sort of our next steps within the ICG. So as I mentioned, we continue to discuss this. We had some further discussion this year at our meeting in October as a follow-up to the workshop. And we will continue to reach out to other systems. I think the big thing for us within the ICG is to talk a little bit more about compatibility, because there have been some concerns raised about the interference to the GNSS services for those systems that are operating in L-band. And so we plan to organize another workshop later this year focused on both interoperability and compatibility. The US, along with ESA and China, are going to be sort of leading the organization of this workshop. We anticipate it'll probably take place maybe around the June timeframe again. So that's all I've got. Happy to take any questions, or we can turn it over to Brian and then take questions at the end.
Dana?
So you heard it from 5. How many do you think are out there all total? And do you have a sense of government programs besides the EU program for LEO PNT?
So we didn't limit, like when we did our outreach, we didn't limit it to government or non-government. I think we left it open to whoever we could find that was interested in participating. I'm aware, I think there are at least 2 more systems. I think Europe, there's some company in Europe that's planning something, and I believe China has another company, at least one. There may be more, I'm sure there are possibly, but, or maybe in the plans. This is something we're still working with. I think we rely on other members of the ICG to kind of figure out what's going on in their own country.
Was the Chinese one the one that's associated with a car manufacturer?
I
Geely?
don't.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I see David shaking his head. No, I guess not. Yeah.
Okay, so that would be the other Chinese
Yeah.
one, yeah.
There may be more than one other one in China as well. I'm not sure.
Right.
But we're aware of, I think, at least one more.
Okay.
And the other thing I'll mention too is, and this is something that John Betts raised here and with me earlier, as well as Frank touched on it that earlier today, that there are these target of opportunity systems, like OneWeb and Starlink, and that could be something that could factor in here as well. We haven't sort of figured out how to incorporate that in. There would be different issues associated with those systems, obviously, but they could be considered providers if they're being utilized for PNT services. So something else to think about.
Thanks. Brian?
All right, thanks, Jeff. This is also a two-parter, so I believe that perhaps some of my charts might get to your questioning, Dana. So this, just have a handful of charts here. The goal here is really just to provide an update at a very high level, talking about trends from LEO PNT and getting into a little bit of some technology considerations. So next chart, please. So this is already updated or out of date, by the way. So if you just look at the difference in number of satellites between 2016 and end of 2022, from 6 years, there's a big jump in satellites. The lion's share of that really is in LEO. I'll say that with MEO, you can see that the bump in MEO, that's largely due to the completion of Galileo as well as the Beidou constellation. So you can see that. But again, I'll point your attention to LEO. I know as of today, there's more than 7,000 active satellites in LEO. So you're talking about a close to 10x increase in satellites in 6 years, which is a pretty staggering number if you kind of think about that for a minute. Next chart, please. So where are these LEOs? What are they doing exactly? Who's operating them? The majority of them is really with SpaceX Starlink. That gets a lot of attention these days. And I think deservedly so, just considering how many satellites they operate that really dwarf any other operator today. So, they operate over 5,000 satellites. And by the way, I categorize these in, I'd say, the 3 major space applications today. So in communications or internet, Earth observation, and then, of course, PNT. So I'd say that the next biggest operator in comms is OneWeb. They have expressed interest in providing at least timing services for their generation. There's their second generation payloads. And I added remote sensing or Earth observation here just because they're really, I'd say, the next space application with just period by number of satellites. The fact that these are just the top 2, right? There's at least well over 10 or more operators that do have some set of constellation, satellite constellations in operation today. And then lastly, with PNT, I would say, PNT is kind of the last major satellite application that is really coming into service today. Dana, per your question, I would say there's, depending on how you define it, anywhere from 5 to probably 10 separate organizations that are doing LEO PNT that are largely based in either United States, China, or Europe. There's different flavors from a programmatic perspective. There's commercial-only style organizations. There's government-backed organizations, a mix of the two. Some are, dedicated PNT with PNT as their primary mission. Some have PNT as their secondary mission, and kind of all in between. So it's a little bit of a mix. And I'll kind of talk a little bit more about that from a technology perspective. But did want to mention, so if you just count the number of SVs up there today, if you total them all, there's about 16 of them, which really, frankly, isn't that much in the grand scheme of things. But the total number of satellites per constellation ranges from anywhere from about 200 to about 370 per what Jeff was talking about and what was presented at ICG. Today it to me really feels very similar to maybe several years ago when we were talking about these mega constellations of communication satellites, right, where Starlink and others seem like a distant futuristic thing. That's here today, right? That's happening now. It's in operation, and so I feel like now is that's the kind of feeling I get with LEO PNT. There's obviously a lot of interest and potential promise, but I think we're pretty close. So next chart, please. So why LEO PNT? Why now? Really, I think it comes from the user community. There are PNT applications and user groups that have clearly expressed interest from both government side. We heard about this a lot already today, as well as commercial side that are seeking additional features, whether it's accuracy, centimeter accuracy, whether we're talking more security or availability, right, in typically challenged environments, whether it's under tree cover in urban, suburban, or there's just interference, whether that's adversarial or unintentional. And LEO PNT, the way I think about this is ultimately a great platform. It's increasingly becoming a more attractive platform purely because the architecture of LEO can add a lot of benefits. Meanwhile, we are really on the shoulders of, let's say, the mega constellation giants, in the sense that these satellites are really becoming commoditized in the sense that there are assembly lines of many manufacturers that can build these out. Components are getting cheaper, and access to orbit certainly has really decreased over the past several years. Next chart, please. So as just one chart describing the interest in largely the user community for PNT, we took a look at just the technical program for ION GNSS back in 2019, compare that to the program in 2022, and just by simply doing a quick kind of keyword search, trying to find out how many times certain keywords were mentioned between the span of 3 years, you can see there's quite a change in interest from both academia, industry, as well as government, and again largely focused on the user side of things. So yeah, I'd say that the main one I'd like to point out, of course, here is LEO. It's almost a 3x fold increase just purely based on abstracts and titles, right, of publications for the ION conference. Next chart. Okay, so I'm not going to go over all of this, but the point of this here is to showcase the really different flavors and different approaches that operators are looking at and implementing today. When it comes to satellite and ground segment architecture, and ultimately folding in the user equipment side as well. These days, of course, frequency allocation is a big topic, and as well as it should be. When we talk about center frequencies being broadcast, the signal powers, but also, on the space side, how do the satellites talk to each other? How do they interact with the ground? What is the frequency of that? And ultimately, how does that drive performance? And then lastly, but perhaps most importantly, the user side, how do these designs influence what the user equipment looks like? Who is building them? How expensive are they? how scalable are they? Will they fit in your pocket, or are they more of an industrial, like larger scale implementation? And how resilient are they? So there's a very nearly infinite number of kind of dials you can turn, but at the end of the day, it comes down to that organization's motivations, the missions, and the target end users, and how all of this ultimately gets designed. Next chart. So lastly, I would propose, LEO PNT is really here to stay. I think there's just too much interest in the user community. There's too many operators that exist internationally, and the stakes are too high, really, for this to go away. I think it really is here to stay. Exactly what form it will become, it remains to be seen, and I think potentially can be shaped by some of the people here sitting in this room. Yeah, the different approaches to LEO PNT. I think I just want to caution, if say, one company gets attention over another, let's not assume that another entity will take the same exact approach. I do think that more thinking and consideration of these approaches should be taken. And lastly, just a call to the government really to think about LEO PNT as a platform, as a tool to hopefully positively impact directives such as SPD 7, the EO 13905, and even some of the work that the board is doing today with the Protect, Tough, and Augment, and potentially the adoption per Karen's presentation earlier today. So hopefully that's helps paint the picture a little bit more. This is really just meant as an addendum to Jeff's presentation, but happy to answer any questions and bring Jeff up if there are any additional questions for him. So thank you.
Thanks. Gregory?
Thanks, Brian. Great presentation. My initial sense was the Earth looks like it's wrapped in a big ball of cotton. Is there a deconfliction strategy, a uniform one, AKA traffic management from a transportation perspective? I mean, it looks like it's getting awful crowded up there.
Great question. I think there might be some representatives at NASA that can answer this better than I, but in general, there is a deorbit plan. In general, these satellites in LEO need to deorbit within 25 years. I'll also say that it's LEO, there's even kind of these stratifications of LEO layers as well. When you think about low Earth orbit and communications, the motivation for these operators is to operate as close to Earth as possible, 200, maybe 300 kilometers, because the latency between internet, right, when you actually go, say, on a website to when it actually loads, that's you want to be as close as possible to the user. With PNT, it's kind of the opposite. If you're just a one-way link, really you want to be higher, so this one satellite can be seen and have a wider coverage area or footprint on the Earth. So even then, right, there can be several hundred kilometers of difference between satellites. So yes, it is crowded, but there are layers to that.
Matt?
I guess this is a crystal balling type question. The problem I see with LEO PNT is you're competing with free, with GNSS. So presumably there are value add type business cases that different operators are going after. Can you give us a feel for the sort of the variations of what that might be?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think you're right. If LEO PNT operators were striving to just do as good as GNSS, there would be no case for that at all, right? There really needs to be a step change in performance, and it really depends on the vertical, but I'll say, there was a lot of discussion about GNSS corrections, right, this last one. I think getting down to the centimeter level with integrity, that's globally available, including urban areas, suburban areas, is and even potentially even indoor, that's really the holy grail that we haven't been able to get to. And I'm not saying LEO PNT, I don't think there's a single silver bullet there, but you know, I believe that LEO PNT has shows some pretty good promise to getting to that point. Yeah, so absolutely. So I think both commercial and government users care about this, as well as DoD. I think at a high level it can be kind of tackled in two ways. One is signal power. So, you know, just reducing the area of interference will just by having a stronger signal, I think we'll have quite an advantage. Another part is just frequency diversity. Right, L-band gets a lot of attention these days, but you know there are alternatives. So if you look at different frequencies, you can all of a sudden be a little bit more flexible, let's say, with different threats. Again, whether they're intentional or not.
So just looking back historically, we're all familiar with the many SATCOM companies that had big plans and then went belly up. And so in this regard, we see this rush now, the space race to get all these LEO PNT constellations up. And so what do you think the catalyst for that is? Looking at the limited market and the free constellations out there already, is it a global range control issue, access issue? And what do you think prompted this number of companies to want to put infrastructure out there at this point in time?
Yep. I think it's really twofold. First, just the dramatic decrease in launch price has really enabled a lot of these opportunities. The second part is users, in particular commercial users. 99. Let's not forget, right? 99% of users of GNSS are commercial, right? I mean, these devices sit in our phones, and that has the lion's share of that number. If you think about it that way, I see this as if mass mobile, IoT, and automotive really take up are the users of PNT from a majority, and clearly there are still issues with them, right? I think, of course, I love that I can get from here from A to B, get to where I need to go at SFO. But I think when we're referencing Frank's presentation, right, the need for centimeters, the need for knowing what side of the street you're on, that we're starting to get let's say we just want more performance. That's like almost a natural progression of things, if you will. And we see that in papers such as those presented at ION GNSS, just trying to eke out as much as possible. And I think now the perception that GNSS kind of is what it is, and we're just going to have to deal with it and kind of squeeze as much juice we can out of this fruit, that had been, I think, the paradigm. But now it's really shifted to saying, hey, we can actually do something about it from a commercial or private perspective, and really change the equation a little bit due to things like the commodification of spacecraft, of space manufacturing, and access to orbit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We got a little behind here. Let's take a 15-minute break and we'll get back at it again. Thanks, folks. Next up is Mr. Nigel Meredith on space weather. Is he doing it remotely?
Yeah, can you hear me first of all?
This is virtual, folks.
A little louder.
We're checking the voice right now.
Okay, I'll get the slideshow up.
We can hear you fine. Please proceed.
Okay, and you've got the screen. You can see the screen. Okay, well, first of all, I'd like to thank you for inviting me to talk to you today. The title of my talk is Extreme Relativistic Electron Fluxes in GPS Orbit. And I'd just like to thank my collaborators on this project, who are Thomas Caton and Michael Caton from Santa Fe in New Mexico, and Richard Horn, who's also based at the British Antarctic Survey with me. So modern society, as we know, is increasingly reliant on satellites for a wide variety of applications, including communications, navigation, Earth observation, and defense. And this ever-growing infrastructure is increasingly vulnerable to the potential damaging effects of space weather. Here in the UK, the concern at government level is such that extreme space weather was added to the UK National Risk Register of Civil Emergencies back in 2011, where the likelihood of a reasonable worst-case scenario occurring in the next year is estimated to be between 1 in 20 and 1 in 100. Now, the impacts of space weather on satellite operations range from momentary interruptions of service to total loss of capabilities when a satellite fails. For example, during a major storm in 2003, 47 satellites experienced anomalies, more than 10 satellites were out of action for more than 1 day, and the joint US-Japanese $640 million Midori 2 environmental research satellite was a complete loss. Now, relativistic electrons are a major source of radiation damage to satellites. These so-called killer electrons can penetrate satellite surfaces and embed themselves in insulating materials and ungrounded conductors. Here, the charge can accumulate over time, resulting in the buildup of high electric fields, which may eventually exceed breakdown levels. The subsequent discharge can cause electric circuit upsets, damage components, and, in exceptional cases, even prove fatal for a satellite. Now, our critical infrastructure extends out to geosynchronous orbit, and there are currently over 6,700 operational satellites in Earth orbit, including over 5,900 in low Earth orbit, 141, I believe, in medium Earth orbit, and 580 in geostationary orbit. And most are exposed to relativistic electrons in the Earth's radiation belts at some or all points in their orbits. Now, GNSS satellites, such as the US GPS satellites and the European Galileo navigation system, all operate in medium Earth orbit at altitudes between about 19,000 and 24,000 kilometers. And as we know, GNSS-enabled devices are used all over the world for a wide variety of applications, including navigation, position, tracking, mapping, and timing. It's therefore important to have a comprehensive understanding of the environment encountered by satellites in GNSS-type orbits, and in particular, knowledge of the likely extremes of this environment. And the main goal of this study is to calculate the 1 in 10 and 1 in 100 year relativistic electron fluxes throughout the Earth's outer radiation belt in GPS orbit. Now, the data used in this study were collected by the Burst Detector Dosimeter 2R on board the US GPS satellite NS-41. And this satellite was launched back in November 2000 and operated in a circular orbit at an altitude of 20,200 kilometers with an inclination of 55 degrees and a period of 12 hours. It crossed the magnetic equator around L equals 4.2 and sampled higher L shells at higher latitudes. And here L is the distance in Earth radii from the center of the Earth to the equatorial crossing of a given geomagnetic field line. And for this study, we used nearly 20 years of data spanning the period from 10th of December 2000 to the 25th of July 2020. The instrument itself is a multi-purpose silicon detector system featuring 8 individual channels of a shield field sensor design, and absorbers in front of the sensors determine the energy thresholds for measuring the incident particle fluxes. Differential fluxes at 10 energies in the energy range between 0.6 and 8 MeV were written into separate files for each crossing of 12 equally spaced L shells ranging from 4.25 to 7. And daily average fluxes were then computed for each energy and L shell. Here, L is the McElwain L value, computed using the IGRF internal field and the Olson-Pfizer quiet time external field. Now, to inspect the data, I initially produced monthly and annual summary plots. And this figure shows the annual summary plot at L equals 4.5 for 2010 for 6 representative energies, together with relevant solar wind and geophysical parameters in the bottom 3 panels. The symbols represent the daily averages, and the dotted lines in the top 6 panels represent the 1% exceedance levels. And I've produced plots such as this for all the years of the mission and every month of the mission, and these are potentially available for post-event analyses. At each energy in 2010, in fact throughout the whole mission, the fluxes are characterized by relatively rapid increases followed by gradual decays lasting for many days. To look at the data, we first plotted the exceedance probabilities as a function of electron flux for each energy and each value of L. And here I've just chosen 4 representative L values, moving from L equals 4.5 on the left through to L equals 6.5 on the right. As you might expect, the observed flux for any given exceedance probability decreases with increasing energy. In the heart of the outer radiation belt at L equals 4.5, the largest observed fluxes observed during the entire mission cover over 5 orders of magnitude, ranging from around 9 times 10 to the 6 particles per centimeter squared per second per steradian per MeV at 0.6 MeV to 46 particles per centimeter squared per second per steradian per MeV at 8 MeV. For the rest of the talk, I'll refer to these units as particle flux units, or PFUs for short. At L equals 6.5, on field lines that map to geostationary orbit, the largest fluxes are a factor of 13 and 34, lower than those at L equals 4.5 at E equals 0.6 and 8 MeV, respectively. Now, the main objective of this study is to determine the 1 in 10 and 1 in 100 year daily average electron fluxes for specified energies and L shells. And since the daily averages are available, and to compare with our previous studies, we use the exceedances over a high threshold method. And for this approach, the appropriate distribution function is the generalized Pareto distribution, or GPD. Based on experience analyzing other satellite data sets, we set the threshold for the analysis at the 1% exceedance level. We then declustered the data to avoid counting individual events more than once by assuming a cluster to be active until the 3 consecutive daily averages fell below our chosen threshold. And we then fit the GPD to the cluster maxima for each specified energy and L shell. The GPD can be written in the following form, where X are the cluster maxima above the chosen threshold U. Xi is the shape parameter, which controls the behavior of the tail, and sigma is the scale parameter, which determines the dispersion or spread of the distribution. We then fit the GPD to the tail of the distribution using maximum likelihood estimation. The flux that is exceeded on average once every n years can be expressed in terms of the fitted parameters sigma and xi using the following expression, where nd is the number of data points in a given year, nc is the number of cluster maxima, and ntot is the total number of data points. A plot of xn against n is known as a return level plot. So to start off with, let's look at some data. I chose E equals 0.6 MeV electrons at L equals 4.5. And this plot shows the data for the entire mission. The 1% exceedance level, chosen as the threshold for the analysis, is shown as the dotted line, and the cluster maxima are coded red. The largest fluxes of 0.6 MeV electrons at L equals 4.5 are largely seen during the period from 2003 to 2008 and from 2015 to 2018 during the declining phases of solar cycles 23 and 24 respectively. Interestingly, the largest event occurred near solar minimum, showing that an extreme event can occur at any time in the solar cycle. Now this figure shows the return level plot for 0.6 MeV electrons at L equals 4.5. The solid blue line represents the 1 in n year return levels as determined from the GPD fit. The dashed blue lines are the 95% confidence limits, and the symbols represent the experimental return levels from the data. We can read off the 1 in n year fluxes from this plot, and the 1 in 10 year flux at this energy and L shell is 8.2 times 10 to the 6 PFU. The 1 in 50 year daily average flux is 8.9 times 10 to the 6 PFU, and the 1 in 100 year daily average flux is 9 times 10 to the 6 PFU. Now this figure shows the 1 in n year fluxes as a function of energy for 4 different values of L, again increasing from 4.5 on the left through to 6.5 on the right. And the 1 in 10, 1 in 50, and 1 in 100 year fluxes are coded black, green, and red, respectively. As we might expect, the 1 in n year fluxes decrease with increasing energy. At L equals 4.5, there is very little difference, actually, between the 1 in 10 and 1 in 100 year events. But further out, there's an increasing tendency for a larger difference between the 1 in 10 and 1 in 100 year events, particularly at the higher energies. And we can also produce summary plots of the 1 in n year electron fluxes as a function of L for the different energies. And here I've color-coded the energies with a rainbow color scale ranging from 0.6 MeV in black to 8 MeV in red. We can see that at L equals 4.5, near the heart of the typical position of the outer radiation belt, the 1 in 10 year fluxes range from 8.2 times 10 to the 6 PFU at 0.6 MeV to 33 PFU at 8 MeV. And further out at L equals 6.5, on field lines that typically intersect with geostationary orbit, the 1 in 10 year flux ranges from 6.2 times 10 to the 5 PFU at 0.6 MeV to 0.47 PFU at 8 MeV. This figure shows the 1 in 100 year electron fluxes as a function of L for the different energies. And we see that the 1 in 100 year fluxes are typically up to a factor of 2 to 10 times larger, with the largest differences being at the higher L shells. At this stage, it's also interesting and informative to compare the 99th percentiles of the NS41 fluxes with the IRENE AE9 radiation environment model. And for this, we chose the magnetic equatorial crossing around L equals 4.25. And here I've plotted the BDD to our 99th percentiles in red and those from the AE9 model in black. And the results are largely in extremely good agreement over the energy range from 0.6 to 6 MeV. And the 99th percentile fluxes are about an order of magnitude less than AE9 at 8 MeV. Now, there are many reasons that this could be the case. One possible reason could be due to background counting issues in the data used to construct AE9, especially as the gradient in the AE9 fluxes becomes less steep around 6 MeV. Now, in 2017, we conducted an extreme value analysis using 14 years of data from the Radiation Environment Monitor on board the Integral spacecraft. And we can compare these findings with the new results from the NS41BDD2R instrument at L equals 4.25. The results are generally in good agreement at 0.8 MeV and 1 MeV, but the integral results are about a factor of 5 lower at 1.6 and 2 MeV. Now, in this study, we've focused on the 1 in 10 and 1 in 100-year daily average relativistic electron fluxes. However, the duration of the enhanced fluxes associated with large events is also important, since charge deposited on insulators and ungrounded conductors typically builds up over time. And this figure shows the average time the flux exceeds the 1% exceedance level for each of the cluster maxima for each energy as a function of L. The average event duration increases with increasing energy and decreasing L. Specifically, at L equals 4.5, the average event duration increases from 2.5 days at 0.6 MeV to 4.4 days at the highest energies. Further out, at L equals 6.5, we see the same trend, but the average duration is smaller, ranging from 1.4 days at 0.6 MeV to 2.5 days at 8 MeV. Although we're not fitting timescales to the data indicate that over the range of energies and L values sampled, the timescale for loss is generally smaller at lower energies and higher L. Now, some of the largest daily average fluxes encountered during the entire 20-year mission were observed during the 6th of April 2010 geomagnetic storm. And this was a relatively moderate geomagnetic storm with a minimum DST index of minus 61 nanoteslas on the 6th of April. And interestingly, the relativistic electron fluxes had started to rise from the 2nd of April prior to the arrival of the storm due to a period of IMF BZ fluctuating about 0 and enhanced geomagnetic activity as monitored by the AE index. Now, one of the largest geomagnetic storms of the last 20 years was the Halloween storm in 2003, with a minimum DST of minus 383 nanoteslas on the 30th of October. And following this storm, a new outer radiation belt formed at low L, peaking in the slot region below L equals 3. Now, this figure shows the behavior of the relativistic electron fluxes throughout the event, with the large storm appearing here and the recovery phase extending through to this region here. Now, at L equals 4.5, the fluxes remained below the 1% exceedance level, which is shown as the dotted line, at all energies. And further out, at L equals 6.5, we saw the same trend, with the fluxes also remaining below the 1% exceedance level. So these observations show that the Halloween storm itself was not actually associated with large fluxes of relativistic electrons, either in the typical location of the heart of the outer radiation belt at L equals 4.5, or towards the outer edge of the outer radiation belt at L equals 6.5. Now, these results suggest that modest storms may pose more of a risk to satellites, or at least lead to larger fluxes in GPS orbit, than the largest storms that are more typically associated with extreme space weather. So to examine this finding in more detail, I recently looked at the top 50 2 MeV electron flux events at L equals 4.5 and 6.5, and compared them with the largest fluxes associated with the top 15 strongest storms. We classified the storm strength by the minimum value of the DST index associated with the storm, as defined by Low and Prols back in 1997. And we defined the storm as being weak when the DST index, the DST minimum was between minus 50 and minus 30 nanoteslas, moderate when it lay between minus 100 and minus 50, strong when it lay between minus 200 and minus 100, and then severe between minus 350 and minus 200, and great when the DST minimum was below minus 350 nanoteslas. And for interest, I further split the storms into two categories depending on the source of the storm, splitting them between coronal mass ejection type events and those associated with high-speed solar wind streams from coronal holes on the sun. Now, this figure shows the top 50 E equals 2 MeV electron flux events at L equals 4.5, where each event is associated with an independent storm. So each storm is counted only once. Here, 21 of the events are associated with coronal mass ejections and 29 with high-speed solar wind streams. But you can see that the majority of the events are associated with weak and moderate geomagnetic storms with DST minima below minus 100 nanoteslas. While it's possible to have a large flux associated with a severe storm, this plot clearly shows that the latter is not a requirement for a large flux event. If we now take a look at the peak fluxes of the 2 MeV electrons associated with the 15 largest storms, we find that the majority of the largest storms do not lead to significant flux enhancements. Also, just as a matter of interest, I plotted the largest flux events also as a function of time. And at L equals 4.5, we can see that the majority of the largest fluxes were seen during the declining phases of solar cycles 23 and 24. Moving out to L equals 6.5, we find that 12 of the events are associated with coronal mass ejections and 38 with high-speed solar wind streams, so more associated with high-speed streams at this L shell. And the majority of the events in this region are also associated with weak and moderate geomagnetic storms. Again, while it's possible to have a large flux associated with a severe storm, the latter is certainly not a requirement. Taking a look at the peak fluxes of the 2 MeV electrons associated with the 15 largest storms, we again find that the majority of the largest storms do not lead to large flux enhancements. This study shows that the largest relativistic electron fluxes in GPS orbit are not related to the most extreme storms as monitored by the DST index. At L equals 6.5, just like at L equals 4.5, the majority of the largest flux events were again seen during the declining phases of the solar cycle. Now, the 1 in 10 and 1 in 100-year flux levels that I've discussed today as a function of energy and L shell can serve as benchmarks to compare against other extreme space weather events, to help assess the potential impact of an extreme event, hopefully to help improve the resilience of future satellites, and for satellite insurers to help evaluate realistic disaster scenarios. And to summarize, the 1 in 10-year flux at L equals 4.5 decreases with increasing energy, ranging from 8.2 times 10 to the 6 PFU at 0.6 MeV to 33 PFU at 8 MeV, with the 1 in 100-year event following a similar trend and being a factor of 1.1 to 1.7 times larger than the corresponding 1 in 10-year event. The 1 in 10-year flux at L equals 6.5 on field lines which map to the vicinity of geostationary orbit decrease with increasing energy, ranging from 6.2 times 10 to the 5 PFU at 0.6 MeV to 0.47 PFU at 8 MeV. And the 1 in 100-year event exhibits a similar trend and is a factor of 1.1 to 12 times larger than the corresponding 1 in 10-year event. And I'll just finish here with my acknowledgements, which I won't read out. But I'll stop now, and I'll be happy to take any questions. And I hope the talk was of interest. Thank you very much.
Are there any questions? Sir, none at this time. Oh, I'm sorry. Logan?
So most of this work was done at MEO orbits, if I understood correctly. Could you comment on the distinctions between LEO, MEO, and GEO as far as the killer electrons?
Yeah, the killer electrons can certainly affect all of these orbits. Geostationary orbit, of course, is towards the outer edge of the outer radiation belt. So the fluxes there aren't as extreme as they are in the heart of the outer radiation belt, around L equals 4.5. For satellites in low Earth orbit, if they're in high inclination orbits, they can transit the outer radiation belt at high magnetic latitudes, and also the inner radiation belt at lower magnetic latitudes. So most of the satellites are susceptible to radiation damage, like I said in the talk, at some or all points in their orbits, depending on how the orbits transit through the radiation belts. And in other studies in the past, I've looked at, I've written papers on the 1 in 10 and 1 in 100 year event for relativistic electrons in geosynchronous orbit using GOES data, for internal charging currents in medium Earth orbit using data from the SURF instrument on GOVA satellite, and also for relativistic electron fluxes from high Earth orbit, actually from the integral spacecraft, but I just used equatorial crossings data near the equator that gave us sufficient coverage to cover most of the outer radiation belt. And then also I used POSE data to look at 1 in 10 and 1 in 100 year event for lower energy electrons, actually. So there is a bit of a gap in, I would certainly like to be able to look at the 1 in 10 and 1 in 100 year event kind of a little bit closer than GPS allows us to go. So for example, near L equals 3, I would also expect to find that most of those events would be associated with coronal mass ejections rather than high-speed streams. The high-speed streams tend to be associated with weaker storms and more effective further out, whereas the coronal mass ejections and the large storms can actually lead to an enhancement of electrons in the slot region, actually, where you don't normally see enhanced fluxes of electrons. And so for satellites that operate in the slot region, such as the SES, the kind of the O3b satellites of SES, that they could potentially experience problems if there was a large storm, such as the Halloween storm, that pumped up the radiation belts in the slot region.
Okay,
and the problem there is yeah.
Okay, so one of the key takeaways here is that LEO orbits, while they're often characterized as being benign, if I'm using polar orbits, it sounds like I still have a significant risk of upsets.
That's right. It's certainly, going through the horns of the radiation belts where they cross field lines that actually
Thank you.
map
That
out
was the
to radiation
main
belts.
question I had right there, and you've answered it beautifully. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Any other questions? Thank you for your time, sir. We appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome. And if anyone has any questions offline, feel free to send me an email and I'll answer them offline. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, Rebecca Bishop, Space Weather Advisory Group.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
We can. Please proceed.
All right, just one moment. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak to you today. As you heard, my name is Rebecca Bishop. I'm a member of the Space Weather Advisory Group, and today I'm going to be talking to you about the comprehensive user survey that we have undertaken. So just a brief introduction. The Space Weather Advisory Group is made up of 15 members, 5 non-governmental end-user representatives, 5 representatives from the commercial sector, and 5 from the academic community. And our chair is Ms. Tammy Dickinson, or I should say Dr. Tammy Dickinson. And just, again, a little bit of background. The SWAG comes out of the Pro-SWIFT Act. And the Pro-SWIFT Act has a purpose of improving our understanding and forecasting of space weather for other purposes as well as just for forecasting. The basic elements of the Pro-SWIFT Act involved understanding space weather and the different roles of the federal agencies, and part of that is to improve the interaction between the agencies, and in so doing they have the working group called SWARM, and then underneath SWARM there's the Space Weather Advisory Group. There's all these other activities that the Pro-SWIFT actually specifies, but today I'm focusing just on the SWAG. So part of the SWAG's duties is to advise the Interagency Swarm Subcommittee, which is a White House subcommittee. And so we're advising them on facilitating advances in the space weather enterprise, improving the U.S.'s ability to prepare, mitigate, respond to, and recover from space weather events, as well as coordinating the whole research to operation to research paradigm, and then also developing and implementing an integrated strategy for coordinated observation. So those are the areas that we advise the swarm on, but our mandate, our charter specifically asks us to conduct a comprehensive users needs survey of space weather products. And so that is what we, the SWAG committee, have undertaken in the last year. And that is supposed to be, as I mentioned, a very comprehensive survey overview. And so the goal of this survey is to for us to be able to enhance our national infrastructure's resilience to space weather events. And we're not just talking extreme space weather events, we're talking the day-to-day space weather. So we want to be able to determine, or the survey is hopefully intended to determine the effects of space weather on various sectors in terms of technology, the impact or the effect on current end user activities, as well as determining the type of future forecasting needs for space weather. This survey is going to be anonymous, and it's created by the STIPI, which is a organization under, it's an FFRDC that is helping with the SWAG organize this. And so once we complete this survey, we will have a set of recommendations that will be compiled into a report that is delivered to Congress and made public, as well as going to the swarm. So to actually start this whole comprehensive survey, this is a very big effort. We decided to break it down into various sectors. And so these are the sectors. You can see they range from aviation to space traffic management. And so, but one of those sectors is GNSS. And I am actually the lead for the working group on the GNSS within the SWAG, as well as leading the end user survey. And that's, for the rest of this talk, is what I'm going to be focusing on. So the user survey, we basically have a baseline set of questions that all the different sectors will be asking their interviewees, along with some very specific, focused, targeted questions specific to an individual sector. And the questions are actually lumped into 7 different categories. You can see these here. One is the current use of space weather observations and forecasts by the particular end user. How do the technological systems incorporate information, and how are they impacted by space weather? What are the current risk reduction and resilience activities related to space weather events? And what are an individual sector's needs as far as future space weather observations, for information and forecasts, as well as what sort of risk reduction activities are they going to do? Are they relying mostly on operational modifications, or are they investing in specific technology? Another one is whether or not any of these individual sectors actually gather space weather data from their technology system as a byproduct. And if so, would they be willing to share it to help enhance our ability of integrating all sources of space weather data for future forecasts? And then also just understanding what is the next generation in terms of technologies and research. So those are the 7 categories. So as I said, I'm leading the GNSS sector survey. Well, the GNSS sector, as you all know, is huge. There's many different communities that rely on GNSS. That actually there are communities that may not realize how much they rely on GNSS. So in order to wrap our hands around this, we actually broke the GNSS sector into 2 focused areas, depending on whether or not they primarily utilize precision timing or position navigation information. And within each of those focus areas, we broke them into community groups. And these are the community groups. Under precision timing, we have finance, communication network, social services, manufacturing, distribution. And then under position navigation, we have transportation, public safety and services, data management, and land usage. Now, each one of these is a huge community in of itself. And so it's going to be a challenge to actually manage to get access to the right people who have this information or understand how their GNSS is actually integrated into these various technology systems and how it comes into play in their communities. So the GNSS survey is going to be conducted over the next 2 years. We basically broke those 11 categories, those 11 smaller groups into two years. The first year, these are the communities we're going to be surveying: the communication networks, manufacturing, distribution, land usage, and public safety and services. And so, this is just some of them. And so, again, the challenge is how do we reach these communities? And that's what I'm hoping that this group may have some ideas for that, or some contacts, or even be willing to socialize this. Now, how are we conducting this survey? Excuse me. We are actually doing a combination of a web-based survey to gauge each of these individual communities' knowledge of the role of space weather, of their knowledge of their role of GPS in their integrated systems, in their applications. And then from the web survey, we will identify volunteers, or if there are volunteers from the web survey that would be willing to be part of a more in-depth interview. So the web surveys are multiple choice, very, very top level sort of thing. And then we would find smaller groups to get the more detailed answers. Now, some of these you might think that are going to be immune to space weather, and that would be great. A null answer is just as important as finding out that one of these communities is very sensitive to space weather events. Part of the problem is that we have anecdotal evidence, or people make claims that space weather will impact for different communities without actually having solid statistics or solid information on that. So one of the things we want to get out of this web survey, or one of the surveys, is that we can say, yes, for instance, communication networks are impacted by space weather events, but only space weather events that are moderate to severe. Or no, they have enough mitigations. Their technology is designed in such a way that it is immune from all space weather in events. Either way, that's an important answer that will allow us and allow the country to better invest in future space weather data products, forecasting, and so forth. So just in kind of conclusion, keep this fairly short and quick, the survey, the online survey, is currently available. It's open at least until Friday, December 29th. We may keep it open longer if there's interest. It takes approximately 10 to 15 minutes. It's, like I said, it's all multiple choice. There's no expanding, typing, like that sort of thing. But the challenge is what I'm hoping is if there are people here that may be members of these various communities I introduced that we're looking for, and trying to reach those people if there's a way to socialize them. So if anybody has any ideas on how to help to connect these communities, I would appreciate it. We're trying to distribute the surveys through either newsletters, associations. If you have any ideas, please feel free to reach out to me. Either my email is here or the general space weather survey email there for questions. And this is the survey online, the link there. Like I said, it is live right now, so feel free to fill it out. And I really appreciate your time. If you have any general questions about the SWAG or what we're doing or anything we've done in the past related to reports, feel free to contact Dr. Dickinson, our chair of the SWAG here, and then this is also our website. With that, thank you for your attention, and if anyone has any comments or suggestions, I would love to answer them.
Thank you very much. A lot of your communities that you covered are represented here. Let me see if we have any questions. Greg Winfrey, please.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Interestingly, this meeting is being conducted here in Houston, where chemical production and fuel processing and refining are key industries. Is there anything in particular that got those industries on the year one survey?
To be honest, we try to find a balance between these 11 in size and potentially how integrated the GNSS would be into those communities. I did not want to tackle, for instance, transportation and land usage in the same year because those are both really huge communities. So we decided to do the land usage and the manufacturing the first year and leave transportation for the second year. But we just tried to have a balanced breakdown. There wasn't anything specific.
Thank you. Other questions? Tom Powell.
Hey, Rebecca, this is Tom Powell. I was wondering, have you got any preliminary looks at the survey responses? And I'm curious as to whether end users are actually aware of the sort of technology that they're depending on.
That is one of the things I'm hoping to get out of this. And we've only had a couple of responses. It's only been open for about 2 weeks. And we're still trying to get this information out, the survey out. So nothing yet that I can really say is preliminary. We are hoping to be able to have preliminary results by the end of January, mid-February. Our actual report on the results of the survey will come out in April for this year one.
Thank you. Any other questions? Oh, Greg?
Yeah, Greg Winfrey once again. Looking on the precise timing communities, just wondering where electric power generation and distribution, does it fall into the distribution category? Is that the thinking?
Yes, for the electric powered, it is distribution. I do want to point out that as far as the comprehensive survey, we have aviation and electric power grid as very separate sectors. And so they have surveys dedicated to them. We wanted to just have the aspects of the power grid in terms of distribution under GNSS. We also think some of the GNSS related impacts to aviation and electric power grid will be handled under these two sector surveys.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Matt, just a second. Matt Higgins.
Yeah, Matt Higgins from Australia. I was just going to comment that our Department of Home Affairs has just recently done, and I think they're updating it at the moment, a risk assessment for space weather, mainly focused on critical infrastructure, but that's actually, I think, a published document that you might be interested in, just a point of information.
That's great. Could you repeat what that was? I missed the first sentence.
It's So our department, the Australian Department of Home Affairs, which is the equivalent of Homeland Security, has done a risk assessment on space weather for critical infrastructure. And I believe they're doing an update at the moment.
Thank you very much.
UK Risk Register has it.
Yeah. So just for info, it might be interesting to inform each other's questions in future.
Oh, absolutely, that's a great idea. And that's also, we figured if there's anything we learned from year one, we would incorporate it into the year two survey with the next group. We've believed that this survey will be repeated every few years because things change so quickly.
Again, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up virtual is Dr. Nikki Markiel, I think I got that right, of NGA.
That's an affirmative. Comms check, please.
We can hear you fine. Waiting for the visuals.
There is no visual, sir. Owing to timing on this, it'll be discussion only here, and then we'll be providing the documentation of the approved at the end of this presentation. Over.
Please proceed.
All righty. Understood, sir. Well, good evening, and thank you very much. I'd like to extend a thank you to Dr. Jade Morton for the invitation, and further a thank you to the board as a whole for the opportunity to speak. But more importantly, what I'm really here to speak about is the dedicated folks at the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency who, for many decades, have produced the fundamental models and the fundamental data sets that enable PNT and underpin particularly GPS. In that regard, I really am going to speak to three models very quickly just to set the stage of what I'm speaking to. First and foremost, the World Geodetic System 1984 is the fundamental coordinate system that enables PNT writ large. Every day, it enables the precision determination of latitude and longitude on a global basis and underpins GPS. We all get our locations from GPS. The positions of the GPS satellites themselves are located within the WGS-84 system, and we do the gold copy orbit determination truth for the United States Air Force, now Spacecom, on a daily basis to enable them to verify what they are doing. So we are essentially right there at the foundation of position. Transitioning from there, we're equally responsible for the World Magnetic Model, which is updated about every 5 years and is the fundamental asking the question, where is magnetic north? And in addition to over 12,000 ships of both the United States Navy and the Merchant Marine, we also support over 14,000 aircraft of the United States Air Force, in addition to the broad range of civilian applications of magnetic north across land, air, and sea. And then I would transition to the third and final of our key models, which is the Earth gravitational model, which first and foremost is defining the very size and shape of the Earth to begin with, is the proxy for mean sea level, defining elevation and bathymetry, which leads directly to the safety of navigation products for both aero and maritime under our Title 10 responsibilities to that end. But most importantly, I would say in our direct partnership with our colleagues over at the United States Naval Observatory and the National Institute of Science and Technology, our gravity models are inherently linked to precision atomic time. And that precision atomic time underpins 16 components of U.S. critical national infrastructure. We fundamentally are, in no small part, defining our way of life. And it is, again, the dedicated men and women of NGA that do that. And I would be remiss if I did not equally point out the dedicated professionals of the United States Naval Observatory, as I just mentioned, but also NASA Goddard, who contributes heavily to a lot of aspects of geophysics and the Earth orientation, as well as the National Radio Astronomic Observation, owned and operated and funded through the National Science Foundation. These professionals, however, though, are under an increasingly dire issue, which is fundamentally that they're getting old and they are retiring. And this is not particularly a new problem. If I refer to the 2008 report of the National Academy of Sciences on geodetic infrastructure, it was noted at that time that virtually every federal agency raised concerns about the deficit in well-trained space geodesists and engineers with the necessary knowledge to support all of the models and the systems that I just alluded to. As we look forward nearly 13 years later and going on 14 years, unfortunately, that situation is not improved for the better. And while we read constantly about the issues in STEM writ large, at this point, we are, by and large, living the STEM crisis as a whole. If we look specifically at some of the niche fields that I spoke to, particularly geodesy, I am a geodesist myself, our information shows that in terms of U.S. citizens, the United States has graduated 19 geodesists in the last decade. By comparison, China has graduated over 1,500. That is disparity on the order of 78 to 1. That is not unique. If you look across a number of the niche fields, for example, electrical engineering, the disparity at a graduate level, non-U.S. citizens comprise 79%. And if you look at computer programming, it is on the order of 81%. In fact, statistics out of the National Science Foundation reflect that non-U.S. citizens at this point comprise 50% of all doctorate degrees, 62% of all STEM graduates, and somewhere between 55 and 81% in the various technical fields that are of interest. Furthermore, if we look at the statistics out of the World Economic Forum, China at this point, according to their statistics, has 4.7 million STEM graduates between the ages of 18 and 60. India is in second place at 2.6 million, while the United States is a distant third at 568,000. As a reminder, as we're at roughly the 50-year anniversary, to put that 568,000 in perspective, the Apollo Moon program had about 400,000 STEM professionals. In addition to that, we are now facing an unprecedented demographic crisis. Since 2008, the U.S. birth rate is down approximately 20%. That 2008 cohort will turn 18 in 2026, would otherwise have graduated from college in 2030. And no matter what we do, we will be down a minimum of 20% because they were never born in the first place. We're already facing a dearth of STEM expertise, and for at least the next 2 decades, that problem will become that much harder. Our aperture must expand beyond the traditional K-12 students and include the 25 to 55-year-old cohort. We must adapt and encourage adults to consider a shift towards the skills we need to support the nation and PNT as a whole. Now, if we look historically again back at the Manhattan Project and the Apollo program, they both depended heavily on the STEM workforce. And when both programs were initiated, we, as the United States, were very much in a reactive posture, and the future was somewhat in doubt. When both initiatives were completed, the tides were turned, and we obviously, as we all know, historically regained a significant preeminence. However, the problem is best said by Dr. Beavis from The Ohio State University. The problem is getting from here to there. Now, I believe it's worth to take a look-see at the research and understand a couple of fundamental questions. And the first is, why are people not going to college? And of course, the easy knee-jerk reaction is money, and interestingly enough, the research shows and reflects that that is not the case. Answer one, no member of their family has gone to college. they do not know what to expect. Number two, they do not think that they're smart enough. That is a perception problem, not necessarily a reality. Number three, they do not know how to pick a school. Number four, they do not know how to pick a program. And finally, number five, down at the bottom of the list, is the concerns of funding. If we shift our focus again in the research as to why folks do not go into STEM, number one, we find that they do not know that jobs exist. And that number two, there is an overall perception that STEM is boring. I would submit that what we have is not, in fact, a problem in STEM. We have is a fundamental marketing problem. And our challenge is to make them aware, to capture their imagination, and most importantly, provide the reasonable path to achieve the positions that we have in consideration. The bottom line is that, in our viewpoint, the days of showing up at graduation day are gone. And if we want to win that war for brains, our efforts have to be holistic, deliberative, and sustained. Now, how do we begin that? First and foremost, we find in a number of programs, which I will speak to in a moment, which we have been implementing in the St. Louis region, which is where I am based, that we have to focus not just on the youth, but we have to focus on the entire support structure around the student, the parents, the relatives, the friends, the teachers, the civic groups. The research clearly shows that if we do not get them hooked on science by age 12, they're highly likely to be there, unlikely, I should say, to be there at graduation to higher. The key is the early and the consistent exposure to demystify and normalize math, STEM, and the geo professions that we are under discussion. The key is to share the passion and the purpose in these venues. It has to resonate, to reflect and provide the so what and blaze the path that can be envisioned. Research also reflects that it's all fundamentally about increasing the size of the hiring pool. We can't afford to wait because they won't be there to hire. I'd like to spend a few moments about a few efforts that we have been taking to this end, which I think provide some very new and creative ways which could be potentially extended on a far larger basis than just St. Louis. Earlier this year, we had our first iteration of a high school internship program where juniors and seniors were, in fact, able to receive secret clearances and work within our footprint. Last year, we also partnered with the T-REX, a private organization in St. Louis, through what is known as a Partnership Intermediary Agreement to execute a program called GeoPathways. GeoPathways is a geospatially themed age and range targeted program to accelerate the trajectory of geospatial professionals into the workforce, proactively manage our future workforce, bolster diversity and inclusion, and be that trusted member of the community. It consists of the following. First is GeoFun, which is a kindergarten through 5th grade focused on an introduction to the geospatial fundamentals through a community organization known as Unleashing Potential. Those students then transition to GeoSTEM, which is for the 6th through 8th graders, immersion in the geospatial science principles, again, with Unleashing Potential. And then they transition to GeoImpact, which is from the 9th through 12th grade high school program, which importantly provides a geospatial certification. And that geospatial certification is the first step in a gateway towards employment in the kinds of professions that we're speaking to. We follow all of that up with GeoImmersion. It is a summer immersion program with our universities, notably our historically black colleges, universities, and other minority-serving institutions that focuses on geospatial methods, tools, and technologies. We've conducted this in cooperation and in partnership with the Harris Stowe University, again located in St. Louis, Missouri. Realizing that, again, that piece of exposure is key to success, in March of this year, our foundation office, those dedicated geospatial professionals that I was speaking to at the beginning, provided subject matter experts who conducted 7 different interactive sessions to each of those GeoCamp student programs that I just spoke to. We interface directly not only with the students, but with the educators that transfer the knowledge so that they can continue that in their coursework and in their programs and their educational efforts moving forward within underrepresented communities. In total, we were able to touch with 77 students, including 19 students from K-12, or K-5, 47 in the grades 6 through 8, and 11 students from grades 9 through 12. Another major tool that we have discovered and are leveraging are the educational partnerships agreements with both the University of Missouri and Harris-Stowe State University. These EPAs allow us to engage with academic partners that may not have those geospatial science capabilities, provide curriculum and program development, and help support and prepare the faculty and those students for research and careers in geospatial. In short, our focus is not just exclusively on the science programs. We're heavily engaged with the colleges of education and those next generation teachers who will be standing up in front of the chalkboard. Previous to these EPAs, neither UMSL nor the Harris-Stowe University had, for example, an existing GIS program, a geospatial science or geodesy academic program, but clearly these things are changing. We also engage in a series of research, understanding that research is often the lifeblood of universities. We have what are known as Cooperative Research and Development Agreements, CRADAs, with the University of Missouri St. Louis, providing opportunities for research and projects on the use of artificial intelligence, for example, in gravity mapping. We've also created for our own folks what we known as the Geomatics Emerging Scientists Consortium for Education, Research, and Capabilities, or GeoESCON, which is a contract whose members include some of the nation's top geomatics programs, including the Ohio State University, Missouri University of Science and Technology, Purdue University, Oregon State, University of Florida, University of Missouri St. Louis, and the St. Louis University. We equally submit that we need to start thinking about these professions in terms of knowledge management. Our efforts enable us to understand what we need to know, which means then we can manage our knowledge across our workforce. We can communicate our current and future knowledge needs across that K-12 spectrum over the span of our employees and on to retirement, and enable the continuous learning to be a reality, as well as pivot to opening that aperture to those 25 to 55-year-old cohorts that I spoke to momentarily ago. Our future educators not only need to know what to teach their students for a successful future, they have to know how to reach the students, especially in underrepresented communities. One of the key pieces that we have identified is that the use of math as a stratifying element in our schools is a critical rallying point. We must commit to bringing math to everyone. It is a language and a facilitator, not to be direct, a measure and a methodology to separate the worthy and the unworthy for college, for STEM, and for viable careers. We strongly recommend a focus on establishing decadal research trusts to develop next generation subject matter experts with an integrated research curriculum enhancement and develop educators to go about this in a different manner. These efforts that I've outlined are enabling us to collectively find and implement effective means to foster STEM and GeoInt in our communities and provide that model for replication on a national basis. I would note that there are 2 planned and or in-process activities, one out of the National Academy of Sciences to look at the fundamental crisis in geodesy with particular focus on geodesists that I just spoke to. There is equal focus out of the President's Science Advisory Board to equally look at this challenge, and is fundamentally looking at the fundamental issue of how many geodesists as a nation, as well as other STEM professionals, do we truly need. I would close with this. The definition of insanity, as I understand it, is to repeat the same behavior and expect a different outcome. And clearly, what we have been doing is not working, or we would not be having this meeting, we would not be having these discussions. We wouldn't have had the discussions in 2010, and we would be better postured than we are today. We need to be bold. We need to do something different. And to that end, I think a number of the elements that we've outlined provide perhaps some mechanisms to get there, but clearly we need a strong effort. And I would finally close out again to return to the National Academy of Sciences in 2010, which fundamentally looked and advocated for a quantitative assessment of the workforces that were required and necessary to support precise geodesy and the fundamental elements of PNT in the United States. To the best of my knowledge, that has never been done. And so I would strongly recommend that I think perhaps it is time to heed the advice of the original National Academy in 2010 and take a fundamentally strong look at what exactly are the skill sets and what is the staffing levels that we have in the United States before it becomes too late and we lose too much of these fundamental dedicated professionals who are making our PNT happen. With that, I will close and open it up for questions or comments.
Thank you very much. Questions or comments from the group? Greg Winfrey, please.
Dr. Markeel, Greg Winfrey. I represent Texas A&M University System. We have several members of universities here on the advisory board, but I was just querying to find out if you'd be willing to repeat that extraordinarily well done presentation, maybe for senior leaders, certainly at Texas A&M, but maybe other universities.
Sir, I'm absolutely at the disposal of anyone, anywhere, and any time.
Dana Goward, please.
So over the last couple decades, I've been amazed at the airlines every 5 years saying, oh my goodness, we've got a bunch of pilots retiring. We're in a crisis mode. I'm sure Joe can appreciate that. Finally, they've realized that we can predict those sort of things. And my son-in-law, who is going to be retiring from the Army in 5 years, has been offered contracts by multiple airlines. My point is that if somebody's in charge, they can take a holistic look and has a responsibility for this in a leadership position. They can take a holistic look and do some of these kinds of things. But I think this is another symptom of the fact that we're sort of letting the market decide, if you will. We're doing this perhaps on a see how it goes basis rather than a deliberate national security kind of approach. So perhaps another symptom of the fact that we don't have coherent and focused and comprehensive leadership in this particular area in our country.
Thanks, Dana. Jeff Shane?
Yeah, maybe I'm one of very few people who think they've seen this movie before, but when I was in high school, we had a phenomenon called Sputnik, and the United States was shocked out of its indolence. I don't know with any precision what the history was and what in fact happened, but somehow science and math became a lot more important to Americans than it had been before. And the net result was we produced a new generation of mathematicians, scientists, and engineers. And I just wonder whether anybody has studied that history to understand what it was that really triggered that sudden surge of interest. I mean, we suddenly had a challenge, and we responded to it. I think the same thing can be said today, but apparently we're not responding in the same way.
Thanks, Jeff.
Unfortunately, China's not going to put up a Sputnik moment for us.
Go ahead.
So just one for the speaker. Recently, we just worked with NOAA to create a issue paper on the geodesy crisis, and it lays out the issues and also recommendations for NOAA to take action. So we can share that issue paper with the speaker.
Thank you.
Yes. This is the speaker and everything. I would note that actually NGA and myself in particular was part of that broad effort. We're closely partnered with Mr. Dan Roman, Ms. Blackwell, and the others at NOAA as a whole that were part of that. But certainly welcome a copy of it, just to confirm we're speaking of the same document. But we're very well integrated with them, as well as a number of, as I noted, the organizations that are equally sharing this, quite frankly, moment of crisis. Over.
Thank you. Oh, follow up?
Yeah, this is probably a separate document. This was produced by the the Hydrographic Service Review Panel, but we'll provide you a copy.
Affirmative. Thank you, sir.
I don't believe there are any more comments. I had a question. What form was your information going to be in, and how can we expect it? Was there a narrative that you read that we have, or it's slides? What type of format will you be presenting it?
It'll be a Word document, sir. It'll be provided here shortly.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I'll put my other hat on now. I'm the Vice Chair of the Board of Visitors of the National Intelligence University, and I'll ensure that we get it as well. And I don't think there are any more questions. Thank you for your participation and your comments. Well received.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Okay, folks. Schedule has us finishing at 6. That's about an hour. There are a couple of things we need to do. We'll have a short wrap-up period tomorrow, but we have some organic things we need to accomplish. JJ, let's save all the scheduling stuff until tomorrow. Let's hit what we need to get the essential elements we're going to need to report out, so we can acknowledge those tomorrow so they can be included in the report. But any procedural comments or anything that you have right now?
Leisha, the only thing I can think of is the event tonight. Anything else that we need to remind the group about? Okay, so once we conclude the meeting, Admiral, I'll hit on that real quick.
Okay, so here's what my intent is, and we need to spend a few minutes here, or maybe we can do it virtually by tomorrow too. I'm not sure I have any druthers on how that happens. We already have a list of recommendations that went forward last January, and we're waiting for the NCO to act on them. I don't want to set a precedent where I don't send something forward after a meeting, even if it queues up behind another list, because they need to know we're here, we're talking, and it was the first time that I had communicated directly to both deputy secretaries. And I reached out in advance and told them it was coming. I know them both personally. I've never tried to put my thumb on the scale with those relationships, but they will hear me if I send it, and I want to keep doing that. To that end, we also need findings that can be documented ultimately for a GSA when we basically document the output of the committee. So what I would like to do is, and I've got my own list here, but if we could, by the time we start to wrap up tomorrow, I would say about 5 or so, I'm not going to try and lock us in, findings. We already know there's an issue with finding somebody that's going to kind of coordinate and bring together and integrate high accuracy services, what's going on with the GDGPS and so forth. I could take a stab at them, but if you want to think about them, shoot emails in. I'd like to come to closure during our wrap-up meeting tomorrow and have those listed as findings, so then I can put them in a memo and send them to the deputy secretaries. Is that good enough on the process end of this? And I would open up to any comments. Anybody got any observations for the day, or are you ready to go have a libation? Well, as we would say in the military, leave it well.
Meeting's adjourned. For those online, thank you for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.